Good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is 10 a.m. on October 12th, and we are taking up the cumulative impacts informational docket. This morning, we will start by determining who is with us.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman?
Here.
Commissioner Cross?
Present.
Commissioner McGowan?
Here.
Commissioner Mesner?
Here.
Commissioner Oath? Commissioner Ray? Commissioner Robbins?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present today.
Great. Good to see everybody. Glad to be here today. We have a full agenda. We are going to be taking up oral statements from folks that have signed up to present to us on the issue of cumulative impacts. Noting a few things in background. Commissioner Ackerman did an excellent job this past spring, starting us out on our next iteration of cumulative impacts with an informational docket at that point in time. In the later spring, we received from the legislature and the governor direction to further review and work on cumulative impacts at the Oil and Gas Commission. Commissioner McGowan has opened up this cumulative impacts docket. That has comprised of allowing anybody that would like to be a stakeholder to sign up and participate with us. We have received numerous written documents that are part of the file that we've all read, and that I'm sure a lot of the folks that are going to testify to us today have also read. And then today is a next step of a number of iterative steps as we take up this important issue. Today, we are allocating to each individual that has signed up 5 minutes to present to us. That is over and above the normal 3 minutes. We have 33 members of the public that have signed up. So sit back and be ready to listen to a lot of intelligent folks present to us on this. We're going to try to bring up 3 folks at a time to the panel. So for the first 3, we've got Commissioner Emma Pinter, Lindsay X, and Karen Artel. So we'll start working on getting those 3 up. And then once Commissioner Pinter has gone, we'll bring up the next person, who happens to be Christy Woodward. That's the order of play for us this morning. The agenda also had, before we get started, that if any commissioner had comments. I've made a number of initial comments. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to lead off with? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And some folks have talked to me before and during the written comment period. And what I've asked for, and I hope that people are thinking about when they share information with us, is there's some really good ideas that have been shared throughout this whole process. I really am hoping that folks will share with us the practical on the ground, how this would be implemented by this commission. So if you have a really good idea, I'm also going to hear today from folks about how this would actually play out as part of our rules and as part of our staff and the resources that we have and our ability to implement some of these ideas.
Very good comments. I appreciate that, Commissioner McGowan. Implementation is key. Commissioners, I'm planning on rolling through the list, fairly expeditiously, but we obviously have an opportunity for questions. So if anybody has questions, maybe just raise your hand so that I can recognize you, and then I'll stop the rolling on to the next person, if that's fair. All right. We have hearings manager Amaro this morning working with us. I see she has raised a few people. I do not see Commissioner Pinter yet. So why don't we start with Miss Lindsay X. And the screen is going to show the 5 minutes. And I will kind of remind you if we get close to the end, but we appreciate you being with us. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. And I do see that Commissioner Pinter is here if you would like to begin with her.
Oh, you're right.
I'm happy to defer to Lindsay since she's called up. Either is fine.
Ms. X, let's just go ahead and go with you. Then we'll go with Commissioner Pinter second.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Well, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lindsay X, and I am the new Senior Policy Advisor with Colorado Communities for Climate Action. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. As many of you may know, CC4CA is a coalition of 42 diverse local governments representing more than a quarter of the state's population. And we have come together to advocate for stronger state and federal climate policy. That stronger climate policy has to include the oil and gas sector, as the most recent data suggests this sector is responsible for 16% of Colorado's greenhouse gas emissions. As you know, through my predecessor, Tom Easley, and our executive director, Jacob Smith, CC4CA has been engaged throughout this process. And our comments today will both reiterate elements from our September letter and stress the importance of defining cumulative impacts. And Commissioner McGowan, I hope that you see our comments are reflective of what we believe are practical and implementable solutions. So in our letter, we asked the ECMC to consider 4 specific areas in the upcoming rulemaking. First, ECMC should employ modeling methods to analyze cumulative impacts. This recognizes that there are multiple existing resources to use in cumulative impacts analysis. Importantly, and we'll reiterate this in a moment, the ECMC should be actively partnering with other agencies for cumulative impacts to air quality. For example, working with CDPHE and the RAC to use the modeling that they've developed for the required non-attainment area state implementation plan, or the SIP. This coordination will not only leverage existing resources, but it can also accelerate the work ahead. Second, the rulemaking must go beyond analysis and create a framework for addressing cumulative impacts. Specifically, emissions thresholds will need to be established for pollutants. Addressing cumulative impacts cannot stop at minimizing or mitigating impacts. Direction must be given to avoid and eliminate impacts. In other words, what criteria would lead to a permit being denied? Third, we appreciate the capabilities and expertise that existing ECMC staff bring to this process. And given the large impact the oil and gas sector has on climate and public health in our state, we recommend that at least 2 full-time staff positions are created to support overall analysis and specific impacts on climate. And then finally, cumulative impacts cannot be analyzed or addressed in isolation. Thus, CC4CA endorses the proposal by the City and County of Broomfield to establish technical working groups that would bring together staff from CDPHE, ECMC, and stakeholders to advance this work. And CC4CA would also note the importance of a consistent and comprehensive definition in this rulemaking. We conceptually support the definition that Matt Sura will share in his remarks later today. And we also want to recognize the excellent work developed by the EJ Action Task Force. We know the Commission will be directly engaging with EJ communities as directed by House Bill 23-1294, and leveraging these definitions as a starting point can both support this important rulemaking and greater trust building between government and communities. Thank you for your time today and tomorrow in your hearing, and to your staff for all of the behind the scene coordinations, which we all appreciate. The local governments that we represent stand at the ready to support ECMC in this rulemaking. Thank you.
You're muted, Chip.
Thank you for the comments. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presenting to us today. I appreciate the written comments as well as taking the time to speak with us. I did want to just try and touch on a couple questions. You have ideas of where we could get the funding for additional staff?
Great question, and I'd love to follow up with that with you, maybe separately.
Okay.
We certainly can advocate on behalf of ECMC in different opportunities, but let me get back to you on that one.
Okay, and then the other question I wanted to touch on was with respect to your second point, kind of creating the framework to address the cumulative impacts. You talked about creating emissions thresholds, and I have kind of 2 questions related to it. One, what do you envision those thresholds being? And 2, I'm just curious about the regulatory authority and how do you foresee us working with CDPHE to create these, or how do you foresee that happening since we don't get to actually set emission standards?
On the side of emissions thresholds, I mean, the national ambient air quality standards are a great place to start. Creating budgets for primary and secondary pollutants for greenhouse gases, especially knowing that the state has established targets for oil and gas as well. That's a great place to start too. And then also hazardous air pollutants, and particularly knowing that communities that are disproportionately impacted are already bearing the brunt of these areas. How is the ECMC not allowing those thresholds to be further exceeded? I think is an important element to consider. On the working with CDPHE, there are folks that are going to be testifying later today that I think would be well qualified to answer that question. And if it doesn't get answered today, Commissioner Cross, I'm happy to provide that in a follow-up as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. X. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. X, for your written as well as your public comments. A theme that we've heard from several of the written commenters already is around modeling. And I think I'm going to ask everyone who's bringing up the modeling question, where is the space that belongs to CDPHE and the space that could or should belong to ECMC? And how do we ensure that we're not creating redundancies or even potential, I guess, misalignment if we have two agencies modeling for the same kinds of things? So CDPHE already does modeling around ozone. They've been doing flyovers and modeling around greenhouse gases. They have their intensity rule. So I will ask this of everyone who's bringing up the modeling piece, why they think it's appropriate for us to do additional modeling and why we wouldn't just work with CDPHE.
Commissioner McGowan, thank you for that question. I don't know that we're suggesting ECMC does separate modeling. Instead, we're suggesting leverage what is already available in a partnership with CDPHE. So I've heard you ask for really practical and implementable solutions, and I believe that this is one of them. And I would happily support what other commenters are going to provide today. I think this is also really the benefit of the technical working groups that is being suggested by others too, to really bring those parties together, because we just know we get further when we work together. So we're talking about co-regulation, leveraging existing modeling. I believe that the EJ Action Task Force also spoke to the need for consistency across every agency so that there can be predictability. And I bet the industry would appreciate that predictability as well.
Thank you. Are you aware that CDPHE, I think, is proposing as part of its ozone regulations, the creation of a steering group that would work on, in particular, the NOx regulations and working collaboratively with ECMC?
Commissioner McGowan, I am in my second week in this role, so I have
Congratulations.
not caught up on every single thing that is happening with all of our wonderful state agencies. But I imagine that other people who are testifying today will be able to better respond to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now will hear from Commissioner Pinter.
Hello, good morning. My name is Emma Pinter, and I'm an Adams County Commissioner. I'm testifying today as an individual commissioner, and though we in Adams County all work on this important issue, thank you for taking the time to allow comment on the oil and gas cumulative impact work that's going on. In Adams County, we're deeply concerned about the health and safety of our residents. Since 2019, Adams County has been the second highest producer of oil and gas in the state of Colorado. We were supportive of the passage of Senate Bill 181, which we then moved to form regulations in our own county, and which also helped mandate your commission to prioritize public health and welfare in oil and gas operations. And thank you for continuing to support counties like mine as we work through siting and land use authority. However, these measures are incomplete without knowing and considering the cumulative impacts. Adams County is bisected by many major highways. We are a trucking, freight, and logistics hub, meaning our residents deal on a daily basis with heavy traffic and exhaust of light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. Adams County is also the home of many large industrial and manufacturing operations, including but not limited to Suncor. Cumulative impacts from the combination of oil and gas, transportation, industry, and other pollution sources are a reality that my constituents experience every day. I'm glad the state is starting a process of defining and analyzing cumulative impacts, and this definition of cumulative impacts must be expansive. It must include impacts from the past, present, and what can be reasonably predicted for the future. It must include impacts from all sectors and vectors to give decision makers the data we need to make informed and just policy decisions, and most importantly, to protect public health and safety. And I appreciate your questions to the prior testifier about collaboration with CDPHE to make sure we're collecting that data in concert with our health departments. We know that air pollution causes the risk of severe complications for those with respiratory illnesses like asthma or COPD. In Adams County alone, there are almost 10,000 children with asthma who suffer daily from the toxic effects of our air. Our asthma hospitalization rate is at the 98th percentile compared to other counties in the state, and childhood asthma doesn't care if oil and gas operations or trucking exhaust triggered an attack. The human body doesn't care about our regulatory silos, and cancer doesn't care about the source of the carcinogen you inhaled. It seems reasonable that prior to issuing a new permit for oil and gas development at a specific location, we would understand the full context of climate, air, water, and soil pollution in that area, that the incremental and aggregate pollution and impacts from those operations are understood. Last November, as part of their report, the Environmental Justice Action Task Force made recommendations regarding cumulative impact analysis that I urge you to thoughtfully consider, particularly that cumulative impact analysis would identify existing health-based thresholds for air and water pollution, considering how pollutant exposures may continue to contribute to health inequities, disparities among disproportionately impacted communities, and that rather than an agency by agency definition and approach, we're encouraging you collaboration, just as was mentioned before, with CDPHE, and then therefore our local health departments to have a clear understanding of statewide and statewide definition of cumulative impacts. I appreciate that this is a complex and difficult task, but it's also critically important. Thank you, and for the sake of my residents and the residents of Colorado, let's get this right. So thank you for your time and attention.
Mr. Chair, you were muted, but I assume you were calling on me.
I was.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Pinter, for testifying. Always great to hear a local government's perspective on things. The question I have is, understanding cumulative impacts and the task that we're undertaking here in this particular rulemaking, what kind of relationship or interaction do you see between any efforts towards local governments to analyze and address cumulative impacts versus the state role to analyze and address cumulative impacts? If there is, do you think there's a local government role in there? Do you think there should be an authority within local governments, similar to, the authority that Adams County is utilizing to develop their own oil and gas regulations? Or I'm just trying to get a perspective on that.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. This is a really important question. I am going to answer, and then I'm going to also probably phone a friend if I can phone Lindsay X, if that's all right. My personal answer as a local government official is the state has the authority to set the standard. Good definitions, technical specifications that are clear and embraced by your organization, ECMC, as well as CDPHE, will give clear direction that we and local governments can follow. We have our own health department that is founded on the principles of the social determinants of health. And I know that we have air quality, water quality, and environmental health specialists. And we follow the state lead for safe and appropriate standards in a lot of areas, and would like to do so in the cumulative impact area as well. And Lindsay, I'd like to ask my phone a friend for a more specific answer.
Commissioner, and hello again, commissioners. Thank you for having me. What I would say is let local governments be your partner in implementation. You need good data to do your job, and we know on the ground what it looks like in our community. We know what the impacts are, as Commissioner Pinter was so clearly sharing in what she expressed right now. We can help you with your siting decisions. We can help you with localized data to do your job better, and we can help with achieving some of the directives in House Bill 23-1294 to help engage our communities, particularly those who have been disproportionately impacted, as we might have different relationships with them as well. Does that help, Commissioner Pinter, with what you were hoping I would add?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both for your responses. Appreciate them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your time today and for your service as well. I think I kind of building off of the working with the local governments a little bit as well. I'm curious about you talked about having an expansive definition of cumulative impacts, and I think this is something we're probably going to hear a lot of looking at past, present, and reasonably foreseeable impacts as well. And I think my question, and this is, as Commissioner McGowan noted, this is probably a question I'm going to have for a lot. How do you anticipate looking at the reasonably foreseeable impacts? Is this something, obviously it's hard to understand, what future development may happen if it's not already proposed. It's sometimes hard to understand what population growth may be. It's sometimes hard to understand if something has been proposed within a county or not. Do you foresee work with the local governments and trying to determine that, or how do you foresee the reasonably foreseeable being tackled?
That's an excellent question. As a statewide authority, you have a privilege to call upon experts, universities, scientists, and state demographers to bring to you through technical committees and through your powers to best predict both growth projections as well as industry projections. In local government, I know we're not unique, but we just got a presentation on Tuesday from Manufacturers Edge on industries in Adams County and who's projected to grow, who's creating jobs, where are they going, and what type of industries. I would trust at your level at the state, you would have access to similar experts and be able to make informed decisions to the best of your ability to make reasonable projections into the future.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We now will call upon Karen Artell. Following that, Ms. Artell will be Christy Woodward, and then we should elevate Mike Foote and then Heidi Leithwood. Ms. Artell.
Hi, again, my name is Karen Artell. I live in Fort Collins, and I really do thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Consultation with CDPHE is important to addressing cumulative impacts and would increase transparency in ECMC decision-making. The permitting process could be similar to CPW's consultations. I appreciate CPW's staff expertise in wildlife management. CDPHE air and water quality staff have expertise that would be helpful to ECMC's permit application process. I would like to see CDPHE consult on each permit application, provide written consultation, and be available for permit hearings. An example, the Wellington operating discharge permit renewal process should have included a written consultation from CDPHE water quality staff to improve transparency for the public. For Larimer County, VOCs and NOx are carried on prevailing winds from Weld County and the DJ Basin up against the foothills, leading to high ozone levels. Weld County now has more than 10,000 producing wells. 248 wells waiting on completion and 678 active drilling. Oil and gas operation emissions are the predominant contributor to North Front Range high ozone levels and greenhouse gas emissions contributing to climate change. 73 to 83% of methane, a potent greenhouse gas in the DJ Basin, is associated with oil and gas operations. My community bears the burden of the number of approved permits in Weld County. High ozone levels and other hazardous emissions negatively affect our health, especially for young children, the elderly, and those with pre-existing respiratory conditions. An example, the Winella Cap in Weld County, just 2 miles east of Larimer County, encompasses more than 33,000 acres with 466 wells on 22 locations. The cap will be developed over 10 years. The wells have a 25 to 29-year lifespan. This cap will emit greenhouse gases, ozone precursors, and toxins well until 2059. This cap was approved despite the ozone non-attainment area being reclassified to severe. The impacts of emissions outside of the immediate application lands must be acknowledged, and permit applications should include a cumulative impact evaluation of air quality for areas outside of the application lands. An application should not be approved if the proposed facility will put areas outside the immediate application lands above health standards for HAPs and/or national ambient air quality standards. Permit applications should include a cumulative impacts evaluation of greenhouse gas emissions and not be approved if the state is not meeting its greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. Pre-production activities should not be allowed during the ozone season, June through September. Using the Air Pollution Control Division's oil and natural gas annual emissions inventory reporting portal system, which started collecting annual data in 2020, may provide more complete emissions data for ECMC and the public. According to the 2022 Cumulative Impacts Report, the distribution of statewide subdivided land use within 1 mile of OGDP locations, and that's ECMC wording, it's a little hard to get out, but has increased over the last 3 years. These lands contain the highest number of residents and densest populations, and some of the fastest growing populations in the state in the Front Range. I would like to see population numbers, population density, and growing populations accounted for in the annual cumulative impact report going forward. The 2020 Cumulative Impact Report shows permits were approved in disproportionately impacted communities in the city of Aurora and Arapahoe County. ECMC and applicants should consult and incorporate CDPHE's Enviro Screen tool as part of the alternative location analysis. I would like to see oil and gas facilities no longer be located in these disproportionately impacted communities. And I think it would be great to have the CIDR data set be available and accessible to the public. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Artell. We appreciate you presenting to us this morning and taking time out of your day. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Artell, for being here today. And I also read your written comments, and I was curious to know or understand if you think that the CDPHE consultation lacks a water quality perspective. I think that the liaison works with everyone in the CDPHE department to provide the consultation that includes air and water perspective. So I was maybe trying to understand what you thought was missing.
I think, yes, I know that there is consultation, but for instance, the Wellington discharge permit, I think it would have been good to have the actual written report from experts at CDPHE included in the record to just better understand for the public, like from my viewpoint, what the risks and perhaps benefits of that permit being approved. So I guess I'm just asking for a more active participation for the public to see that going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yep. And then I just my own comment, which is I agree the CIDR database, we need to work on figuring out how it can be better accessed by folks. And I do think we're working on that.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Woodward.
I am here and I'm struggling to start my video.
We can hear you. Now we can see you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see you all this morning. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Christy Woodward, and I'm the Senior Director of Regulatory Affairs at COGA. I want to thank you for the opportunity today to speak to you regarding and in response to your docket soliciting information regarding cumulative impacts. With respect to your first question, how ECMC's rules for permitting oil and gas locations can be amended to consider the cumulative impacts defined in statute, I have 5 suggestions. First, we would suggest that the statute did an excellent job of outlining what the commission should take into consideration, including the statutory definition that was specifically provided to consider the impacts of oil and gas operations on climate. COGA proposed a definition in our written comments that is consistent with statute, consistent with the authority of the commission, and in alignment with Governor Polis's signing statement. Secondly, we would also suggest that ECMC look to the recommendations of the Environmental Justice Action Task Force and a May rulemaking that took place at the Air Quality Control Commission. In that rulemaking, CDPHE added clarity around disproportionately impacted communities in urban centers by defining a cumulatively impacted community. Additional requirements were then placed to model that were established for disproportionately impacted communities, and further additional monitoring is now required in cumulatively impacted locations. Those are closer to urban centers and populaces. We further suggest that you refine the ECMC CDPHE consultation process with those definitions and include your proximity requirements that currently exist in ECMC Rule 304 B23 BB. It's a mouthful. There's a wealth of direct monitoring measurement data on cumulative impacts that supports considerations of proximity. We presented much of this during the mission change rulemaking, and we understand that ECMC and CDPHE continue to consolidate this information for future use. Fourth, we would suggest that if the EnviroScreen tool continues to be used in these consultations, we request that it be reused as designed and only as a screening tool. We also would request that the inherent bias of this tool towards the mining and the oil and gas industry be refined with existing ECMC location data, as was done for the other determinants that establish the tool. Our fifth and final recommendation on your first question, we would ask that the Form 2B used during the OGDP process be refined for a follow-up checkpoint post-development to tie it closely to CDPHE's oil and natural gas emission inventory. This will allow for projected emissions to be compared to actual emissions, marry both agency actions together through consultation, and allow the industry to show continuous year-over-year emissions performance improvement that we will strive to achieve through existing rules at the Air Quality Control Commission. With regard to your second question, how should the CITER database evolve? We would suggest that the tens of thousands of air monitoring data points being collected by ECMC, CDPHE, local governments, and industry be used to inform the direct measurement of cumulative impacts that is happening throughout Colorado's oil and gas producing regions. With regards to our supplemental 5 pages and the other documents we've provided, I stand at the ready to answer any questions you have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woodward. We appreciate you being with us and for the oral and written testimony as well. Commissioner Ackerman and then Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Ms. Woodward. I think I heard you say that you believe that EnviroScreen has some biases associated with oil and gas and mining. Can you elaborate just a little bit on that one?
Sure. There were initially 34 determinants that were used to establish that tool. And it's my understanding that for most of those determinants, they were able to gather more localized data that would, explain what kind of exposure you had to a certain constituent and why. For the mining and the oil and gas industry, they use census blocks groups. Well, they use census blocks groups for all of them. But for the mining and the oil and gas industry, if there is activity present in any county, it automatically pulls all census blocks groups into that instead of using ECMC's wonderful mapping tool and the information at the Division of Mining, Reclamation, and Safety to find out a little bit more about the proximity of those locations. So what that does is if you're in a county such as Weld, for example, it's going to say automatically that you have a higher exposure to air toxics simply because oil and gas exists in that county. It's also one of the main reasons that the Western Slope and much of our operations there are automatically in disproportionately impacted communities, even though they're really just largely agricultural or federal land.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Woodward, for your comments today and for the written comments as well. I admittedly had the same question as Commissioner Ackerman. I was curious about the biases that you were noting, but going a little bit more in depth onto the EnviroScreen, I'm curious as to what impact do you think that in the written comments you talked about the EnviroScreen score is not intended to be and are not suited to be used as regulatory thresholds. And so I'm curious if you have any examples of where the EnviroScreen has been used as a regulatory threshold or has been a determinant factor in an OGDP currently.
I think during the CDPHE consultation process, we're starting to see the EJ screen tool being reported. And it, is attached then during that consultation process. And again, because of that inherent bias, in any community where there's oil and gas development, it suggests that you're having exposures to air toxics. I think there's a wealth of information that would suggest that that may not be the case in proximity to oil and gas. We monitor every site before construction and 90 days or 90 days past the start of development. And that data is sitting at CDPHE and shows very, very well that we aren't having exposures to air toxics. And so I think, flagging automatically that because you're in a county with oil and gas development, you're 98% more likely to be subject to air toxics is not a fantastic statement. And I don't think it's accurate.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I guess my question is, in the consultations you've had with CDPHE, have you also understood that CDPHE has looked at some of that pre-construction data as well, or are they purely relying on the EnviroScreen? And I guess kind of building on that, have we had any recommendations from CDPHE not to approve an OGDP because of the EnviroScreen?
Not at this point, no, but that is a fairly new process. That rule was finished in May and went into effect June 15th. And so it's just being interpreted, and there's a lot of overlap between the agencies and the process and how it's being done. And we're just starting to learn about that and understand the guidance around it. I was able to give a presentation to 120 employees at both agencies about some of that overlap a few weeks ago. And I understand that there's efforts on guidance being made that I hope will be helpful. But I think this cumulative impacts rulemaking is an opportunity for agencies to consult more thoroughly, both in disproportionately impacted communities and elsewhere, quite frankly, to marry the data and information you're using. I also think, right now as it stands, the consultation process, you'll be reaching out to disproportionately impacted communities anywhere from 2 to 4 times on the same project over the course of 2 or 3 years. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I do think there is a certain amount of fatigue that can be achieved and burdens on those communities as a result. And I think we should give meaningful and thoughtful, just put some meaning and some thought into how that's happening so that it is meaningful.
Thank you.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Woodward, for being here. Do you think that the EnviroScreen tool could be useful, though, as part of review to say, this is a community that is disproportionately impacted by X, Y, or Z, and then the commission is able to have a conversation with an operator about being cognizant of what's potentially happening in that community and ways that we can minimize the impact of an application?
Absolutely. I think that is how it should be used. And I intended to make that point. It is a screening tool that should flag for all of us that we should give more thought and consideration to how we approach communities. I think there are other determinants of public health that should be considered. We often, use tools in our own philanthropic efforts in that arena to understand, for example, if a disproportionately impacted community is disproportionately impacted because of a lack of transportation or food insecurity or educational resources that are lacking, and we can then provide those resources. And so I know that's outside of the oil and gas world, but I think it is something that we should consider when you're thinking about not only that a community is disproportionately impacted, but why.
Thank you. I don't know if you have spent time reading some of the other written comments, and I'm going to guess that it's going to come up today in some of our testimony. I'm wondering if you all have thought about the idea that there are communities for which there at, I can just call it a carrying capacity. And that, how would you envision that those areas would be defined? And do you have some ideas about what should happen if we are contemplating development in an area that has reached, I'm just going to use carrying capacity because I can't think of a better term at this point.
I was just going to ask you to clarify what you mean by carrying capacity.
So a community or an area for which, I mean, I think if you have looked at some of the written comments, they're in non-attainment for ozone. They are a community in which a lot of other industrial activity is already occurring, and maybe we should be thoughtful about adding more to that. And if we do, there maybe needs to be an offset, or there needs to be some sort of decision-making point regarding adding something more.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And I think, we supported the enhanced modeling and monitoring rulemaking, again, that took place in May, that helped further define the cumulatively impacted communities and socioeconomically vulnerable communities. And there are additional modeling and monitoring requirements that are being put in place when an oil and gas activity is proposed in or near those communities. And so I would just encourage you in your process, and CDPHE in their process, to use and marry those processes together so that an extra consideration is given to that. So yeah, I would 100% support that.
Thank you.
Ms. Woodward, one final question maybe. We've already heard this morning, and if we look back at the written testimony, there is a large group of stakeholders that are advocating for additional modeling as a approach to addressing cumulative impacts. Do you have any comments with regard to that? And if so, to what extent, and what's doable or what's not doable, or anything along those lines?
I think I would point back again to marrying into CDPHE's process. Every air permit application that goes in now gets a determination of whether modeling is required or not to meet the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. If you're below that standard, your project doesn't emit a lot. They've done extensive modeling to show already that you won't exceed a NAAQS. But if you're above that, you have to do additional modeling again before your permit is issued to make sure that you're not going to cause any public health impacts. We also, in addition to that, do, again, like I said, monitoring for hazardous air pollutants. There is a rulemaking going on and a reporting process going on right now by which CDPHE is going to also start monitoring for air toxics. We're going to start reporting those for this calendar year, and there will be a rulemaking in the future once that data is all collected to see what that looks like. So really for ozone, there's a regional model. For GHGs, we have a verification rulemaking and targets to reduce that. That's sort of that climate change piece. And then for public health, there's air toxics endeavors going on right now. Those all happen just shortly after the ECMC permitting process. However, the determinations of what should be required at CDPHE could be done during your consultation process. Whether you're in a DAC or not, that should happen. And I think that's a fantastic outcome of the cumulative impacts process.
Okay, thank you. I think I heard collaboration there. Commissioner
Collaboration, but also they are modeled. Yeah, they are modeled.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to just ask a follow-up question on that one, because I'm hearing you say that modeling is a good idea and that it's currently a part of CDPHE process, on all three of the levels that you had just mentioned. But I also am understanding that modeling potentially is occurring after a decision is made, on an ECMC permit. Do you envision a process that could get married a little better so that operator has more certainty in as well as the regulatory agency, ECMC, in determining appropriate appropriate technology that are being employed in a application that is being contemplated by ECMC, as far as how it meets or does not meet potential modeling that's going to occur from CDPHE at a later date. So I see that there's a gap there that seems to be a problem. So is there a mechanism to marry those things closer so that operators not going, as well as us as commissioners, are not going through the brain damage of, reviewing an application that may or may not be able to meet, whatever the modeling thresholds are associated with the CDPHE permit?
Yes, there are two requirements that you have to do before you apply for an air permit at CDPHE. One is submitting what's called a 114 modeling determination, by which CDPHE will tell you whether a model is required or not. And the second is an EJ, environmental justice determination, using that EnviroScreen tool that will tell you if additional best management practices are needed to minimize and mitigate any potential impacts to disproportionately impacted communities. I think I would suggest that both of those determinations be done in consultation with your agency before you issue a permit. And then I think once a permit is issued for you, if that modeling takes 6 months or a year, it has to be done before you get an air permit, and you can't start construction without having that done. Okay. So it is a little bit of a before and after, but I think if you knew the determinations of what needed to happen, you could still successfully make a decision on your permitting process very easily.
Okay, thank you for that answer. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Apologies for that. Thank you, Ms. Woodward. We will move forward. We appreciate your testimony this morning. We now will bring forward Mike Foote. And my understanding, Mr. Foote, is you've got some slides. Is that right?
Yes, please.
All right, then let's take down the timer. The timer is not going to be rolling because you're going to use slides, but you've still got 5 minutes. So I'll try to keep track of that.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. Good morning. Mike Foote on behalf of the Colorado Sierra Club. And first of all, we wanted to reiterate that the time frame for commenting requires all the commenters to focus on just a few areas, and our area so far has been emissions. But we don't want the omission of discussion of other impacts to somehow imply we don't think they're important too, particularly when it comes to wildlife and water impacts. As you know, the ECMC's charge is to evaluate and address cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations. And we believe that's a broad charge, and that it covers all operations, not just newly permitted ones. House Bill 1294 and the governor's signing statement make this clear. HB 1294 requires the rulemaking to, quote, evaluate and address the cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations. Excuse me. So cross-referencing your existing definition of oil and gas operations shows that term is quite broad and encompasses much more than issuing new permits. And the governor's signing statement reinforces that fact, at one point further indicating he believes addressable impacts encompass those where the commission is permitting and overseeing impacts from oil and gas locations. You are also obviously aware that in addition to HB 1294, the legislature adopted some language in SB 16 and HB 1281 this last session about cumulative impacts in the context of Class 6 injection wells and hydrogen projects. That language requires permit denial if the permit would, or if the project rather, would have a net negative impact in DICs. This, in many ways, should inform your discussions because it shows the direction of the debate, as well as existing statutory language that can answer the question of when is enough enough. We know, at least in the context of Class 6 injection wells and new hydrogen projects, enough in DICs is when there is a negative net impact. At the very least, you should adopt nothing more permissive than that standard in DICs here. So before I move on to the next slide, I wanted to state the Sierra Club supports the cumulative impacts definition that Conservation Colorado was putting forward. We think it's appropriately encompasses the commission's authority and the charge from HB 1294. Okay, so on to the next slide. In order to have a good idea of how much is too much, in the context of emissions, you'll probably need to start with a baseline number or an emissions cap number within a defined area, like a DIC or a non-attainment area. This will give you what has been called various things by various parties, including today, but a ceiling or emissions budget, carrying capacity, or even emissions allowance. And I wish I could sit here and give you that number today. Certainly we have worked on it and analyzed it, but don't feel like it's solid enough to recommend to you at this point. But I do know how you could get to that number, which is to bring together a working group of knowledgeable people from state agencies, the RAC, and various non-governmental stakeholders and give them direction and questions to answer, including that one. And that information to get to the number is available, is publicly available. Once you get to that budget or allowance number, you can work backwards from there. It further makes sense to consider allocating it by operator, or at least a type of operator, much like AQCC Reg 7 does, which gives the operator flexibility in how it spends its allowance. This would provide a limit on emissions in defined areas like DICs and non-attainment areas. It would hopefully avoid what has been happening up to this point, which is continuing to issue permits that make air quality in DICs and the Front Range non-attainment area worse. Finally, I wanted to mention a couple things specifically about disproportionately impacted communities. First, the Sierra Club opposes a further narrowing of DICs, as reflected in recommendations from other parties and was just discussed, to focus on cumulative impacted communities or socioeconomically vulnerable communities. While this approach has been adopted by another department, it is worth noting that distinction is currently being challenged in Denver District Court, so its future is uncertain. But regardless, it's just not the right way to treat residents of DICs. And finally, HB 1294 does specifically require community engagement with affected communities, which include, but are not limited to, DICs. As you know, that engagement includes translation, outreach, and other strategies to support public participation. We haven't seen any of that happening yet, although hopefully it has begun without us knowing at this point. But when it does happen, we hope you'll keep something in mind. There have been many outreach efforts to DICs in particular over the last few years, but that outreach has yet to turn into any real policy results. The only thing worse than not asking someone's opinion may be asking their opinion many times, but then not doing anything about it. We hope the ECMC does not make that mistake here. The outreach will result in opinions on the matter for sure, but the real test comes when it is time to incorporate those opinions into the rule. So we thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. Anybody with questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Foote, for your comments, both written and provided today. I did want to go into a few of the written comments that you had. I know that you spoke about some of what's happened, and in fact, it happened yesterday, some of the different OGDP hearings that we've had, in which we've talked about anticipated emissions being reduced because of closed facilities, plugged and abandoned wells, et cetera, compared to the new emission sources. And while you said you don't necessarily agree that those are net benefits, that's the kind of process you think we should be moving towards. Is that what you're saying overall?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Cross. That is certainly can be an element and should be an element when we're talking about net impacts. The reduction of emissions in that particular area, including, but not necessarily limited to, the plugging of old wells that would reduce emissions from those old wells, could certainly be part of that equation. And it's appropriate to do that, and it's welcome, because at the end of the day, you want to make sure emissions are reduced. And if that's one way to do it, then it should be encouraged.
And how do you foresee that process working in an area that maybe doesn't currently have existing oil and gas development? If they're not going to have any kind of benefit from reductions in emissions for that, are you still looking at the emissions reductions, or is it, as you kind of talked about, turning off the spigot because it has some new emissions? It's just a no-go under your view.
Well, so first, the way that I think that we have envisioned this process would be an area that would not be so narrow that there is not already development in the area, and particularly referring to areas in the Front Range. Like if you want to look at disproportionately impacted communities, I think there's already development in many, if not all of those. In the non-attainment area, certainly there's plenty of development. So I can't say that I've specifically contemplated what would happen if there's no development, but I think at least when it comes to DICs and non-attainment areas, that may not be so much of an issue, particularly the non-attainment area in the Front Range.
Okay. And then I think two other questions. Number one, with your presentation today, you talked about wanting to make sure that we listen to the input provided from DI communities and other impacted communities and taking those into account. Do you have any examples that you believe have not been specifically addressed in some of the outreach that we've provided thus far?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So as far as ECMC outreach goes, I can't say that I'm terribly familiar with the outreach that you all have done with DICs, but I am familiar, at least with some DIC communities, the outreach that the state of Colorado has done and other agencies have done. And I certainly can't speak for every resident in every DIC, but I have represented some in some proceedings, and they have continually expressed frustration that there are outreach efforts that are happening and their opinions are being asked, and they're doing what they can to provide those opinions. They're attending hearings, they're providing written comment, they're doing all the things they should. And then when the rubber meets the road and the policy is determined, those opinions are not implemented. And so I've heard a very constant frustration that people are giving their opinions and they're stepping up to the plate to mention what they think is important to their communities, and they feel like it's being ignored. So I thought it was important to mention that specifically in this process, because that's just what I've heard in the cases where I've represented some residents of DICs.
And I completely appreciate that. And so I kind of wanted to make sure that I understood there. These are more broad policy discussions you're talking about, not necessarily some of the specific outreach for a specific project, or is
right? Kind of sorry, thank you, Commissioner Cross. That's a good clarification. So I was not specifically talking about outreach when it comes to OGDPs and the opinions that you all are asking for OGDPs. I was specifically referring more to rulemaking processes, particularly because this will be a rulemaking process. And so maybe taking some lessons from, in particular, APCD or AQCC and some of the rulemaking processes they've had and the outreach that they've had, which has been extensive. They've outreached, but then when it comes time for the opinions to be incorporated into the rules, that just hasn't happened.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is, in your written comments, you talked about, especially based off of the governor's signing statement, it going beyond just looking at the permitting process, and it really goes to everything. And I guess I'm hoping to understand a little bit more of what you're hoping to accomplish with that, because wouldn't you say that we're looking at all stages of the oil and gas operations, from pre-production and construction clear through the production processes, as we look at what is being permitted? I'm curious as to what other aspects you think we can do to address overall oil and gas operations when our permitting is talking about all of those operations.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So that's what I would hope. I think I brought that point up as a bit of a reaction to maybe some of the written comments, and to perhaps preempt or at least give my take on the argument that you made here, which is that it should only be applied to newly permitted or requests for new permits. And the point was, first of all, I don't really think that's practical, particularly if you're talking about an emissions budget. But secondly, that's clearly not within the scope of the rule, which is what you've referenced. And the definition of oil and gas operations includes from the beginning throughout its operation until and even after it's plugged. And so assuming that that's the approach that the commission is going to take here, that would be an approach that the Sierra Club would agree with.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Foote, Senator Foote, I don't know how to address you. I'm sorry. Okay. So in your written comments, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your information. In your written comments, there was some discussion about creating criteria under which the commission would deny permits. And I'm wondering what that looks like and how we would come up with that. And I think that would be tied to another comment in your written comments, which is not regarding each OGDP individually, but in their totality. And I'm just going to go back to what I asked for at the beginning, which was, so how do we implement that? How does that happen?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McGowan. I think that gets back to the emissions budget or emissions allocation or allowance, or however you want to, carrying capacity, however you want to talk about that. I was hoping to, and certainly if it wasn't clear in the written statement, I'm hoping that today it would be clear that that's really one of the ways that we're talking about it when it comes to emissions. I don't have as great of a paradigm for you for something like wildlife or water use, since we focused on emissions, but those are important things too. But when it comes to emissions, if there is an emissions budget or an emissions allowance, then that gives you a number to work with. And again, similar to what was put into place with Reg 7 through the AQCC, it's not quite the same because they don't have an overall cap of emissions. It's more of what they call the intensity standard, but there is something that you can draw upon there in order to get to some kind of a number, I think. And then at some point in time in the area that you've defined, if the emissions budget or allowance has been met, then either the operator needs to find other ways to reduce emissions from other operations, or it's just something that's going to have to be delayed till another point in time, or some other type of solution so that it doesn't get exceeded. And so I'm hoping that what we're putting forth is something that it helps you at least visualize a solution, even if I'm not giving you specific numbers. It's just like any kind of a budget or an allowance. Once you get to it, then you got to figure something else out.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Foote, for being here. Like once a senator, always a senator. My question is about like determining that threshold or that tipping point. So I think there's some comments or some folks that are indicating that the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, may be an appropriate starting place, on that. And so I wanted your thoughts on that because you're focusing on emissions. And then also want your thoughts on, the role of the modeling that's being taken place at CDPHE and how that would play into, a concept of budgeting or carrying capacity.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Messner. I'll take the second one first so I don't forget it. It's about the modeling. One thing, so first I'll just reinforce what has already become a theme for the day, which is collaboration. And we think that of course, there's expertise and personnel over at the division in order to assist in those types of things. And likely, I'm sure that you all have had discussions with them. It's just that it's hard to follow that from the outside, the nature of all of those discussions. But they do have they have resources. Some may argue it's not enough, but they have resources to do those things and to help ECMC and there's seems to be no real need to duplicate those efforts. However, I'll just mention that their modeling is only required currently for major sources, and oil and gas sources are not considered major sources at this point. At least where we are currently with the non-attainment. And so that needs to be considered. When we're talking about GHG emissions, major sources emit more than 25 tons per year. And oil and gas sources don't do that, at least currently. And so they're considered quote unquote minor sources, even though they emit a lot. And so modeling is not occurring for those. And so to the extent that it's not happening, then somebody would need to do it. It would make sense that the division personnel would do it and working closely with the ECMC, but it should be done. It shouldn't just be ignored. When you add up all of the minor sources that are emitting right now, they far eclipse the major sources. So there is a gap there that you'll want to consider, I think. And then the first part was about the NACs. And I'm not sure, hopefully I'll answer your question, but if not, please let me know. the way that you could analyze it would be, of course, there's information through the state implementation plan that the AQCC will be considering later on this year that talks about, and also rulemaking that's happening at the same time that talks about NOx. And so that information is there, available through the SIP process about what kind of emissions are expected to occur that are occurring. It goes with the 2017 baseline, so it may be a little bit outdated at this point, but regardless, it's a place that you can start. And so that information is there. And then if you take that information, I believe, although I wasn't able to achieve it before this morning's hearing, I believe that you can extrapolate it out so you can come up with a number of what would be required for oil and gas to be reduced, oil and gas emissions to be reduced in order to be able to do the oil and gas's part to reach attainment by 2026 or 2027, depending on the standards. So I believe that is doable. It's just that I was not able to do it on the back of my napkin before this point. But the data, that's what I meant by saying that the data is there, it's available, and there's expertise, plenty of folks that know how to do this and do this for a living that I think could produce some kind of a number that could be the basis for your emissions budget.
Great. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you. With that, I think we'll move on to our next participant. That is Heidi Leithwood.
Morning, Commissioners. I also have slides to share.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'll keep track of your time for you, Ms. Leithwood.
Thanks. Yeah, I timed my presentation, so hopefully it should be 5 minutes. If I could just make sure that you can see me and hear me okay and see my slide.
Yeah, we can see you, we can hear you, and we can see your slides.
Great. Well, hello, and thank you so much for listening to us today. I'm Heidi Leithwood with 350 Colorado. 5 minutes is really tough. I've been working on this for 2 years, but I'll try to go really fast through these, and I can definitely elaborate in Q&A. Oops. First of all, a lot of public comment has already been made on this topic, so I ask you to honor it and include it in the public record. Secondly, impacts that are cumulative cannot be changed through BMPs. I know Colorado prides itself on how protective its BMPs are, but it all adds up when there are tens of thousands of wells. So to protect the public, there must be thresholds or, as been said, carrying capacities in the aggregate that cannot be exceeded without exceptions. To address climate change, we recommend that you establish a gradually declining limit of greenhouse gas emissions for each operator between now and 2030, based on the statutory requirement of 60% reduction. APCD rules require operators to reduce only their ratio of emissions to production, but they don't set a limit. Your rules could ensure the actual hard numbers add up and that targets are reached. I can provide specific recommendations so that this rule would complement, not interfere with APCD rules, and would also reduce pollution in DIC. My thinking on this has changed since some recent conversations, so I definitely welcome the chance to elaborate. In terms of requiring a steady decline of emissions, I did just check, and APCD's intensity rules do require a steady decline of intensity with checkpoints at 2025, 2027, and 2030. And intensity to be the same or lower in between. Proposal 2 would gradually decrease the total number of unplugged wells in Colorado between now and 2050. This could complement Proposal 1, and it's designed to account for the fact that SB 2316 requires 100% emissions reductions from all sectors by 2050. Local warming is an issue, and we support Citizens for a Healthy Community on any proposal put forward to address local warming. The best outcome would be for the total number of wells to go down in DIC, not stay the same or go up. We ask you to require an ESHA, an Environmental Equity and Cumulative Impacts Analysis for all projects. The EJ Task Force recommendations explain what should be in an ESHA. If the ESHA shows negative impacts to a DIC, that permit should be ineligible for consideration. And all DIC should be included, as Senator Foote was mentioning. That's what the law requires. All rules should be designed to make sure reductions will take place in DIC first, And please keep in mind that trading schemes are notorious for perpetuating or increasing harm in impacted communities. Ozone. We are in non-attainment of the NAAQS and have been for 15 years in the Denver Metro North Front Range area. We ask for rules for the timing of operations to prevent high emitting activities during ozone season and on air quality alert days statewide, including temperature inversions. Second, use the same idea of declining limits for each operator that we proposed for GHGs, with permit denials if the operator exceeds their limit. And equipment should have regular emissions testing. I'll skip this slide except to say you should create 2,500 foot setbacks with no exceptions to protect from the toxic hazards of proximity to wells. Definitions provide meaning. Evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts cannot be done by looking at oil and gas in a vacuum. You need a broad and comprehensive definition. We all know you can't address other sources, but without considering them, how can you determine what needs to be addressed, what you yourselves can address, and how you can address it? First, look at and define the forest, and then make rules for the trees that you're actually in charge of. The definition needs to include how a project or activity adds to other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable development of any type on the relevant area. That impacts add up over time and can occur locally, regionally, or globally. Minimize adverse impacts as defined by statute. Lists avoid adverse impacts first, and that should be the goal of this rulemaking. If you're wondering how ECMC can get data about existing pollution in an area, as others have mentioned, collaboration will be super important, but I want you to know about this CDPH data visualization tool that they're working on. And then secondly, I'm really concerned about the idea that I've heard floated that plugging one well offsets permitting one new well. And I'll send you studies that show that marginal wells normally emit far less than other wells. They have a higher emissions intensity, but the actual amount that's being emitted is far less. And one of these studies does contain a study of emissions from the DJ Basin. And thank you very much again. And please note that this presentation reflects some changes since our written comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leithwood. We appreciate you being with us and presenting to us this morning. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Leithwood, for your comments today and your written submittal. I think I'm having trouble working out your greenhouse gas proposal and the eventual reduction to 0 wells. Do you envision that this is going to be the case for all things that are emitting greenhouse gases and have a goal of 0 emissions by 2050? That we will just phase all those things out? They will disappear?
Well, first, let me say I recognize that this would be considered an extreme proposal. And obviously, you could choose a number that is larger than 0 for the number of wells you'd like to see in 2050. I will note that CARB in California did recommend that they phase out all production that exceeds the in-state demand for oil and gas by 2045. And 2045 is their 100% emissions reduction goals. So, but definitely, I foresee that there are a lot of things that are going to have to change, and emissions do have to reach 0 by 2050 in all sectors.
Thank you. I'm also wondering how you see your proposal playing out at ECMC, but also then interacting and how it relates to the rulemaking that's happening over at CDPHE. So I feel like a lot of folks have this idea of some sort of a threshold, and I'm wondering if you've thought about how what's happening over at CDPHE would interface with some of the proposals that are being put forth, including your own here for ECMC.
Yeah, Commissioner McGowan, thank you so much for the question. I'm going to talk about the proposal for the limit for GHGs, first of all, because that's the one I've really been thinking about. And I've also been involved in the CDPHE rules for the intensity standards and also for the emissions verification. So first of all, the emissions verification rule will move more and more towards a measurement-based reporting of and inventory of emissions. So that's really, really important, and that data could be reported to you as well, or you could just get a full report from the APCD on total verified emissions from each operator. And secondly, those emissions needed to be verified because their previous rule for emissions intensity is really dependent on having accuracy of emissions data. And the emissions intensity means how many tons of CO2 equivalent, and your sector is mainly, I'd say 99% methane, but CO2 equivalent, how many tons of that are emitted per unit of production? And that's called the intensity. And then operators are divided into majority and minority operators. So the operators that produce a lot more are required to have a lower intensity. And then operators that produce less are required to have a high intensity. That may reflect the reality that low producing wells have a much higher intensity, although a lower total of emissions. And then they just require the intensity to gradually decline. So obviously, if you were to allocate emissions limits among operators, you'd be really, really carefully about that. And I'm happy to help with the brainstorming. But one concern I've been hearing is that because the AQCC has required intensity but not set limits, that if you set limits, that could conflict with that. However, if you took the fact that if you took intensity into consideration as you create your formula for allocating, and if you also had majority and minority operators as they did, I think that you could actually come up with limits that would not conflict with their method of allocating, their method of dividing up operators according to their intensities and their production. And then they also do have a declining limit. I've heard concerns that maybe it's not realistic to expect a declining limit, but you should just aim for the 2030 target. But the APCD rules do have declining intensities. And then also declining limits would create a much lower total emissions. Like if you picture right now, we're at this level, and if you stay the same and then all of a sudden decline at 2030, that's a much larger area under the curve than if you steadily decline. So that reduces total cumulative emissions.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your written comments and your public comments today. I know we've discussed some of these proposals before, and so given that you have changed a little bit, I'm first of all wondering if you could share your slides that you used today with us.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross. I will definitely share the slides, and I'll be sure to put sources in the speaker notes before I share those.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I want to touch on a little bit the last comment you made there with the kind of the continual reduction of emissions as opposed to kind of having to come down and then meeting at the end. And ultimately, one of the things that I'm hoping that we can figure out is how do you propose that continued decrease as opposed to figuring out, all right, how are we going to reduce the CO2 equivalent emissions as we go forward and meet, if we set it up like the NOx reductions, how are we going to meet a 2030 standard, a 2035 standard, and on?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. Well, first of all, operators will have to look at what they expect their emissions to be under their current planned drilling. And maybe they'll need to change their drilling schedule a little bit so that they gradually decline. Maybe they need to look at how many of their wells are inactive or temporarily abandoned or shut in, or are what you define as low producing, which is under 2 BOE per day, or even the marginal wells, which are under 15 BOE equivalent per day. And they can come up with a plan for gradually closing those wells in such a way that emissions would gradually decline. And that's what I suggested an emissions roadmap so that operators can look into the future, and you can also see what they're planning and see how that needs to be changed in order to do that gradually declining limit. Since APCD created checkpoints that were a little farther apart than what I suggested in my proposal, maybe that could be, I would recommend at least checking in at those years. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
No, I think that's helpful. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leithwood. We appreciate you being with us. Jan Rose is signed up next.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity not only to have provided previous written comments, but for the opportunity to expound on them a little bit orally today. I think my written comments were very clear, and there's not much room for interpretation on my goals. And my goal, and I believe that the legislature and the people of Colorado are moving in the same direction, and that's that instead of becoming a presumption of approval agency, the ECMC becomes a presumption of denial. Right now, there's only two good reasons to drill, and one of them is money, and the other one is money. And so if you look at why we should permit drilling, you have money for a private company, and then you have severance tax for a community that hosts those wells. But there is no reason to approve a permit on the basis of public health. It is never healthy to drill and extract oil and gas. I would very much like to see the commission be forward-looking. I think you're aware that we tried last year, and we are coming back at full force this coming session to require minor source modeling. And I believe that the commission should require minor source modeling, especially of a mega pad, 8, 12, 22 wells on a pad. The short term, the 4 to 7 year period, has enormous emissions during drilling, pre-production, flow back before we tighten down the hatches and go into production. I also believe, as a presumption of denial, that local governments and city councils and county commissioners should have the absolute right to veto, to say no more drilling in my community. It was appalling to see the fight that Boulder County had to undertake in the courts to prevent their minerals from being pooled into a well that's located on Weld County, which gives Weld County all the severance tax revenue and destroys Boulder's open space. And, local governments are supposed to have the right to deny. Likewise, the CDPHE and CPW and the Colorado Water Conservation Board should have the right to deny a permit, should have unilateral veto, because the amount of fresh water that we are using to frack new wells is extraordinary at a time when there are giant water wars going on in our municipalities. So I would really like to see the cumulative impacts analysis or rulemaking be reflective of where we are heading. And we are heading towards the phasing out of extraction and use of fossil fuels. That's recognized by Governor Polis, and that's why we implemented so many pieces of legislation, including changing your name to reflect that you should begin to migrate away from being an extraction agency and move towards being an injection agency. So I want to encourage you to do all of that. I want to encourage you to be firm on the 3-year plugging standards set forth in financial assurances. Don't let them come back next year or the year after and create excuses for why they can't or won't plug the wells they previously agreed to plug. And please don't accept the operator's estimates for emissions. There is all sorts of data provided by every manufacturer of every piece of drilling equipment that says this is how much this pneumatic controller emits. There's also the opportunity to take a CDPHE Camel unit, a mobile monitoring device, and bring it onto a well pad and literally get the actual emissions that take place from the moment of spud to the moment the well goes into production status. And that Camel should stay for the entire pad's development so that we have an actual sense of emissions. In addition, we have to move away from self-reported monitoring and into actual measurement. So I hope the cumulative impacts rulemaking includes a requirement that they measure, you know, at the point source, because there's a clear discrepancy between local government measured emissions and operator measured emissions. And so something doesn't jive there, then the local government has no skin in the game. So thank you very much for this time. I appreciate it. And I look forward to these rules being promulgated by April.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. We appreciate you being with us and taking time to present. With that, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, I think we've lost Commissioner Mesner.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break after this anyway, so we'll go find him.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rose, for your comments today. I'm wondering, in regards to your comments about minor source modeling, why you think ECMC should be responsible for that versus us working with CDPHE because their area of expertise is modeling.
I'm not identifying the ECMC as the conductor of modeling, just that the legislature is going to pass a requirement for minor source modeling. And so before a permit is approved, the CDPHE needs to conduct that monitoring. And then if the CDPHE determines as a result of modeling and then looking at the cumulative emissions around the proposed well pad location, that the CDPHE have the right to deny the permit, standalone, not a majority rule type situation.
Are you aware that CDPHE and CPW can both recommend denial right now?
They can recommend it, they can't require it.
Are you aware of any situation where they have recommended denial?
I believe they recommended denial in the, I don't remember the name of the OGDB, but there was one that was encroaching on migratory patterns that I believe ended up getting denied. But the CPW, again, did not have the authority to unilaterally deny it on those grounds. And you know, where there is extensive water use, where there is extensive impact on open space or a multi-use designation, you know, look to the Forest Service, look to the Department of Interior that is setting aside, you know, hundreds of thousands of acres where you aren't allowed to drill. I'd like to see the ECMC adopt a similar situation, especially for disproportionately impacted communities.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. We appreciate it. We appreciate your written comments too. It is 11:31. We've been going at this for an hour and 31 minutes. Let's take a 10-minute break and return at 11:42. We will now return. Good morning. You're up next.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbins. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for accepting testimony in this rulemaking effort. Understanding that your time is valuable and my time is short, I will try to limit my testimony to some essential points. I'm also happy to answer any questions you might have about any of the comments you might have received. We are at a critical juncture where this agency has been tasked by the legislature in taking the final step to implement SB 19181. I want to recognize and applaud the progress that this commission has made, and especially all of the hard work of the staff that has gone into not only tightening your regulations to protect public and the environment, but in actually implementing and enforcing these regulations. At the same time, I cannot withhold my disappointment with the inability of this commission to thus far adopt regulations to address cumulative impacts to the degree necessitated by the scale of those impacts. Our state is counting on you to change that now, and I believe that you can do it. The foundation of these rules rests on two legs: the definition that we adopt and the data that we will rely on to make decisions. Without getting these two issues right, our foundation will not be capable of holding the important structures that we build on top. For definition, the legislature has provided you with some boundaries for your deliberation to review, consider, and include addressable impacts to climate, public health, the environment, air quality, water quality, noise, odor, wildlife, biological resources, and to disproportionately impacted communities as defined in Section 24.4.109. The legislature also included findings that minor sources of pollution, including many oil and gas sources that are among the largest contributors to ozone, can cause and contribute to exceedances on federal standards and have a devastating cumulative impact on already overburdened and disproportionately impacted communities, yet that they often escape air quality impact analysis in Colorado's permitting processes, and that state agencies have a duty and a responsibility to collaborate to protect Coloradans from harmful pollution and to comply with federal health-based standards, which are essential steps in achieving environmental justice and health equity for all communities. In September, the 10th Circuit ruled that Colorado, specifically CDPHE, had unlawfully ignored the emissions from oil and gas development activities by designating them as temporary emissions. It has not been determined what the final outcome will be from that decision. This is even after the state withdrew part of its revised state implementation plan for ozone based on acknowledging that it made significant errors in calculating oil and gas emissions, underestimating NOx emissions by almost half. CDPHE does not require for modeling for minor sources, and it's simply not true to suggest that CDPHE is exercising a high degree of oversight, analysis, or modeling with regard to most oil and gas production facilities. ECMC has a duty to collaborate with CDPHE on air quality issues, but ECMC is also independently tasked with regulating the oil and gas industry to reduce harmful air pollution. That was given to you in the requirement to review, consider, and include addressable impacts. That was given to you in the acknowledgement that oil and gas sources, which have been classified as minor sources, are escaping CDPHE's air quality analyses. This was given to you by the governor in his letter directing you to do more to address ozone. And I would also suggest that you have a moral and an ethical duty by virtue of your humanity to use your plenary authority over the oil and gas industry to do everything in your power to prevent our air quality from exceeding that 70 parts per billion health-based standard to protect our most vulnerable people. Some industry groups have put forward a proposed definition of cumulative impacts, which is unacceptable. They have asked you to limit your definition to quantifiable impacts, which is simply contrary to law. Odor is not a quantifiable impact, but it must be included. Impacts to wildlife and biological resources may or may not be quantifiable, but even those that are quantifiable may only be quantifiable after an impact has occurred. Likewise, they have inserted the word direct to modify the word impact, which again does not appear in the statutory language and would preclude ozone itself, which is not directly emitted by industry at all. They ask that you ignore the statutory language tying the definition of DICs to CRS 24.4.109 and ask that you replace it with the definition found in AQCC Regulation 3. I'll let you compare those two for yourself, but suffice it to say that they're material wildly different, and that HB 2319 or 1294 was very explicit about which one must be used. Finally, they propose to limit the definition of an addressable impact to climate only to sources that are controlled or owned by the operator and reasonably foreseeable truck traffic at an oil and gas location. We understand that the word addressable limits this commission to upstream and midstream emissions, as well as emissions that might occur from E&P waste, but precludes an evaluation of addressing downstream uses, or what they call scope 3 emissions. However, industry's proposed definition goes even farther in suggesting that ECMC limit its field of vision, and this proposed definition simply contradicts the plain language of the statute and can't be accepted. I see I'm almost running out of time, so I'll limit my comments on data, which I've already discussed extensively in our rulemaking proposal from last August. Suffice it to say that we need better quality data. We need to make sure that this data is verifiable, and there are methods to do it which do not require reinventing the wheel. I have a number of them, which I'm happy to talk to you about. And then I guess I'll leave it there. Just the wrap up comments that, thank you for doing this. Our state has an overflowing bucket, and we just can't continue adding more to the bucket. We have to empty it. And it doesn't happen by more carefully measuring what we're adding, and it doesn't happen by slightly reducing what we're adding. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and providing written and oral testimony. Questions from any commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Merlin. I've been kind of bucketing things into themes that we've seen from the written comments, and I definitely see there's some opinions about the definition that we're going to create for cumulative impacts, and then along with that definition for disproportionately impacted community. And I do feel like there have some guardrails are in legislation, and I feel like there's maybe some differing definitions depending on what bill you're looking at, and then maybe also across agencies. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about where that definition should be set and why, and the limitations or what you don't see as limitations in the various pieces of legislation, because I think that's something that we're going to be talking about, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, I'll go to HB 23-1294, which requires you to set a definition of cumulative impacts. This definition, this statutory language sets forward the definition of disproportionately impacted communities, and specifically ties it to the definition used in CRS 24-4109, and not to the AQCC Regulation 3, which I believe Senator Foote mentioned is currently being litigated in any case. So I do think that there are a number of different bills, a number of different places where disproportionately impacted community appears in statute. And I do think that it's important to hew closely to the language of the statute, which does say that you must review, consider, and include addressable impacts to disproportionately impacted communities as defined in the statute 24-4109. So that's where I would leave that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm frozen or that might be the end of
lost our chair for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do think it's important that we not add the limitations that industry is proposing. They're adding a significant amount of language to this proposed definition, which would limit the scope of your analysis in the ways that I've articulated, that they have to be quantifiable impacts, that they have to be direct impacts, and that they have to be sources that are controlled or owned by the operator and reasonably foreseeable truck traffic. And we just think that those limitations, we don't see a real justification for them, other than we believe that they're intended to limit the commission's consideration of the full scope of cumulative impacts in really important ways, and again in ways that are just not consistent with the requirements that the legislature has put forward for the definition, because those definitions that they proposed would exclude the enumerated impacts that the legislature mentioned. So odor not being quantifiable, ozone not being direct, and yeah, so we would encourage you to take that slightly, that limiting language out, and go with there are a number of different environmental proposed definitions. Conservation Colorado has a very good one, which I think Wilderness Guardians would support. Which is not to say that we would not support any of the other environmental organizations, but we did like that one.
Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Merlin, for your comments. I want to build on a little bit of what you were just talking about with the definition. You spoke during your comments today about addressable, referring to, I believe you said upstream, midstream, and potentially E&P waste. And part of my concern as we talk about what the appropriate definition is revolves around what we can control. Because I think a large part of what the comments are, what the comments have been previously, is not just evaluate, but evaluate and address cumulative impacts. And so how do you foresee taking into account impacts that we cannot control and how we define cumulative impacts?
Yeah, thank you for that. My understanding is that when the bill was in the legislature, there was considerable angst around the idea that ECMC might be asked to consider Scope 3 emissions when evaluating cumulative impacts. That is something that NEPA does require, NEPA being the National Environmental Policy Act, which binds federal decision-making, and does require agencies to evaluate reasonably foreseeable impacts, including Scope 3 impacts. And ECMC not wanting to take on that responsibility, I understand, really wanted this word addressable in there. And we agree that the commission can only address the things that it can address. You have no control over the way these fuels are consumed by the end users. But you do have control over a significant number of things. We would suggest that while you can only address the things that are within your power to address, you can look at impacts that are broader than that. And I would actually suggest that you need to look at impacts that come from activities beyond simply oil and gas production activities. So, for example, you have a mandate to consider, disproportionately impacted communities. I am not sure that there are any disproportionately impacted communities in Colorado which are disproportionately impacted solely on the basis of oil and gas production occurring there. There might be, but my understanding is, the vast majority, if not all, of our disproportionately impacted communities are going to be disproportionately impacted communities for a variety of factors, which may or may not include oil and gas production at all. And yet you are asked to address impacts within disproportionately impacted communities, which requires you to look outside of just the impacts of oil and gas production, to look at the example that I've used in some of my conversations is to look at the example of Commerce City being heavily impacted by Suncor and some of the other industrial facilities in that area. Very poor local air quality, very, high impacts, not coming from oil and gas production. That refinery is not, a production facility. And yet I think if you were to want to approve a new OGDP that was in close proximity to that area, you would need to look at the impacts that were occurring from those other sources. And and you would need to, address what you could address. You cannot shut down Suncor. You cannot reduce pollution coming from Suncor. But what you can do is you can say this community is already overburdened and it's not an appropriate place for us to add to that burden by approving new, production facilities there. That's the type of thing that I think you should be considering. And I don't think it requires you to reinvent the wheel, given all of the work that has been done on identifying disproportionately impacted communities. And I don't necessarily think that you need to get very granular about it. I think that would add significantly to your workload if you were being asked to go beyond looking at the maps, as was suggested, I believe, by the representative from COGA, that just because a map says that someone's located in a disproportionately impacted community, they might not necessarily be disproportionately impacted, and we should do more studies. I'm very skeptical of rules that rely on too much more accumulation of data, in part because I think that we have not done nearly enough to ensure decent data quality. I also think it significantly increases the workload of staff when they're being asked to go out and either collect more data or evaluate more data. So limiting that, as best we can, especially in areas that are outside your direct control or jurisdiction, such as disproportionate impact. For you to have to go outside and reinvent the wheel and determine whether something's disproportionately impacted or not, I think is just adding a little bit more work than you need to be putting on yourselves. Especially, you've got enough to do without that. So, yeah, we would suggest that you do need to look at the impacts of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable developments of impacts of all kinds. But that look doesn't have to be, with a super fine tooth comb or particularly granular. I think that you can use some discretion at the time of actual decision making to get that granularity as it might be necessitated. But does that answer your question?
I think it does, and I think it butt into some other issues as well. But in kind of talking about the addressable versus, looking at what we can address. I know you brought up NEPA. I think one of my concerns with NEPA is that we have a different task than what the legislature gave to federal agencies with respect to NEPA, because NEPA does not require any kind of addressing. It simply requires you have to consider different impacts. And that's not really what we're going here today. And to be honest, not really what a lot of the environmental groups such as Wild Earth Guardians are asking us to do, and that's to address these cumulative impacts. And so that's part of why I want to understand, as we define what are cumulative impacts, we need to understand what we can address. And since you brought that up, and I think one of the things that I want to make sure we understand from all the different groups here. So this is not just to you, and this is more so a comment to everybody that's talking about some of these different definitions, is how do we differentiate what we've been tasked with from the legislature, from the signing statement from the governor, with what we are trying to look at in this rulemaking? And so trying to understand because there has been a lot of talk about evaluate and address. And so when we get to that address, what is the appropriate scope of things that we should evaluate, given that our job is not to, as they do in NEPA, consider impacts, whatever the case may be.
Right.
And I will just say, kind of my follow-up question to one of the things you had, and I just want to quickly ask about this. You talked about wanting to say, what other considerations do you have? Aren't some of those currently answered by some of our processes that exist today? And specifically when we look at alternative location analysis. If we look at a spot that there has been a lot here before, this has potential troubles with respect to proximity to, proximity to buildings, proximity to people, proximity to something else, and we start looking at alternative locations. Isn't that something we already look at? And isn't some of the impacts that you're talking about, especially with respect to disproportionately impacted communities, isn't some of that already addressed in the consultation with CDPHE, as we talk about, as we mentioned before, looking at the Enviro screen, looking at some of that? Don't we already get some of that look, that evaluation from our sister agencies in saying, hey, here's some of the concerns we raised. If we wanted to put if an operator wanted to put something in Commerce City, yes, don't they already look at the fact that Suncor is polluting there? Hey, here's something you want to consider. And don't we already get a recommendation from CDPHE or CPW for other impacts as to whether this is something that in their expertise they believe is appropriate or not?
Okay. I think I got all that. That's quite a bit. Thank you. Yes, I was not trying to suggest that ECMC adopt a NEPA process, and I was not suggesting that this is a NEPA process. I was more contrasting it with NEPA, because trying to agree that scope 3 emissions, are not something that, you're being tasked with, really like looking at. I would bring that to let's go to the example of ozone non-attainment, because I think ozone non-attainment is a really very clear area where oil and gas production is the primary in-state anthropogenic contributor to our ozone exceedances. And yet you're not being tasked with, hey, ECMC, will you please go and figure out what the exact percentage of the oil and gas industry's contribution to this exceedance is? You are being tasked to understand, when you're approving a new facility, hey, how much VOCs is this going to emit? How much NOx is this going to emit? Is it going to emit it in the non-attainment area? And if the answer is yes, then you have a responsibility to address that, because that cumulative impact of all of these sources is absolutely enormous, and it's not being addressed. It's not being addressed by CDPHE. It's not being addressed by you. No one is denying permits. No one is denying permits on the basis of these being in the non-attainment area. We have thousands of new approvals, and each one might only contribute, and let's just throw out a number, let's say 10 tons per year. But when you add up thousands and thousands of them, we are looking at significant quantities here. And I think that's what this rulemaking is fundamentally about. And I think that's, it's not the only cumulative impact, but it might be a good yardstick to try to understand whether, whether the rules are going to actually address cumulative impacts. If it's not going to address ozone, then we can be pretty sure it's not addressing anything else, because ozone is in some ways the low-hanging fruit, just in the sense that we know it's a quantifiable impact. We know how much it is. A lot of work has been done to quantify the relative contributions of different types of sources. A lot of work has been done on establishing what the threshold should be, that 70 parts per billion. That is a limit that was based on, health studies, and it went through, an entire federal rulemaking process. So we don't have to debate whether, it should be 70 or it should be 80 or it should be 60. We know what there is a quantifiable amount that we can say is a threshold. We know that threshold is being exceeded. And, if these rules aren't going to address that, then I don't really, let's just say that this is a yardstick by which I think you can measure the success of this rulemaking effort or not, is like, are we actually going to adopt rules that decrease the amount of ozone precursor chemicals that are being released by this industry, because that is, you know, yeah, climate and ozone, you know, they're the two biggest, you know, most threatening cumulative impacts right now. And not to denigrate other people's you know, comments about impacts that they perceive as important, because there are a lot of impacts. But I do like that ozone just because it is so quantifiable and we do have so much data, and it's easier to know.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'll hand it over to other commissioners. I think I've taken up enough time. I'll just quickly say two of the things that I noticed in that answer there were that you were still talking about oil and gas impacts being what we're looking at there, as well as it sounded like, and this is probably more rhetorical, it sounds like the way that you're suggesting we address this is with denials, not with, you know, potential technological changes or limitations or BMPs or conditions of approval. So
no, the technological stuff, that's just decreasing. You know, they want to add a quart and you're saying you can't add a quart, you have to add a pint. You're still adding to a bucket that's already overflowing. And so, you know, we did suggest something that's short of denial, because we understand that denial is going to be the most objectionable to industry, the most severe. And, you know, to try to come to a slightly more palatable suggestion, we did suggest timing stipulations. And Heidi had briefly mentioned that earlier, from 350, not doing these high ozone, non-essential activities during the ozone season in the Front Range and on ozone action alert days, you know, elsewhere in the state, including atmospheric inversions. There's some activities that just don't need to happen at a particular time, and you know, and therefore they shouldn't. And if that's going to happen through a denial, that's going to happen through a denial. And if it's going to happen through a timing stipulation, you know, as long as it's coming down and not just going up more slowly.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cross. Thank you for the answer. I believe we will now move on to our next witness, Roger Steen.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Now, good afternoon, commissioners. It is that now. I'm sorry I didn't share my presentation with you yet. It's now in your basket, but I don't think Angelica has had time to submit it, and I'm not sure I can share my screen. Let's try it. I can't. Okay, so I'm Roger Steen from Rock County, representing Western Colorado Alliance. The Alliance is a citizen advocacy organization addressing West Slope issues, including environmental impacts and environmental justice. As such, the Alliance provides comments and recommendations on proposed rule development, such as this HB 1294. We appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments. Now, the anticipated cumulative impacts rule for current and proposed oil and gas projects should be the most important decision-making tool ECMC has to determine whether the combined or cumulative impacts will be adverse to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. The combined impacts must represent all current and anticipated impacts from not only oil and gas, but from other industries such as West Slope. We have biochar, power generation, and even highways. This is the purpose of HB 1294, and this information is central to the decision of whether to issue a permit. Now, the Alliance has addressed some of these issues related to this rules development in our September 15th submission to ECMC, which recognizes the need to define threshold limits of significant impact for the various categories of resources. The Alliance adds the following resources to be addressed: quantity of fresh water consumed, the degree of recycling of produced water, acreage of soil damaged, and acreage of surface reclaimed. We also emphasize the need to consider these impacts relative to DICs. It's a new term for me. The Alliance is also pleased about the implementation of HB 1242, which is titled Concerning Water Use in Oil and Gas Operations, and the creation of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. We understand that the bill, if properly implemented, should lead to defined water reuse targets for each basin. We see that these as thresholds that should be enforced through a basin-wide cumulative impact analysis of water use. Now, reclamation is another issue that lends itself to a cumulative impact analysis. The ECMC database currently tracks interim and final recreation success by operator. In the event an operator is failing to reclaim more than 10% of its wells after 3 years, then that failure should be addressed in a cumulative impact analysis and permitting decisions. We believe that any new permits should be delayed or conditioned on the operator achieving at least 90% reclamation success. Similarly, if a cumulative impact analysis finds regional difficulty in achieving 90% success, then that issue should be addressed in permitting decisions. Addressing this cumulative impact might require training or sharing of expertise to assist operators who are having trouble with reclamation. It could also mean that no more permits are allowed in the impacted area until reclamation achieves the 90% threshold. In addition to supplementing the categories of resources or values the ECMC must protect, the Alliance recommends another rulemaking that was mentioned by Governor Polis's March 16th letter to ECMC and CDPHE. It is regarding the use of BMPs, or best management practices, to mitigate impacts. While the governor's focus is on BMPs for air emission minimization, the same logic should apply to water. This follows logically from your rule, ECMC Rule 904A, 5, 6, and 7, where information on impact mitigation measures available to industry are identified. A BMP would be defined generally as control equipment and operational practices readily and commercially available and already in use in Colorado. Under this proposed rule, industry would be required to utilize a list of BMPs or claim lack of applicability to be exempted from using any of those. Many facilities already propose a form of BMP without it being a requirement. This would be a form of basic emission control required of every facility prior to quantification of impact. Again, the Alliance sees the cumulative impacts rulemaking as one of the most important issues to come before the Commission. We look forward to working with you to make this a success. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you very much for the comments and for participating with us. We do appreciate it. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Steen, for being here. I'm appreciative that we're concentrating on things other than just air emissions, understanding that air emissions are super important. I just wanted to understand the differentiation between what the commissioner is currently collecting, which is acreage that's been disturbed because of oil and gas development. And I think what you're saying is you'd like the commission to also somehow collect data around how much acreage is in reclamation, not yet completed, and use that as a benchmark also for cumulative impacts. Is that a good elevator speech summary of what it is that you're asking?
I think so. And furthermore, understand that I was not aware of the data on current disturbed soil that you are already collecting. So cancel that request.
Right.
The amount that's currently under and being reclaimed, that I believe should be part of the what is it, the CITER database.
Thank you.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Steen. Just a quick question. I'm trying to just understand general perspectives here, high level stuff. It appears that a lot of your comments around cumulative impacts, are you primarily concerned about the soil acreage and the reclamation acreage as cumulative impacts as they potentially impact or wildlife fragmentation, or is it visual cumulative impacts that you're concerned about? Is it biological resources? What's the kind of what's behind this desire to, and I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just trying to understand kind of intent here. The desire to have a per acre of soil damage, per acre reclamation, a threshold of 90% reclamation. What's the desire behind those?
Yes. Well, one of the desires is carbon sequestration and the need to keep surfaces less disturbed. Wildlife is a second one. And I guess those are the main ones.
Okay, thank you.
Great. With that, we will move to witness Greg Dean. We can see you, Mr. Dean. Don't think I can hear you just yet. Do you want to?
I haven't started talking yet.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Greg Dean. I'm the Oil and Gas Administrator for Adams County, and we greatly appreciate this opportunity to provide public comment on this docket. The county has also filed more detailed written comments, and therefore my remarks will aim to expand on a few key elements of that submission. The county certainly acknowledges and appreciates the statutory, jurisdictional, and legislative limitations on the scope of regulating cumulative impacts to those addressable and foreseeable impacts from oil and gas sources that can be managed through ECMC's permitting and evaluation processes. However, the county believes for the commission to fulfill their legislative mandate, they should consider amendments and modifications to the regulations that specifically address the inherently varying spatio-temporal nature of cumulative impacts. And this should be done on a site-specific basis and more qualitatively at the broader regional and climate scales from the direct source and from other non-oil and gas sources with known emissions or impacts. As a foundational regulatory mechanism to address cumulative impacts, particularly spatial impacts, the county recommends the commission adopt a set radius of impact as part of the permitting and review process. This defined radius of impact distance, 2 miles as an example, would require operators to file Form 2Bs that evaluate cumulative impacts for that specific location, which is already required, but also require the submission of additional data that utilizes pending or approved information, such as another operator's Form 2Bs or other filings from that same applicant, and any source emission permits from CDPHE, such as APEN, air, or construction permits, regardless of whether they're associated with oil and gas facilities. This radius of impact, as proposed by the county, could be the basis for review of all cumulative impact provisions and any future prescribed best management practices or permit conditions. Understanding not all oil and gas sites are the same, the county would be supportive of exceptions to the radius of impact threshold based on an application's particular EnviroScreen score or the size of surface disturbance or the number of wells being proposed as examples. Further, the county would suggest that any radius of impact adopted be expanded for all proposals in or near disproportionately impacted communities. The county is also advocating the ECMC to consider establishing standardized impact threshold or ranges for each resource on the Form 2B, specifically the air, public health, and welfare categories. This would inevitably lead to the adoption of maximum impact levels or a standard at the ECMC, or a tipping point or a capacity level has been referenced, by which the commission cannot approve additional permits or that any approvals meet a 0 or non-impact standard until the impact inventory is reduced. These proposed standardized values could be applied on a per well, a per acre of disturbance, a per process, and or piece of equipment level, and reviewed during the cumulative impacts evaluation. The county acknowledges establishing minimum impact standards would be challenging given the highly variable nature of operations and equipment used, but could be accomplished through a robust process or working group that utilizes existing data from CITER, Reg 7 air quality monitoring results, APAN or air permit submissions, or from operators or local government's own data. The county could be supportive of off-ramps in this process for operators that could demonstrate reduced or lower impacts based on past operations. Similar to how ECMC allows operators to use demonstrated costs to reduce single well financial insurance, they could consider demonstrated impacts as a mechanism to approve submissions under the standardized levels. Given Form 2Bs have historically varied in their robustness and completeness between operators and applications, establishing a standardization could provide some certainty and clarity for all stakeholders and ensure more uniform filings that do not underestimate actual known or potential cumulative impacts. To partially address some of our suggestions through the permitting and review process and develop trust, the county also recommends the ECMC expand interagency, local government, and other operator collaboration, consultation, and coordination during the evaluation of cumulative impacts. Specifically, a mandatory CDPHE consultation as part of all cumulative impact assessments to ensure a complete portfolio is being captured in the application from known and related sources. Further, we suggest requiring operators to demonstrate how, where appropriate, they have coordinated with each other or other industrial users in estimating their cumulative impacts within that radius of impact. These consultations would allow ECMC staff, the CDPHE, this commission, and the public the opportunity to scrutinize and evaluate cumulative impact submissions more thoroughly and help operators and staff more proactively identify, mitigate, and address those known issues at both the individual permit scale and more broadly regional scale. Another large component of cumulative impacts are those of a temporal or time-based nature. These impacts are incremental and can occur when multiple oil and gas operations at various stages are occurring in a certain area simultaneously. These temporal-related cumulative impacts, such as air quality, noise, and odor, can vary wildly based on site-specific parameters and the time of year, such as during the ozone action days. To address these impacts, the county suggests ECMC consider instituting a secondary review or notice to proceed process post OGDP approval for pre-production operations through a pseudo drill schedule or completion schedule. So, for example, if operator A is drilling on one site and operator B is completing at a different facility within that impact radius, the ECMC may determine that allowing operator C to commence operations would exceed the cumulative impacts threshold or capacity for a certain category, such as noise, and therefore apply specific temporary scheduling conditions or constraints to mitigate those temporal cumulative impacts. So thank you again for your time and the ability to speak, and Adams County looks forward to our continued collaboration with ECMC and all stakeholders during the future rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. Dean, for being with us and preparing written comments and orally today. We do appreciate that. Looking around to see if anybody has questions. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dean, for being here and for thoughtful comments today, as well as your written comments. There's a couple things I think are pretty interesting about some of the concepts that you're providing here, and and the first one is the radius of impacts concept, and I understand that you maybe are proposing 2 miles, but I mean that radius of impact could be could be a different number. It could be determined. I mean, I think there's a lot of factors in that, but I like the idea of this radius of impact. But I'm trying to understand, as you've developed that and as you do an analysis within this radius of impact, is it just that is the intent to evaluate cumulative impacts in that particular radius? Is there an addressable element to that, or is it more of an evaluation?
I think it's both. And again, I think I threw out 2 miles as an example. Obviously, that number could be wildly different. And I think it could even be buckets. So if you are in an area where there's a lot of oil and gas or a lot of residential building units, that radius of impact would be larger. If you're in rural Eastern Adams County, that impact radius could be smaller. I think the bottom line is that you need to start with the evaluation portion of it first. And I think by setting the radius, you're kind of addressing that spatial impact proportion of cumulative impacts, because a lot of the public comment I've been reviewing is talks of ozone and general climate, and that's certainly related to cumulative impacts. But how can ECMC permit that, right? And so I think by setting that radius of impact, you're kind of setting a benchmark where you can not only evaluate the impacts in that radius, but then also start applying best management practices, conditions of approval. I disagree with one of the public commenters that said you can't best management practice your way out of cumulative impacts. I would disagree with that to some extent, but I think it starts with the evaluation.
Okay, and so maybe elaborate a little further on then, once you've done this evaluation in this radius of impact, you understand kind of current state of potential impacts, in a radius. How does that then tie into your concept of impact thresholds, particularly around air, public health, welfare, and non-impact standards? Is it focused on this radius of impact? Is that a totally separate comment from this or concept from the radius of impact? I mean, how do these two things mesh, I guess?
Yeah, great question. I think they're related. So, there's been a lot of talk of tipping point or a capacity. We use the term impact level, and so that we don't necessarily mean emissions levels. And so we're actually thinking maybe basin-wide, or even depending on the granularity of the data that could be collected through the working group, you could potentially apply the capacity level for an impact radius. But certainly it would be much easier to do it for the DJ Basin, or the Eastern DJ Basin, the Northern DJ Basin, so sub-regional impact areas where there's that capacity. And then if an impact radius is within one of those sub-regions or the DJ as a whole, then those are the levels that you would evaluate the cumulative impacts data on and apply conditions or best management practices or design changes to a facility based on that. I'm not speaking, so my recommendation isn't necessarily that you create a statewide capacity. I think that is important as well, but I think, again, going back to how can this be applied, I think creating these more sub-regional capacity standards will be more helpful in a permitting and regulatory process.
Okay. Pardon me. One more question. So, I understand that you're proposing the utilization of this radius of impact concept on every OGDP or every permit that's being contemplated. Do you think that it could also be applied in a different manner, which would be to provide a finer microscope in evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts in disproportionately impacted communities, or in communities that have a certain EnviroScreen score, which other commenters have indicated is a screening tool? So would be a tool that could be utilized to determine whether further analysis may need to occur in this particular area, and put that finer tooth comb of a radius of impact analysis on that, on those particular situations.
Yeah, and the way I kind of, it's hard. We had 5 pages to write and 5 minutes to speak, so it's hard to elaborate. And I'm normally a verbose person as it is. So the way I envision it is there'd be like certain levels of exceptions to those rules. So if your EnviroScreen score is X and your surface disturbance is Y, then you must comply with this radius. If your EnviroScreen score is between this and your number of wells is 10 or whatever, then your radius of impact is this. And that would be the initial impetus. That would be the foundational network setting what that radius is, and then evaluating the cumulative impacts within whatever that set radius is for a particular OGDP or a particular cap on the finer scale. Does that answer your question? And again, I'm more than happy to workshop some of these through a stakeholder or working group process. These are just some of my high level initial thoughts on how, I took that to heart at the last meeting, was how do we enforce these? Because again, a lot of people really focus on ozone and climate change. And again, very important and not undermining that in any way. It's just ECMC is a permitting authority, right? So how are we going to protect that? You also have regulatory limits, you have jurisdictional limits. How are we building those boundaries into a permitting process by meeting the same overarching goal?
Sure. No, that's super helpful. And I appreciate that you're thinking outside the box on some of these concepts, which is why I'm asking more questions than I probably should right now, but I am going to ask one more question anyway. In your written comments, you had talked about the utilization of, and now I can't remember what it is, but standardized numbers associated with, certain technologies, certain activities. I guess I have in my notes what they are, but you can tell me what they are because you wrote it in your comments. But and that you would utilize those standardized numbers as ways to add up to whatever the budget is, right? And so rather than having each operator try to give different numbers on what they think their emissions profiles are for certain things, you would create standardized numbers for certain technologies or activities. I just want to give you a second to elaborate on that a little bit because I thought that was an interesting concept as well.
Yeah, and again, so I think people sometimes incorrectly use emission standards. I like the term impact standard or impact level. A lot of the comments that were received during the last informational hearing and in the written comments for this hearing were that they don't trust that operators are submitting correct information, and somewhat understandably so. You look at some past Form 2Bs and one operator says their emissions are 6,348. That's very specific. How did they get to that number? And then you have some operators that say it's 20. That's for the same process, for the same air pollutant. Why is there such a wide range? So I think setting a standard like, hey, if you're using tier 2 engines, this is going to be your standard unless you can use demonstrated impacts to show us from past operations that you've done it better. If hey, we're going to set the standard at 6,000. If you think you can do it for 3,000, show us that you've done it before with data, and we'll lower that amount in your cumulative impact assessment. If you can't, we're setting a benchmark. It's going to be a very high standard because we need to make sure we're being protective, similar to demonstrated cost for financial assurance. Show us you can do it better, or this is the standard we're going to apply to you. And then that goes into the decision of you add up from the 2B. Okay, they think they're gonna take the standard. I call it like, when you're doing your taxes, do you want to take the itemized deduction or do you want to take the standard deduction? And let the operators decide if they can do it better than that. And then you add up all those numbers. Maybe they'll take the itemized deduction on air, but they'll take this one on water, and you add up all those values, and then that's where you get to your permit specific capacity. And then you review that based on that radius of impact. And maybe I made it muddier when I explained it, but that's kind of how I envision it.
I think that was helpful. And so thank you for sharing that, and appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dean. So I'm going to admit this is what your comments were the ones I actually had the hardest time with. So the Form 2B already collects what you've kind of suggested that we collect on a 2-mile radius instead. And I would argue that we're collecting it, but we're not evaluating maybe that data that's already being submitted to the Form 2B. And then I feel like what I'm struggling with is this feels to me still like an individual OGDP review instead of what we're hearing from some of the other submittal folks who are saying you have to stop just looking at each individual OGDP. You have to look at some larger scale cumulative impact, and the OGDP fits within that. And so I'm not sure I'm really capturing how this would work and not still feel like an individual assessment instead of what I think is maybe elegant about some of the other submittals is so let's just use ozone. we're at carrying capacity in the non-attainment area for ozone. Something's going to happen when someone submits an OGDP application within the non-attainment area based on some sort of carrying capacity or allocation. We can use that to inform our decision-making process. So I'm wondering if you have thoughts about that, or if I'm still not understanding exactly what you're proposing.
Yeah, thanks for that question. That was certainly not my intent. The concept of impact of radius was intended to be the bigger picture, right? So you need to evaluate, certainly not on a permit scale. My suggestion was that not only are operators submitting their estimated emissions from their site, they also need to submit their emissions from nearby sites. They also need to submit the emissions from other industrial users that are around them, or any potential or known future industrial emissions that may not be related to oil and gas. And that's where that impact radius concept kind of came from, was that it's not just application specific. It does include everything, oil and gas and non-oil and gas. Where there are known emission standards or known impacts that can be quantified, they have to submit those as part of that process. They also need to coordinate with other operators who may have pending information around them and within an impact radius. And again, I threw out 2 miles just as an example. It could be 5 miles, it could be 20. I don't know what that radius needs to look like. But that at the end of the day, while I get people's understanding that we can't be looking at individual permits, at the end of the day, you make permitting decisions on individual permits. So you have to be able to look broadly, and that's where that impact radius came from. Look broadly, look at the sources of impact. And again, I say impact because I'm not just talking about air emissions. I'm talking about noise. I'm talking about traffic. I'm talking about odor. Look at those in a holistic approach, but then use those to make an individual permitting decision. So I would wager that it would be very challenging for this commission to make. I don't want them to get bogged down in not being able to make individual permitting decisions on OGDPs. You kind of have to, because at the end of the day, that's your role, right? Is to make those decisions on those individual permits while evaluating the impacts more cumulatively, more holistically, and that's kind of where the radius of impact idea came from. So yes and no,
Yep,
right?
yep,
It is individual, but it also my comments were intended to be more broad than that. And again, being limited to 5 pages makes it hard for me to expound on exactly what it means. And again, this is just a high level concept that I'm trying to brainstorm on the fly, kind of like, how are we going to address this? Let's work together on it. That's kind of my thought process.
So the other piece for me that I think will be difficult to implement is, I don't know how other operators don't really share information with each other about where they're going to be doing something. I think we've seen that play out over and over. And I'm not sure how an operator understands what somebody else from even a different industry is going to be doing within a 2 mile radius. And so it feels a little complicated to me, and it feels like we might be asking operators to do something they actually can't achieve.
Well, that's a fair assessment, and you're certainly welcome to that. I try to focus on known sources or impacts. So CDPHE certainly knows what's going on outside of oil and gas, industrial wise, around a proposal. So as another one of my proposals is a required CDPHE consultation. I think that's where a lot of that information comes out, right? Or a CDOT, or maybe a CDOT consultation, or a local government consultation, because where, a single operator A, they might not know, but Adams County will certainly know. CDPHE would certainly know. CDOT, the E470 authority, would certainly know. And that's where that consultation process, as part of the cumulative impacts assessment, plays into it. I honestly think, process-wise, pulling the cumulative impacts assessment out of the OGDP makes a lot of sense. I think, you have a completeness determination, and then you have a cumulative impacts determination, and then you have a OGDP approval process. So I kind of envision, you'll get a completeness determination from the director that starts the review process. Cumulative impacts assessment and an OGDP review can be occurring simultaneously, but you need both a cumulative impacts approval, either from this commission or the director, however the commission feels that's most appropriate, and an OGDP as part of a separate process. And that's where that consultation comes in yeah, I don't expect operator A to know everything that's going on, but they should be talking to each other. And that's where that consultation comes into play.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the dialogue. All right. Let's go to Lori Anderson.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Lori Anderson, and I am a Colorado field organizer with Moms Clean Air Force, a community of over 1.5 million moms and dads united against air pollution, including the urgent crisis of our changing climate to protect our children's health. I live in Broomfield, near large-scale oil and gas development. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comments. The ECMC's rules for permitting oil and gas locations, as well as rules pertaining to existing oil and gas development, should be amended to the extent necessary to protect public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. The statutory mandate to evaluate and address cumulative impacts is not new and was created under SB 19-181 back in 2019. It is important to note that all cumulative impacts are addressable through increased setback distance, operational and equipment requirements, operating restrictions, and denial of permits as necessary to ensure the protection of public health, safety, welfare, and the environmental resources. The Commission has siting authority, which is a broad power, and it is important to recognize that with each oil and gas development permit approval, the Commission is also approving the air pollutants and other adverse impacts that are inevitably part of these industrial operations. Of utmost importance is protecting the air our children breathe and the climate they will inherit. By working in conjunction with the CDPHE, the AQCC, and other entities, ECMC can and should begin to ask these questions regarding each new permit. Is this permit protective of public health, safety, our air, our water, our environment, and the climate? If not, the permit must be denied and the onus placed back on the operator. Regarding the cumulative impacts from existing operations, much of the harm has already been done, but through the updated rules and regulations, progress has been made to ensure wells are inspected, upgraded, repaired, and properly plugged and abandoned. With time, the burden from these legacy wells will be reduced. We cannot undo the past, but we can absolutely make protective choices going forward. In order to address the cumulative impacts, the compilation of data must include an analysis of pollution and other impacts from all existing wells, including the 48,000 plus currently active wells, as well as ensuring the well casing integrity of the current 49,000 plus inactive wells in Colorado. The data collection and CITER can continue with a focus on robust and comprehensive annual records, and when compiled in conjunction with the legacy data collection, can evolve to take into consideration the cumulative impacts. Additionally, other significant pollution sources, especially those related to oil and gas activities beyond the well pad, must be captured in the analysis of cumulative impacts when oil and gas operations are proposed in proximity. In review of the cumulative impacts, existing sources of pollution and other impacts must also be considered with a lens on equity and justice for all permit applications. To date, no threshold has been set to limit the cumulative impact of pollution to levels that are protective of public health. Additionally, the Denver metro area has been downgraded to severe ozone non-attainment while oil and gas development permits continue to be approved. The ECMC has enough information to adopt rules to address the most serious cumulative impacts, particularly around emissions of ozone precursors and their contribution to summertime ozone exceedances. Based on the data which has been collected through the rules promulgated in 2022 intended to evaluate cumulative impacts, the 2023 report on the evaluation of cumulative impacts projects oil and gas to be the largest contributor of ozone precursor emissions in the non-attainment area. Ozone is harmful to children's health due to its respiratory irritant properties, which can cause symptoms like coughing, wheezing, and shortness of breath, particularly impacting those with asthma or respiratory conditions. Several years have now passed with thousands more wells approved while data has been collected. The impacts to our children's health are simply too great to delay any longer. The Commission has the power to slow new development that harms people and the environment and can pause permits in our ozone non-attainment area until this rule is complete and fully implemented. The compilation of the cumulative impacts that were collected and summarized by the Commission earlier this year are just as relevant today as they were then. We look forward to expedient rulemaking to meet the April 28th, 2024 deadline included in HB 1294 to promulgate rules that evaluate and address the cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations, and request that these rules be effective by that same date. It has been nearly 5 years since the passage of SB 181 and the first requirement to address cumulative impacts, so there must be no further delay. Thank you for prioritizing the health and safety of our children and their families. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Questions? Well, you did a fine job because there aren't any questions, so we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Commissioners, I'm thinking we may want to take 30 minutes, get some lunch, and get prepped for a long afternoon. If everybody's okay with that, I would say let's return at 1:20. All right, welcome back. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission Cumulative Impacts listening session. We still have quite a few people to hear from. The next person that has signed up is Megan Weisner, or Megan Weisner. Apologize for not knowing how to pronounce your name. And you're with the City and County of Broomfield. I'd like to go ahead and elevate Elizabeth Parnos as well. She signed up to speak as well, and the two of you can speak at the same time. I think it makes more sense to put you together since you both are with the City and County of Broomfield, and you will have 5 minutes each, and you can allocate that time however you like. Is that acceptable to the two of you?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Great, then we will. Do you have slides or no?
We do not.
Okay, then let's get the timer up. And once that is up and running, then we'll get you started. And let's elevate the timer to 10 minutes, please. All right, we're rolling.
Hello, Commissioners, and good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on this very important matter. My name is Dr. Megan Weisner. I'm the Senior Environmental Epidemiologist for the City and County of Broomfield, and my comments today are on Broomfield's behalf. Air pollution, including the contribution of oil and gas emissions to ozone and other secondary air pollutants, is a chief impact of concern to the public. ECMC rules specify that impacts on air resources, including ozone, must be evaluated and addressed in OGDP's location assessment applications and CAPs. Well, the ECMC has established substantive standards to address cumulative impacts felt on a local scale. The Commission has not set substantive standards to address cumulative impacts to air resources. Public interest goes beyond the imposition of best management practices, data collection, and reporting of emissions estimates to consideration of effects on air quality and corresponding harm to public health and welfare. Our comments today are broken into 3 parts. That is the impact to regional air quality, public health, and climate. And we submitted detailed written comments to the Commission this year in February and September. The first part of our comments recommend revisions to the Commission's current permitting rules to require operators model impacts on ozone, particulate matter of 2.5 microns in size or smaller, and regional haze for OGDPs and CAPs proposed in selected areas of the state. Specifically for ozone, the Commission should require operators model the impacts of ozone for each new OGDP and CAP proposed to be located in the Denver Metro North Front Range non-attainment area. Similarly, we recommend modeling of impacts on PM 2.5 for proposed operations in the non-attainment area, including Weld County, based on recent EPA findings indicating a likelihood that part of the non-attainment area may be designated out of attainment with the PM 2.5 National Ambient Air Quality Standard. The second part of our comments recommend the Commission require operators conduct dispersion modeling using AirMod or another approved model to estimate the effects of OGDP and CAP emissions on exposures to nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, primary PM, and hazardous air pollutants like benzene at the proposed working pad surface boundary and at residential neighborhoods within 1 mile of the pad boundary. Such modeling must include emissions from nearby sources, including other oil and gas locations within 1 mile of the working pad surface boundary. Modeling results should be compared to the corresponding NAAQS standards to identify potential adverse impacts to human health. Additionally, based on the modeling results, the applicant must conduct an air toxics cumulative risk characterization to determine the risk to short-term health impacts such as headache and throat irritation, as well as the long-term impacts that can lead to cancer. This characterization evaluates the potential risk to human health by adding up the cancer and non-cancer risks posed by each individual air toxic, where potential cancer risk is expressed as excess lifetime cancer risk and non-cancer acute risk and non-cancer chronic risk is expressed as a hazard index. Based on the recommendations in parts 1 and 2, we urge the director and/or the commission to require design or operational changes to OGDPs and CAPs wherever modeling indicates adverse impacts to regional air quality or public health. Part 3 of our comments recommend the commission perform full-scale photochemical ozone modeling on, ozone, PM2.5, regional haze, and nitrogen deposition periodically as part of the preparation of the annual cumulative impacts report. This coordination should include other agencies with expertise and familiarity in air quality modeling, including the RAC and CDPHE, to ensure that the model currently used by Colorado to inform the state's implementation planning efforts accounts for emissions from OGDPs and CAPs. In addition, we recommend the commission establish a technical work group to develop air quality modeling recommendations and guidelines to ensure consistency and reliability in operator-conducted and commission-conducted modeling. All air quality modeling must include pre-production as well as production emissions, where production emissions include estimates for periodic maintenance activities, upset conditions, and leaks that commonly occur throughout the life of the well. Lastly, we recommend the commission form a technical working group to come up with a pathway for the commission to evaluate the impact of projected OGDP and CAP greenhouse gas emissions on Colorado's GHG target for the oil and gas sector. Thank you very much for your time and opportunity to comment today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weisner. And commissioners, we had anticipated that there would just be 5 minutes per entity. So I am more than happy to answer any questions that you might have about either of our submissions, but we just had Megan prepare comments for testimony today.
Excellent. We appreciate that. And I think that Dr. Weisner did a good job of summarizing the written materials that we've already all taken a look at. At this time, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your presentation and your written comments. I'm curious to know for the modeling related to PM 2.5, PM 10, do we know, so there's been a lot of comments about oil and gas's attribution to greenhouse gases in Colorado and ozone, but I don't really know what amount of PM particulate matter is from oil and gas activities. I'm wondering if you all know that.
I don't know the specific contribution, but I do know that PM is one of the pollutants that's emitted, in particular from pre-production activities. But what the specific contribution is, I don't know. We could certainly find that out for you.
I'm wondering if we're going to be tackling, hopefully in collaboration, ozone emissions and reductions, ozone precursors, that some of those strategies might also reduce PM10. I would argue that maybe those would have co-benefits, and so it might not be necessary to do modeling for all of these things. That may be because we're trying to eliminate or reduce emissions from one type of source that we will see co-benefits in other sources.
I certainly think that's possible, and that sort of your questions underpin why we're recommending a technical working group be formed to come up with modeling guidelines for both operator-conducted modeling and also any ECMC modeling that's conducted in collaboration with other modeling experts, because it is so complex, right? The exercise of modeling and just where ECMC modeling requirements might intersect with CDPHE requirements, for example. We think it's a very highly technical, complex area, and it's just critical that there is a a working group that's established to really think through all of these issues so that we're not creating redundancy or duplicating efforts or conflicting results, but we're all working together to come up with what makes the most sense to make sure that we're capturing the impact of emissions from oil and gas facilities on secondary air pollutants and public health.
Thank you. So related to that, and I'm glad that you're already anticipating what I was going to ask, which is what kind of belongs in our sandbox and what belongs in CDPHE's sandbox. I'll use those. I'm trying to, if we're going to work collaboratively, CDPHE is arguably the expert in emissions and whether or not we're attaining goals for certain pollutants. Might not we use modeling that's happening over there as part of our decision-making process? Why would we do additional modeling on our side of the house?
Sure. So just so we're all on the same page. So what we recommended was first, what we called in our February comments, tier 1 modeling. That would be operator conducted modeling. So at the time an operator submits an OGDP or CAP application to ECMC, they would be required to do some modeling to determine the impacts on public health and on secondary air pollutants of certain emissions from their facilities. And then secondly, we also suggested that ECMC, in collaboration with the RAC, CDPHE, potentially the RAP that also does modeling, collaborate to make sure that to do additional modeling on a larger scale basis. So not just looking at individual emissions, right, from individual facilities, but looking at the whole non-attainment area, for example, or whatever the applicable geographic area is for the specified pollutant, that just to make sure that all of the information that you all are obtaining in your permit process are being adequately captured, accurately represented in modeling efforts done by other entities. So 2 types of modeling, just want to be clear on that.
So I caught that. It's these kinds of pollutants and this kind of modeling, these kinds of pollutants and this kind of modeling. So if we were to require individual modeling for individual OGDPs, and again, I'm kind of trying to weigh comments from folks, which is stop looking at OGDPs on an individual basis because cumulatively is the way that you should be reviewing them. How would we review this individual modeling and why would it be useful for the commission's decision-making process?
Yeah, sure. So I'm happy to answer that. And I can also answer your other question, which I didn't completely answer, about where sort of the line between CDPHE required modeling and the modeling we're recommending lies. But so going to that question first before I forget it. So, in looking at what CDPHE requires in terms of modeling, there are, as you've heard today already, there's a number of gaps, right? And so the most obvious gap that you've heard about today is minor source modeling. So sources that qualify as a minor source, according to CDPHE regulations, which is a pollutant by pollutant determination. So what constitutes a minor source differs depending on the specific pollutant. There's no set mandatory requirement that APC must require modeling of any emissions for any minor source. Most oil and gas facilities, at least for ozone precursor emissions, if we just want to focus on those 2 pollutants, qualify as minor sources, even under the lowered minor source threshold that's now in place in the non-attainment area, given the severe non-attainment designation. So that's just one example where the current CDPHE modeling framework doesn't address the concern we're raising here, which is that as the permitting entity, we think it's imperative that you understand the impact of ozone precursor emissions on ozone, on that secondary pollutant, at the time you decide whether or not to grant or deny or impose conditions of approval on an oil and gas facility, given oil and gas facilities' significant contribution to our ozone pollution. So that's one example. Another example would be for dispersion modeling for certain individual pollutants and individual HAP pollutants. There are new requirements that you've heard about as well today in Reg 3 that the AQCC adopted this May that do require modeling of certain pollutants and certain HAPs. However, that only applies for new sources in cumulatively impacted communities, which is a subset of disproportionately impacted communities. So again, we're talking about a limited set of pollutants in limited parts of the state. And there's also thresholds in Reg 3 that actually trigger the modeling requirement. So it's not any new minor or major source, for example, in a cumulatively impacted community that must do modeling. It's only those new sources that are projected to emit specific pollutants above certain amounts that have to do modeling. So those are two examples of where what we're asking for is broader and different than what the AQCC currently requires. And again, I think just really underpins, what we're saying and what I've heard from other entities, including COCA, which is we need to ensure better coordination and collaboration between ECMC and APCD with respect to, to modeling and when it occurs, and making sure that you have the information you need to make a determination to approve, deny, or require additional conditions of approval on OGDPs and CAPs.
Thank you. So do you envision approval or denial of an OGDP based on what dispersion modeling might show, for example, or minor source modeling?
So what we put in our most recent comments, our September comments, is that there should be consideration of the impacts on specific pollutants, if we're talking about a secondary air pollutant or in public health, that would inform your decision. That could take multiple forms. That could be, great, there's no impacts, approve. That could be, wow, there's a lot of impacts, we need to impose additional BMPs or conditions of approval, right? That could also be, wow, there's a lot of impacts, there's no way to reduce these impacts. It's in an area where there's already significant burden, as you've mentioned before today, and we just don't think it's appropriate to approve this application because we can't do it in a way to protect public health. So we're not saying that any information must result in a specific determination by ECMC. However, we think it's critical that you have the information to make an informed decision.
Thank you. And then finally, how do you see the process that's happening over at CDPHE right now with their ozone rulemaking? And I think they have in their draft proposal that there would be a steering committee that would be put together so that we would be able to look at pre-production emissions, and there would be a steering committee that looks at how the two sides of the house would work together from that perspective.
I mean, I think those things are fantastic, and it's certainly possible that those efforts could be folded into, kind of combined with the working groups, the technical working groups that we've recommended. No need to, again, duplicate efforts. I know, for example, one of the steering committees or working groups that APCD is proposing as part of the ozone SIP rulemaking is just focused on NOx emissions. And so we are talking here about additional pollutants beyond just NOx. So, I think there's room for additional work. But again, of course, happy to utilize and work with whatever existing working groups are being formed. I know there are many in different areas, and it's a lot of the same stakeholders, of course, that are involved. And so certainly we support collaboration.
Thank you.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand how to, I guess, mesh, Broomfield's, and you're not the only one. There's certain stakeholders that are talking about modeling, and I think your proposal contemplates a lot of modeling. versus other stakeholders that are contemplating budgets or thresholds or carrying capacities? And do these things work together? Are they completely, totally different concepts? Is there a way to marry these things, or what does that look like?
That's a great question, Commissioner Messner. I mean, I think what I would say is you could utilize the results of modeling to come up with emission budgets or allocations or emission thresholds. It's the modeling basically is the tool that gives you the information to assess the impact of an OGDP or a cap on secondary air pollutants or on public health when combined with the risk assessment that Dr. Weisner could tell you much more about than I can. But so the modeling is really the tool, and then what you do with that, and that's one of the things that, at least from our proposal, this would be something that the modeling technical work groups would talk about, which is what constitutes an adverse impact, right? If the model, for example, let's say operators do some photochemical modeling of ozone precursor emissions. We haven't proposed what an adverse impact means. It's not necessarily that the oil and gas emissions, that the ozone precursor emissions from the proposal would cause a violation or an exceedance of the ozone NAAQS. Like, we don't think that's necessarily what an adverse impact would be. There are existing standards under the Clean Air Act where there's where states come up with a significant impact, and that's something that they use to basically make a permitting decision about. And so we think that part of this modeling technical work group could talk about, okay, what is a adverse impact? How do you define it for these various pollutants? And then there'd be some kind of, there'd be a next step that would follow from the modeling. I do think, again, that could be emission budgets or allocations, for example. So I think those two things could be married, these two concepts. But what we're talking about is slightly different, but in no way conflicts with the concepts that you're hearing from other parties.
Okay, and okay. What's the benefit of having modeling associated with specific OGDPs over and over and over and over and over again, when a lot of the OGDPs that are being proposed may be substantially similar to one another?
That's also a great question, Commissioner Messner. So kind of two-part answer. I mean, one, for example, if you just look at ozone, which is the one you're hearing so much about, where ozone is formed is very dependent on meteorology, as well as the geography of the area, and then the potential impact of those ozone precursor emissions on ozone itself will differ depending on where that OGDP or cap is located. And so that's one reason why it's important to have modeling for each OGDP and cap. I think Dr. Weisner would probably tell you that the same is true for modeling, dispersion modeling for the impact of individual pollutants and HAPs on public health. What the model and the risk assessment would tell you will differ depending on how close residences are or other occupied areas are to the proposed facilities. And sort of what you didn't ask, but I'll just add, is that these models that we're recommending, it's not difficult, my understanding, for operators to basically utilize the same model and just plug in different inputs. And so it's not that they would have to every time go back and do completely different modeling. For example, if their facility design and proposed equipment and BMPs is similar in one OGDP application to another, then they could fit into the model very similar inputs, but you'd still have a potentially different result just based on the location alone, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the panel? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to Natasha Leger.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. And can you see me as well?
We can see you too.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Well, then good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Natasha Leger. I'm the Executive Director for Citizens for a Healthy Community. CHC is an impacted citizen group of 1,500 visionaries in the North Fork Valley on the Western Slope. We represent farmers, ranchers, vintners, businesses, property owners, and more. And we have been advocating for rules that address the offsite impacts of oil and gas operations since SB 19-181 was enacted, and appreciate the opportunity to comment today. The Commission asked for recommendations on how the ECMC's rules could be practically amended to consider the cumulative impacts to climate, public health, safety, welfare, the environment, air quality, water quality, noise, odor, wildlife, and biological resources, and to disproportionately impacted communities. We have 2 key points to make today. First, the ability for ECMC rules to effectively address cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations begins with clear definitions and denial criteria. The ECMC must recognize that cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations extend beyond the oil and gas location and are the direct result of the operations the ECMC permits and how it regulates those operations going forward. The Commission has had a history of prioritizing mitigation over avoidance and therefore ignoring the cumulative effects of purported unavoidable adverse impacts that result from a mitigation-focused policy. I'd like to start with definitions, and we recommend the following. So cumulative impacts. A definition of cumulative impacts is necessary to not only implement the directive of HB 23-1294 to define cumulative impacts, but to implement the first prong of the ECMC's duty to the minimize adverse impacts standard in SB 19-181, which is to avoid adverse impacts. Importantly, adverse impacts remains undefined and also needs to be resolved in this rulemaking. We support the definition of cumulative impacts proposed by Conservation Colorado. I do want to take a moment to address the qualifier of addressable impacts in the statute. The addressable language appears to be to narrow the actions that the Commission can take. It is without saying that this Commission should not act outside the scope of its authority. The Commission has broad authority to regulate oil and gas operations that protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. In our written comments, we recommended a definition of addressable to make that clear and recognize that once a permit is issued, the potential for adverse impacts and cumulative impacts is effectively locked in for the life of the well unless operations are suspended or shut in for noncompliance with the rules. Therefore, we don't see addressable as necessarily narrowing, as the Commission has broad authority and cannot operate outside of that broad authority. Earlier this morning, Commissioner Cross asked how to differentiate between what the Commission is tasked to do in evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts and its authority. Cumulative impacts needs to be considered within the context of the Commission's mandate to minimize adverse impacts and its denial authority. Adverse impact shows up 187 times in the rules, yet is undefined. This Commission, in defining minimize adverse impacts, did not utilize the statutory definition. This rulemaking is an opportunity to close this gap and also define adverse impacts and amend its associated definitions. We offer the following definition for adverse impacts. Means any reasonably foreseeable impact that causes, threatens, or is likely to cause damage or harm to climate, public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources. Avoid adverse impacts was defined by this Commission to mean an alternative site analysis, which really misses the point to regulate in a manner that prevents the occurrence of any adverse impacts, including denial of an application. We recommend amending avoid adverse impacts accordingly, as stated in our comments. We also made recommendations in our comments to amend the unavoidable adverse impacts and mitigate adverse impacts definition to include climate, avoidance of adverse impacts, and denial of an application. The most important change to address cumulative impacts is the adoption of denial criteria. This Commission must move away from a presumption of approval for development and shift the burden to the operator to demonstrate that its operations do not adversely impact public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife, climate, or disproportionately impacted communities. We recommend amending the director's recommendation rule 306B and 314G2 with a presumption of denial based on the recommendation of CDPHE, CPW, Colorado Geological Survey, a relevant state or federal agency, or if the operation is located in or extends under a geologic hazard area. Second, if this
Ms.
commission...
Leger, I'm sorry, but you're well past 5 minutes. If you could wrap up, that would be great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to conclude with if the commission wants to take cumulative impact seriously, must also routinely hold community impact tours with impacted communities, as it holds operator tours with operators to better understand the issues it's charged to regulate and impacts it's required to avoid and minimize. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and apologies for going over time.
Yeah, no problem. Glad that you were with us, and thanks for presenting and also for filing your written testimony. We appreciate it. Do commissioners have questions? All right. You too did a good job because I do not see a ton of questions. So we'll let you go and move on to our next participant. On the list is Alex Stavis, but I'm not seeing Mr. Stavis in the room. What about Susan Noble? Is she with us? She's next. I'll circle Alex Stavis and we'll get back to him if he shows up. Good afternoon, Ms. Noble.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair Robbins. It's good to see you again. I am a city council member in Commerce City. However, I am speaking on my own behalf today. In 2018, I became involved in the oil and gas situation when I learned of a number of oil and gas sites planned for Commerce City. I made it my mission to educate myself and to educate others in Commerce City, and started an organization called North Range Concerned Citizens. Ever since that time, I have thought often about cumulative impact just because of what we were facing. At that time, it was 10 sites. Intensity, density, and proximity. I've heard it mentioned various ways of measuring this. One of them was about a 2-mile rule. I would like to point out that here in Commerce City, we get the winds from the north, and I can assure you, we know exactly what they're doing in Greeley. So it's a lot further than 2 miles when you're talking about toxins in the air. In just north of Commerce City and just north of my ward are several oil and gas sites. And there are 2 contemplated that will be fracking into North Commerce City. One of them is called Edmondson. That's will be 23 wells. 1 well has already been approved on the east side, on the north side of East 470. And the other one is Prairie LE. A spacing unit was just approved for Prairie LE in the last couple of weeks. Those 10 sites in Commerce City in the last 3 years have disappeared. They have either been withdrawn or deadlines have been missed. I do believe, though, that considering the fact that we have these 2 sites that are going to be fracking into Commerce City from unincorporated Adams County, that it won't be long before the oil and gas operator returns to Commerce City, depending upon the outcome, of course, of elections in November. It was also mentioned by the COGA representative that all of these sites have air monitoring equipment. I'd like to point out that there are no air monitors between South Commerce City and Greeley on the east side of I-25. Any monitors that are between Commerce City up to about 88th are all Love My Air monitors, and those only measure particulate matter. They don't measure toxins. So we don't have anything like that on the east side of I-25. I'd also like to mention, considering that someone mentioned disproportionately impacted communities, I'm probably one of the few people that are on this call today to speak who actually attended the February 2nd, 2021 training for oil and gas operators that the COGCC gave. And I think I understand, after having participated in that training, why there are so many people who live in DICs and feel that they have been dismissed, because quite clearly what the oil and gas operators were taught was that they are supposed to come into DIC communities about 2 weeks earlier than they typically do. They're also supposed to provide more cookies and be bilingual. There were no other further results that would be required other than those. I do support the Conservation Colorado concept as a foundation for cumulative impacts, but as I mentioned, I also believe in density, intensity, and proximity. Certainly, Commerce City could be seen as a sacrificial zone with Suncor present in our boundaries as well. In the last few weeks, I've seen 2 incredible documentaries that I would recommend to both of you, all of you, that is. One of them is Las Promotoras, which I just saw last night. It's about Cultivando's efforts. And the other is The Good Neighbor. And of course, we have another documentary that has that is a must-see as well, and that is Fracking the System. I think it's very important for us to be taking into consideration that the impact of oil and gas operations aren't confined to an area. They are part of the air we all breathe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate you being with us. Are there questions? Seeing no questions, we will let you go, and we will move on to Logan Souter. Hello.
Yeah. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry. Yeah, hello, my name is Logan Souter. I'm a volunteer with some organizations like Conservation Colorado, but I'm really here today as a concerned resident of Commerce City. I want to address you not only on my behalf, but on behalf of my community, particularly those disproportionately affected by the detrimental consequences of oil and gas activities, especially the children of Commerce City and North Denver. I urge this commission to prioritize the well-being of our state and children by adopting comprehensive and inclusive approach to defining and addressing cumulative impacts associated with these intensive activities. So, like many before me, I really strongly advocate for the adoption of a broad definition of cumulative impacts that encapsulates the comprehensive effects on public health, air quality, water quality, climate, noise, wildlife, and disproportionately affected communities like my own Commerce City. It's imperative that the definition includes all existing and foreseeable impacts, ensuring that our regulations prioritize the health and safety of our communities rather than catering to the wealthiest industries on earth, the oil and gas industry. Commerce City and the metro area clearly have existing environmental issues, such as our naturally high ozone, that must be taken into account when adopting regulations and limits. We simply have to have stricter rules and regulations to mitigate the impact of ozone and other pollutants in our community specifically. And a failure to take that into account all the cumulative impacts of the existing nature of human environment would be a grave and ignorant mistake for the future of our state and communities. Apologies for my dogs jumping around in the background. Impacts on public health, climate, wildlife, and communities include the adverse effects of oil and gas production on public health that cannot be ignored. From cancer to asthma, these activities pose significant risks to our well-being. Moreover, they're major contributors to climate change and air pollution, leading to habitat loss and endangering our iconic wildlife, including in Rocky Mountain Arsenal. The oil and gas industry specifically poses a significant threat to children's respiratory health. Emissions from these operations release harmful pollutants into the air, as you all know, including volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, which can lead to the formation of ground level ozone and smog, which of course you all know. And it sounds like we need to have more studies on those things. And these pollutants obviously really cause a lot of issues. And the reason I'm really sort of hammering away at this issue is because, like I said, the children are in our community in Commerce City growing up. They're the ones who are most affected by this, not me, not middle-aged people, maybe older people who are ill and susceptible to it, but it's really the children whose developing lungs and neurological systems, I believe, are most affected by these pollutants that we're pumping into our community. Living in Commerce City is ground zero for the Colorado oil and gas industry. Extraction, transportation, and refining all take place within city limits. From the railroads, light and heavy trucking, water pollution, and refining accidents all plague my city. Like I said, children, pregnant women, everyone breathes this disgusting polluted air. And while many communities, like many people today have spoken about, have also suffered from pollution and issues with the production of these natural resources, I do believe Commerce City, Globeville, Elaria, Swansea have always bore the brunt of Colorado and Denver's economic growth. From the oil and gas industry to the airports that have been close by, waste management dumps, highway constructions, railroad, heavy industry, the Suncor refinery, obviously, it goes on and on. And while toxic snow raining from the air may seem like something from the movies or something from a TV show like Chernobyl, it's real life for those of us who live in Commerce City. And we need to properly regulate and limit the oil and gas industry. So I urge the Commission to adopt a common framework for evaluating and addressing the cumulative air impacts, setting clear threshold limits and ensuring no further oil and gas activity is permitted once these limits are reached. I appreciate you all having the comments today, but I think more needs to be done to engage and acknowledge disproportionately impacted communities. And this would include outreach directly to Spanish-speaking communities. I'm running out of time here, but lack of data shouldn't hinder progress. Robust data collection and monitoring systems should be in place, and they should be invested in. And I guess to just sum up my statement, obviously, we can't turn off the spigot tomorrow on oil and gas, but we are already turning it tighter day by day. And so I implore the Commission to stand with the people of Colorado and embrace this opportunity for meaningful change by adopting the broad definition of cumulative impacts that would avoid, mitigate, and minimize the adverse effects of these industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Souter. We appreciate you being with us. Questions from anybody? Great, thank you very much. Moving down my list, we will now hear from Wes Wilson.
Yes, can you hear me, Commissioner Robbins?
Yes, I can hear you and we can see you.
Okay. Well, I've addressed many of you commissioners over the last several years, as well as the Air Quality Control Commission and CDPHE. First, I wanted to give you some suggestions on just some of the procedural problems you have. You know, it's been 44 years since CEQ set its cumulative impact assessment rules. And in my career at EPA, I taught this subject, not just to tribes and states, but in Eastern Europe and North Africa. And we would frequently get two critical questions that were beyond our curriculum. One is, as Commissioner Cross asked, how do you get the FTEs? How do you get the funding? What does it cost? And the other frequently unexplored question was, what was the word scoping mean? Whether our translation was in Russian or Arabic, these students did not understand what scope, they didn't have a word for scoping. So first, let me address this possible source of funding. Federal agencies have frequently used the process of the project proponent paying a third party. That party has to be independent of the project proponent, but it's it's a source of funding that you could utilize to bring in the university scientists and other experts to integrate all these complex issues. And it's been done many times. Consider that the BLM did coal leasing in the Powder River Basin in that direction. They looked at their whole program before they made one lease. Another example was the Corps of Engineers was looking at all the dredging applications it had within the Long Island Sound. So imagine a CEMC programmatic cumulative impact analysis for each basin. And as you scope that, you'll see that they're quite different. The DJ Basin and its non-attainment area will be the focus for that programmatic EIS, where if you get to the Raton Basin, it's likely to be the dumping of the excess water within their ecosystem. So consider those two type of options. The programmatic EIS, however, couldn't substitute for the project-specific cumulative impact analysis that you've been hearing so much about today. I want to address something key that Commissioner Cross also recognized, the difference between NEPA consideration or full disclosure and the obligation of this commission to address the impacts. That is key to your understanding of why you're doing this analysis, especially given the legislature's imposition on the commission to protect public health. So why should you consider impacts from other projects or from other agencies outside your jurisdiction? That's because you have an obligation that this action that you prove not exacerbate or contribute to adverse public health. So you have to look at the full picture. That can lead to many other things you may not realize. Working with your cooperating agencies like the county, they may develop mitigation measures for some of their conditions after having been exposed to the information that the project-specific cumulative impact analysis would uncover. It could also lead to future legislative controls. One of your difficulties is, do you consider stopping a well, stopping a set of wells, if it exceeds a threshold? Mike Foote put this best, that you should have a criteria of no negative impact in DIC communities. Your criteria cannot be simply reduction of emissions. It must be in a way that protects public health in that community. So Mike Foote's recommendation there from the Sierra Club that you set a threshold of not having any negative impact in a DIC community. Finally, there's been a lot of scoping done on this issue as part of the CDPHE processes. But many of those technical analysis done by academics haven't been fully integrated into CDPHE process. Consider that ICF 2019 benzene report, which showed risk of benzene within 2,000 feet of a pad. The problem for the commission there is benzene is not a NAAQS. Benzene criteria should be set very low based on the World Health Organization's observation or conclusion that there's no safe level for benzene. And then Lisa McKenzie had a whole series of studies that showed adverse effects on public health from cumulative impacts. I'll get to one last thing. When you scope this, you're going to find that there's some pollutants that you haven't considered, particularly radioactive particulates. When you see the final health report from Caltovando on the synergistic effects coming from Suncor and the other related facilities, you'll recognize that radioactive particles is solely coming from the Suncor facility. And that's consistent with what Harvard found down gradient of fracking sites throughout the nation, that there was a 40% increase above background in radioactive particles. So that's an example of when you scope, you're going to see health issues beyond what CDPHE now considers. And it's going to be your obligation under 181 to assess those risks. So certainly you got to expand the risk beyond the NACs, beyond simple National Ambient Air Quality Standards. There's only 7. And that'll include this radioactive particulates, particularly PM2.5, which is—
Mr. Wilson, if you could wrap up.
I'll sum up.
Okay.
And which has recently been shown to cross the blood-brain barrier. So you're going to get issues that you're thinking well outside of your purview. The effects of roads cumulatively, the effects of decreasing real estate value. The commission must enter into a process that it hires this expertise and puts the burden of that cost on the project proponent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being with us and for the presentation. Are there questions from commissioners? All right, seeing no questions, we will continue down our list. Next up is Michael Freeman or Tom Delahunty.
Good afternoon. This will be, I'm Mike Freeman. I'll be speaking today. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mike Freeman. I'm with Earth Justice, and I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to comment today and for all your work on the cumulative impacts issue. My comments this afternoon are going to focus on ozone precursors in particular, because I think they're an example of a cumulative impacts problem that can be quantified and effectively addressed by the commission. I'd like to make 3 main points. First, as a number of other speakers have said today, the commission's duty here is not just to evaluate or consider cumulative impacts, but also to address them. There are 2 fundamental requirements of the statute: to evaluate impacts and then to address them. And I note that the mandate to address impacts is independent of the Air Quality Control Commission's duties under air pollution laws. And it also differentiates House Bill 1294 from the federal NEPA statute, because it has that substantive component, which the federal law doesn't. I think both of those make the regulations here a powerful opportunity for the commission to really benefit air quality in Colorado. In considering what address should mean under the regulations, we, as other parties have said, urge the commission to focus on the first requirement under the Act, which is to avoid adverse cumulative impacts from air pollution. And only if impacts are unavoidable or can't be avoided, only then do operators look to minimizing and mitigating those impacts. We also believe the regulations should really provide specific measurable thresholds for meeting the avoid standard and how that will play out in a particular context. And I think this is one example where ozone precursors lend themselves to a specific measurable threshold or trigger point, because there are standards such as the federal NACs that can be applied to making those decisions. The second point I'd like to raise goes to what the definition of cumulative impacts ought to be. We think, as other parties have also said, that evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts requires consideration not just of emissions from oil and gas sources, but also emissions from other sources beyond the oil and gas sector. In order to comply with House Bill 1294 and to meet the goals of that statute, the commission can't just look at oil and gas operations in isolation. The way we think about it is, again, go back to the 2 legs of the statute: to evaluate and to address cumulative impacts. The address part of that mandate is, of course, limited to oil and gas sources. The commission has authority to control and limit what oil and gas sources it approves and what kind of oil and gas activity it allows. But the other prong for that, the evaluate part, cannot be limited just to oil and gas emission sources. It also has to consider the broader picture. And to use the bucket metaphor that some other folks have raised today, the commission control on the address part, the commission controls how much additional water it will allow oil and gas companies to add to the bucket. But to really assess how much it allows and what it requires oil and gas companies to do, the commission needs to know how much water is already in that bucket, how much is already existing there, what's the baseline, and then in addition to that, what other companies, what sources outside the oil and gas sector are adding more water to the bucket at the same time. And so I think in defining cumulative impacts, it's important to look broadly in evaluating cumulative impacts and define the term with reference to evaluation, recognizing that the address component is, of course, limited to the oil and gas sector. And in that note, we would, I think, also endorse the definition that Conservation Colorado is offering to what cumulative impacts ought to mean. The third point I'd like to raise is to address Commissioner McGowan's question about what we would advocate in kind of a concrete, practical sense. And I think our overarching view is that addressing and evaluating cumulative impacts cannot be done on a project by project or OGDP by OGDP basis. It requires a broader regional assessment that would overlay and give guidance to individual OGDP reviews. And I see I'm out of time, but I have a couple of examples if the commission would indulge me for a few more seconds. First, one example that we think bears consideration is similar to what Weld County mentioned in its comments, which is the idea of a regional or even probably a regional, maybe even statewide plan for air pollution. So, for example, there could be a plan focused on ozone controls within the Front Range non-attainment area. And I think developing a plan like that could be done in conjunction with CDPHE as part of the stakeholder process there. But and by doing it that way, the commission could leverage some of the modeling resources available to the CDPHE, and at the same time close some of the gaps in what CDPHE has been doing in the past, things like not modeling for minor sources or not considering pre-production engines. I think those could be addressed as part of a broader plan done with the CDPHE, and then that plan would impose requirements that would be applied to individual OGDPs to make sure that they're consistent with achieving the NAAQS or whatever the substantive standard is. An alternative approach that might be used either in addition to a regional plan or or separately from it, that might be perhaps simpler from an administrative standpoint, or at least conceptually, is to focus on offsets. And instead of the commission developing its plan for achieving the ozone NAAQS or doing its own modeling, the commission could take a fairly simple approach and simply say, as long as the Front Range non-attainment area is not complying with the NAAQS for ozone, and it's not been demonstrated that we're back in compliance, no new oil and gas permits can be approved without an offset requiring that the source offset any new emissions with at least an equal number of offsets reducing their emissions, or perhaps even greater than their emissions, so that there's no net contribution from that new source to the ozone problem. So I know I'm out of time, so thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for the presentation. Other questions? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for sharing your thoughts. I think I understand the concepts that you're putting forth, but I want to just ask a few questions about the definition. So, there's a number of people that are supporting the definition that was brought forth by Conservation Colorado. And as I look at it, it is a little bit of a bifurcated process, right? Or the how to develop a definition is a little bit bifurcated because you've got an evaluate portion to it and you've got an address portion to it. And I think you highlighted this in some of your comments, but the evaluate portion of that, you know, potentially needs to take into consideration a broad range of adverse impacts. So that ultimately cumulatively increase, right, incrementally. And then the other piece is the address. So do you think that that definition as it's being proposed captures both of those things so that you've got this broad evaluation of you know, different adverse impacts, not just from oil and gas, but from a lot of different sectors, you know, in a geographic area, but then limits the addressability piece to things that can be addressable by the Energy and Carbon Management Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. And I do think that the definition would work for both of those purposes. And the way the commission could conceivably approach this would be to use the definition that Conservation Colorado is offering that defines cumulative impacts to cover any source of the action, any sorts of development, both oil and gas and otherwise. Once the term cumulative impacts is defined, the regulations could have two separate sets of requirements for what the commission has to do with that. There's the requirements for evaluate those, and then the requirements for addressing them. And if you define cumulative impacts broadly, the evaluation piece of that, what has to be done in terms of analyzing it, maybe some modeling, that kind of thing, would be broad in scope and cover everything, oil and gas and non-oil and gas. But then the second part of the regulations, which go to the address prong, would have to be more narrow and say, all right, the commission's taken the broad look, it's done the analysis of the whole bucket, all the sources of pollution in the bucket, but the commission now, for the address part of the regulations, will only impose limits, offsets, or conditions on the oil and gas activities that it's specifically approving. So the idea is define cumulative impacts broadly to cover all sources, do the analysis broadly to cover all sources so that the commission really understands the full picture with ozone and certainly other kinds of impacts as well. But then once it really has the full picture, it can then apply its own authority, its own jurisdiction to address the oil and gas piece of the problem.
Okay. No, I think that makes sense to me. I think I at least understand where you're coming from on that. So I appreciate that. You know, to put it super simply, and this may not be a good idea to do, but, you know, evaluate being current state of, well, I'll just call it current state, addresses, you know, what impacts does the oil and gas sector have to current state?
Right, but also that's an important part of it. But just referring back to Conservation Colorado's definition, you know, the other piece of it is future actions. So, you know, if there's other sources of outside the oil and gas sector, that would be part of the equation too. But essentially, what you're saying is correct.
That's fair. That's fair. Current and known, but I'm not trying to simplify it either. I'm just trying to get my head around definitions that are being proposed and making sure that I understand how folks think that meets the legislative intent that was provided to us.
Yeah, and if I could, going back to the legislative intent, I know there's been some discussion about what that means. I would just note that in the governor's signing statement, he specifically notes that the commission has limited authority in terms of what it can address. You know, it's limited to its jurisdiction over oil and gas sources. But he went on to say that even, and this is a quote, even if some impacts are not addressable by the commission because they're outside of its statutory role, those impacts can still be analyzed to develop a fuller picture of cumulative impacts. And so I think that's the distinction we're trying to draw, is the analysis has to be broad enough to develop that full picture, even if the commission's authority to address those impacts is limited to the oil and gas sector.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I think that's a really good point. Thanks.
Glad to help.
Other questions? All right. Again, Mr. Freeman, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Next up is Elizabeth Paranos again, but this time as a representative of or attorney for EDF.
Thank you so much, Mayor Robbins. Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Paranos here on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund. EDF appreciates the opportunity to testify today regarding how draft rules should evaluate and address cumulative impacts from oil and gas operations as required by HB 23-1294 and SB 19-181. My testimony offers recommendations as to how ECMC should amend its permitting rules to consider cumulative impacts to air quality, public health, the environment, and climate as required by the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. EDF recommends ECMC amend its permitting rules to better protect public health and safety with the use of appropriate scientific methods. The current approach of primarily focusing on data collection, relying on operator-submitted emissions estimates, and reviewing cumulative impact plans and proposed best management practices to mitigate emissions is insufficient to capture the effects on air quality and climate change and subsequent impacts to public harm. Modeling capabilities that provide better estimates of air quality impacts are available and should be used in the permitting process. Examples of such modeling include, I just skipped something here. Examples of modeling that ECMC should require oil and gas operators perform for their oil and gas development plans and their comprehensive area plans are modeling of emissions impacts on secondary and regional air pollutants, for example, ozone, PM 2.5, and regional haze, and modeling of impacts of primary criteria pollutants such as NO2, SO2, and primary PM, as well as specific hazardous air pollutants, both at the well pad and any nearby residential areas. It is especially critical that impacts on nearby communities, including disproportionately impacted communities, are fully analyzed. These types of modeling more accurately reflect the true potential of human health and environmental risks imposed by oil and gas activities than existing practices. Going beyond the permitting process, we urge ECMC to work with other agencies, such as CDPHE, who have expertise in air quality modeling, to conduct a full-scale evaluation of the impacts of OGDP and CAP emissions on secondary air pollutants for the annual cumulative impacts report. One goal of this collaboration is to ensure that the comprehensive air quality model used by Colorado during the ozone SIP planning accounts for emissions from OGDPs and CAPs. ECMC must ensure these efforts are collaborative and not cite CDPHE's permitting process as a reason to not address cumulative impacts. Lastly, ECMC must recognize that oil and gas activities are major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado, with 16% of statewide methane emissions in 2019 coming from oil and gas systems. Reducing methane emissions is the fastest, most cost-effective way to slow the rate of climate change currently underway, while also improving air quality in the North Front Range ozone non-attainment area. While ECMC requires operators to estimate methane emissions from new production facilities, it does not require any evaluation of how these emissions affect the state's ability to meet its statutorily mandated greenhouse gas pollution reduction targets for the oil and gas sector and economy-wide. ECMC should require operators to use empirical measurement data, such as an operator's measurement-informed inventory, where available, to estimate emissions for proposed facilities. This would reflect the future implementation date of the direct measurement requirements in the AQCC verification plan rules and the fact that not all operators are required to conduct their own measurements under the rule. ECMC must also coordinate with CDPHE to ensure that greenhouse gas emissions are correctly quantified by operators and do not threaten attainment of statutorily mandated and regulatory greenhouse gas targets for the industry and the state. Thank you for your time and consideration of these comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you again for presenting to us. Questions? All right, not seeing any questions at this time. Thank you very much. We will next have a presentation from Dave Neslin. Mr. Neslin, I understand perhaps you're going to be using some slides.
No, but I was going to have a colleague joining me, Randy Dan. Has he been elevated?
Mr. Neslin, he's not in the meeting.
He's not in the meeting.
I tried to elevate Marta as well, and she has declined my request.
Huh. I believe Mr. Dan is going to be available in about 5 minutes. I'm prepared to go forward. I'm going to do the presentation, Chair Robbins. Mr. Dan is much more knowledgeable than I am about air quality regulation in the state of Colorado. So if you have questions along those lines, he would be a better person probably to answer some of them. But I'll do my best. And again, I'm prepared to go on now if you wish.
Your call. I can also go to my next witness and then come back to you when Mr. Dan is available.
Why don't we do that if you don't mind?
Okay, let's do that. We now would call up the next person on the list is Rebecca Curry, followed by Matt Sura. I see we have Mr. Sura. I'm not seeing Miss Curry in the meeting. Mr. Sura, are you? Oh, there we are. Hi.
Hi.
You're up.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Rebecca Curry. I'm an attorney in the Colorado Policy Council with Earth Justice. Last month, I submitted written comments on behalf of several environmental justice groups, including Women from the Mountain, Mi Familia Vota, Green Latinos, Protejete, and Colorado Rising. I'm going to emphasize several points related to environmental justice today as you work to implement the legislative mandate to address cumulative impacts. When Colorado's Environmental Justice Act was passed in 2021, the legislature clearly stated that the state government has a responsibility to achieve environmental justice. This duty to advance environmental justice extends to the ECMC, which must do its part to ensure fair treatment and meaningful involvement. All Coloradoans deserve the right to clean air, safe water, and a healthy environment, but the reality is that oil and gas operations stand in the way of those basic necessities for some communities, particularly communities of color and low-income communities. To reverse inequities and alleviate disparate impacts that many communities face, the ECMC must prioritize public health over corporate profits. Really, cumulative impacts and environmental justice go hand in hand. Colorado cannot achieve its environmental justice goals without urgently and meaningfully addressing cumulative impacts that communities experience, including impacts from oil and gas operations. Written comments that I submitted included a number of suggestions about how the ECMC can meaningfully address cumulative impacts, not just by evaluating and considering them as it has been doing, but by really making a difference in how people are experiencing, cumulative impacts across Colorado. Critically, we cannot think about cumulative impacts in a vacuum, and the scope of cumulative impacts cannot be limited to just oil and gas operations. To look only at the impacts of oil and gas operations is placing blinders on reality. As the US government and states across the nation realize, cumulative impacts are the synergistic, additive effects of simultaneous and long-term exposure to multiple pollutants from multiple sources, through multiple routes of exposure. Because of this, we need a comprehensive and inclusive definition of cumulative impacts that recognizes combined stressors that communities already face and considers impacts on climate, air and water quality, biodiversity, etc. The ECMC should also integrate environmental equity and cumulative impacts analysis into its permitting processes to inform individual permitting decisions, as supported by recommendations from Colorado's Environmental Justice Action Task Force. This will help the ECMC to understand the full anticipated scope of impacts of proposed new sources and help to tailor permit requirements or mandate certain operator practices that can address impacts. But it's crucial to recognize that best practices are sometimes not enough. There are some communities in Colorado that are already overburdened, where any additional stressors in these areas will exacerbate additional challenges, existing challenges. The ECMC should recognize this and prioritize the well-being of these communities that are already too overburdened by denying permits that would add to that burden, particularly in disproportionately impacted communities that face cumulative environmental stressors and face intersecting injustices that impact things like ability to participate in these regulatory forums. This means, looking cumulatively, we have to just recognize that the combined effect of multiple sources leads to a much greater impact on health and the environment. And, rather than viewing each source in isolation and, holding each source accountable to individual regulatory requirements, we really have to start looking at the bigger picture. And finally, I just want to stress how essential it is for the ECMC to rethink and enhance its community engagement efforts at this juncture where we're kicking off this rulemaking process about cumulative impacts. There are the voices of affected communities must be at the forefront of any policy or regulatory decision, and community engagement cannot be a box checking exercise. It needs to meaningfully shape the ECMC's rules. There were numerous barriers to participation even at today's public comment session. There's no good reason why registration needs to be cut off several days in advance of a public comment session. And we could do better in ensuring that people have a heads up about what time that they're going to need to be available to give their comment, rather than having to hold sort of 2 full days for comments. I'm paid for this work, but the reality is that many others who have valuable experiences, perspectives are not, and we should rethink how we're building restrictions and uncertainty into these public comment opportunities. And in fact, I think House Bill 23-1294 directed the ECMC to sort of improve its public outreach with translation services, et cetera. I see my time has elapsed. I'll stop there and appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us in the presentation. Questions? All right. Thank you very much, and appreciate your written submittals as well, which we've all read. Ms. Amaro, does Mr. Neslin have his colleague with him yet?
We are not able to find either Marta or Randy still. So.
Okay, let's just hold off then, and let's go to Matt Sura.
I would like to share my screen if I might.
Yep, we're going to have to pull down the timer. I'll keep track of your time, and as we're getting close, I'll let you know.
Appreciate it.
Are you able to share screen? Yep.
I think so. How does that look?
Good. We can see
great.
it.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Matt Sura, representing Conservation Colorado. In the brief time I have, I'll be discussing the importance of reaching out to impacted and disproportionately impacted communities, the definition of cumulative impacts, and a framework for evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. House Bill 23-1294 requires that the Commission shall provide resources to support community engagement in the rulemaking process from affected communities, including translation, outreach, and other strategies to support public participation. ECMC was provided resources for this rulemaking, and it is important that outreach is to both disproportionately impacted communities and specifically those communities impacted by oil and gas development. I would offer that places such as Frederick, Platteville, Watkins, Bayfield, and Rifle would be good places to host productive small group meetings to hear concerns and share ideas. ECMC's friend, Joel Miner, is the Environmental Justice Program Manager, as you all know, and has hired an Environmental Justice Ombudsperson, both of whom may be of assistance in preparing an outreach plan. On the issue of definition of cumulative impacts, Conservation Colorado has reached out to multiple stakeholders over the past 2 weeks and would like to offer this definition, which has changed somewhat from the definition offered in its written submission. Please understand that Conservation Colorado is still open to additional suggestions and improvements for this definition. It says cumulative impacts means the addressable incremental effects on public health and the environment, including air quality, water quality and quantity, the climate, noise, odor, wildlife, biological resources, and disproportionately impacted communities caused by a policy, project, or activity when added to the impacts from other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future development of any type on the affected area. Cumulative impacts can result from actions with individually minor but collectively significant effects taking place over a period of time and may occur across different geographic scales depending on the particular resource affected. Again, there are many ways to improve this definition, but Conservation Colorado believes there are 3 important elements that the definition should contain. It should include the concept of incremental effects. one OGDP in itself may not be a terribly large impact, but when combined with past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future development, it could very well represent an adverse impact that must be avoided. Finally, there needs to be different geographic scales depending on the resources. Adams County helpfully described this as a radius of impact, and Conservation Colorado believes this radius will be different for each resource. So the radius of impacts for noise, for example, will be different than those for air quality. The framework that Conservation Colorado asked you to consider in evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts is, first, setting of threshold limits. This would need to be accomplished with the assistance of sister agencies such as CDPHE, Air Pollution Control Division, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Second is gathering information. This will be done at the ECMC level with its annual report, the help of those sister agencies, and also by the operator at a project level basis. Third, ECMC should codify the mitigation hierarchy to avoid, minimize, and mitigate. What we've seen in the past is that it appears that the commission and industry often jump to just mitigating those impacts without first exhausting all options for avoiding and minimizing those impacts. And fourth, no net adverse impact standard should be required once the threshold limit is being approached or has been met. I want to quickly address some of the modeling issues that you've been discussing. I think that you've heard that major sources are the only ones that need to be modeled. And a major source in a severe non-attainment area, it's like the Front Range, is 25 tons per year. The Air Pollution Control Division and their proposed SIP rulemaking that will be decided this December will reduce the pre-production nitrogen oxide emissions to 0.65 tons per day for a single well for drilling and 1 ton per day for fracking of a single well. If you look at a 20 well well pad, which you see in OGDPs all the time, estimating 2 days for drilling a well and 3 days for fracking, you're looking at 86 tons. That's more than 3 times a major limit, major source limit. So these are the kind of holes that are in the Air Pollution Control Division's regulations that can be backfilled by the work with ECMC, complementing what is already being done in your sister agency. And with that, my time is concluded and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sura, for the both written comments and spoken comments today. I want to go into a little bit of detail on the threshold issue and setting the threshold issue. And I appreciate that you talked about relying on experts, leaning on our sister agencies such as CDPHE when it comes to some of those things that they control. I guess my question is, how do you foresee us being the commission setting some of these thresholds if it is something that is ultimately determined by another agency? So if CDPHE was to have a rulemaking of their own in the future, would it automatically change what our thresholds are? I'm just kind of curious how you foresee that working out beyond just leaning on their expertise.
Well, I think that we're heading in that direction right now, Commissioner Cross. As an example, nitrogen oxides, and again, those threshold limits can be set by policy, they can be set by legislation, such as greenhouse gases. It could be set by rulemaking at Air Pollution Control Division. Right now, we have the Air Pollution Control Division looking at overall all of the sources of nitrogen oxides, which are contributing to our ozone problem on the Front Range and non-attainment. In looking at that, they've ascribed a certain amount percentage that is coming from the oil and gas industry for nitrogen oxides. And the governor helpfully has said, I'd like to see that percentage 2017 baseline. I want to see that reduced 30% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. That gives us a number, a hard number that we can use and that this agency can use in implementing policies to ensure that we stay under that number. That is a cumulative effects analysis. And I think that that's a great place to start. We also already have in our rules cumulative effects standards for noise. I think that wildlife, and I'd love to hear more from Commissioner Ackerman on this, but how much disturbance to a high priority habitat can occur before that no longer is high priority. It's no longer good habitat. It's no longer useful habitat. And again, that would be looking at both the oil and gas wells that are being drilled and new well pads that are being placed in there, and the roads that are accessing those, and the pipeline corridors that are required. All of that impact, and cumulatively with other activities that are also occurring in that high priority habitat, we may get to a point where we've reached a threshold. And I want to hear from Colorado Parks and Wildlife as to what that threshold is, and make sure that at least in your decisions, you're going to stay within those thresholds. You're not going to approach that threshold.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sura, for presenting. Actually, I like a lot of the thoughts that you're putting forward here. I have to be honest with you. And I'll start with the definition. So, I've been struggling with getting my head around a definition for a while now, and I think the definition that you've developed there, I think, is a pretty good cut at it. And so, I want to thank you for that, because I do think it incorporates a lot of at least what was in my mind around the definition. So I'm not saying that it's perfect, or I'm sure there will be lots of people saying that it may not be. Developing a definition in a rulemaking seems to be one of the most difficult things that we do. And I thought mission change rulemaking was hard, but nonetheless, it is important because it asks, it answers a specific question. And I think that question, is important to answer. And the other thing I want to mention is I appreciate you pointing out the legislative direction that we received regarding community outreach, particularly in disproportionately impacted communities, and the tools that were provided to us. And so I do think that will be a critically important piece of this rulemaking as we continue to undertake it, is embracing not in action as well as spirit that legislative direction. I want to have you go into a little more detail about some of your 4 points, and so I think I'll start. So, I mean, we've got the threshold limits piece, and I think a lot of people have talked about the thresholds, and a lot of people have talked about, how to determine those. And I think that's, an iterative process. I think it depends on the thresholds that you're looking at. But I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit about that, like radius of influence, and how that plays into potentially setting thresholds or not setting thresholds, and how do these things interact? I mean, how do we determine those thresholds from a geographic standpoint? I think is what I'm trying to start to get my head around here. Non-attainment's an easy one. It's an easy geographic area. There's certainly going to be potentially other cumulative impacts that we may need to consider that won't so easily be captured in a geographic area like non-attainment.
I agree, and that is something that is going to be an involved discussion. And again, we have sister agencies that are going to be helpful in that. It seems to me that we have ranges of impact from a neighborhood, and what you can hear, so the distance a sound can carry from oil and gas pad is one impact and a cumulative impact. And so your cumulative impact radius is going to be just what is an earshot of that oil and gas pad, that all the way to the state's commitment to reducing greenhouse gases, and that would be a statewide effect. Certainly, we have watersheds, and certain watersheds are going to have impacts and may impact, the health of that watershed. I've already mentioned the high priority habitats, and those are already mapped, and we have an ability to use GIS data, and you've got such, a great GIS team over there that you'll be able to determine how much of that high priority habitat has already been degraded. Roger Steen mentioned reclamation. We've got reclamation success, and whether that's in a high priority habitat or if that's in an entire area of, say, the Piceance Basin, what is the reclamation success that we're seeing? And, I think that those are important discussions as to, what is the geographic region that we're looking at and what are those threshold limits? And I'm not saying that I have all the answers right now, but I could certainly guess at them.
No, and I appreciate that. I mean, I think the point that I'm hearing, and I think it's probably accurate, is that it's going to depend on the impact we're analyzing, right? And so, I mean, we have a number of different impacts that we've been asked to address as per legislation, and I think each of those may have different geographic areas associated with those if we were to determine thresholds, and I think can be considered independently, should we go down that road. And so I just wanted to kind of pick your brain on that one. The other question I want to ask about is your focus on the mitigation hierarchy: avoid, minimize, and mitigate. And so how do we embrace that mitigation hierarchy in this cumulative impact rulemaking? I just wanted you to be able to elaborate a little more on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So if we have a threshold limit and we have a way of assessing our progress towards or away from that threshold that we're trying to avoid, then it's in all of our interest to avoid additional impacts or mitigate those impacts to the greatest extent possible. If you're looking at the number of permits, for example, that could be placed within higher priority habitat, new well sites as an example, maybe it is minimizing the impacts on those well pads, making sure that they're, doing as much interim reclamation as possible to allow for additional impacts in that area. And my sense is that, it would be in the interest of all of us to try to first avoid those impacts, but then, minimize, and then only if they can't be avoided, to mitigate them. Ultimately, the ultimate hammer that we have in these decisions is to avoid the impact entirely by not allowing the activity. And that, I think, has to be done when we are approaching, that threshold, or we've already surpassed it. And I think that, we certainly can make an argument that there are resources that we've already impacted to the point where we can't impact them anymore.
Thanks for that. I mean, I think that, the mitigation hierarchy is utilized in a lot of different parts of our rules. At least I, as a commissioner, am very comfortable with it. And, I think a lot of people just say avoid, minimize, mitigate. I think if you read the statement of basis and purpose and what's about it, it's, the language states, that you will avoid this impact. If it is not avoidable, you will minimize, the impacts associated with it. And where it is not avoidable or minimized, then you can mitigate, right? And so mitigation is a last resort in these particular situations when applying the mitigation hierarchy. And so I think it's a good consideration in this. And because I know we have a lot of other speakers that have to come up, I just want to make one more comment that myself as a planning commissioner and as a former county commissioner that utilized a land use process that included the term known net adverse impact as part of our land use proceedings. I'm very comfortable with that term, and think it could be applicable in this particular situation or this particular rulemaking. So thanks for bringing that up. Oh, sorry. Dang it. Last question, and you can answer this, at one of your future presentations here if you want as well. But this idea of major source and CDPHE and modeling and the at least the slide that you presented seeming to indicate that a multi-well pad based on some criteria certainly could produce enough emissions to be considered major source. Are you suggesting that we wait until that determination is made by CDPHE on whether to classify those as major source or not? Or are you suggesting that potentially we take responsibility to require modeling for multi-well pads? I'm just a little unclear as to what you're proposing there.
Well, I'm proposing that is a hole in Air Pollution Control Division's regulations, and they won't be qualifying those as, at least anytime soon, as major sources, although they are major sources, right? And that's because of just the rulemaking that has been made over the years that has qualified that as a temporary source, and therefore it's de minimis, and we should just ignore that it's occurring. And maybe that made sense when we had the single well out on the prairie that was drilling a well within a day and then moving on. But we've got major industrial operations that set up shop for up to a year to both drill and hydraulically fracture multi-well pads. Now, as an example, we've got 80 wells that are going to be on 2 well pads that are right next to each other in Brighton. That's probably well over a year and a half of industrial operations that are going to be well over major source threshold. And so, yeah, we should be considering that. And if Air Pollution Control Division is not able to, you certainly have that in your authority to require modeling. And I think that it makes sense in this case.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sura.
Well, thank you. And just because you raised the question, I appreciate your kind words on the definition. That was a collaborative effort with a number of different organizations and individuals. So I'll pass that on to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would note that we've heard from a lot of the other folks that they're looking at that definition as well. So thank you for that. On the modeling front, Mr. Sura, did you, and I should know this, I read all of your paperwork, but there was a lot of paperwork. Did you reference back to the modeling protocols as articulated by the good doctor from Broomfield and Elizabeth Paranos?
So we didn't even raise the issue of modeling in our comments, in our written comments. I was just responding to some of the questioning that I heard from commissioners today.
Do you have a thought on that at this point?
I would need to talk to my clients about that before I was able to speak on that, but I'm happy to provide written comment afterwards.
Yeah. Well, why don't you take a look at that? It's become a issue that appears to be one that a lot of folks are looking at. And so the more input we can get on that from various stakeholders, including from, the environmental front to the industry front, I mean, we all need to work together to come up with the correct approach. So I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to provide that.
All right. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one point of clarification, and thank you, Mr. Sura, for being here today and for your work on this issue. I wanted to also applaud Conservation Colorado for being thought leaders in this space. I appreciate the work that Conservation Colorado does. And I also appreciate your comments reaching into disciplines that are outside of air quality, although like Commissioner McGowan, I certainly don't want to minimize the attention needed to air quality, but there are other items of discussion here, and I appreciate you touching on those, as well as incorporating the comments associated with the good work done by other agencies on all these fronts. My point of clarification is associated with thresholds. We talked about establishment of thresholds. And in your opinion, are those thresholds overall thresholds that must be met and must be adhered to, or are they more along the lines of thresholds that are industry specific allowances within the oil and gas space? Does that make sense?
It sure does. And I guess I'd like to answer it in two ways. One, we can only set thresholds that you can apply to one industry. Actually, I take that back, because you're expanding so much, and that you're looking at different industries, and you're looking at, potential hydrogen and geothermal and, all of those other areas, probably everything under your purview, it would fit under that. But ultimately, I would like to see this same standard apply to the Department of Transportation, to Parks and Wildlife. I think, that looking at cumulative impacts and having a gut check as to whether or not we're approaching a point where there's adverse impacts that must be addressed is something that every agency should do. And again, once again, ECMC is kind of at the front edge of this important discussion, just as you were with disproportionately impacted communities. Years before other agencies were looking at that issue, cumulative impacts being addressed at this agency could set a bar for the rest of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the reminder that there are things within our control and things outside of our control. And I do think that as we ponder limits and those types of things, I do think that we should be looking within the scope of our control as well. So I appreciate that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. I'm going to call an audible. I would like a break. Let's take 15 minutes. Let's return at let's say 3:20. And then we've got about 10 individuals left, and that'll probably take us right up to 5 o'clock at the pace we're going. So we'll get back at 3:20. Everybody go outside, go for a little walk, fill up your water bottles, and we'll see you in just a little bit. All right. We're back. Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission, October 12th. It is 3:21. We will continue with our work on cumulative impacts. I believe next up is Mr. Neslin and Mr. Dan.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Dave Neslin, Davis, Graham, and Stubbs, and I'm here with my colleague Randy Dan on behalf of Chevron USA, Noble Energy, and PDC Energy, which I'll collectively refer to as Chevron. Chevron has firsthand experience evaluating cumulative impacts through the Colt and Mustang comprehensive drilling plans, which enable Chevron to modernize oil and gas facilities while dramatically reducing air emissions and truck traffic. We appreciate this opportunity to comment. Chevron actively participated in your prior work on cumulative impacts. We support HB 23-1294 and the new cumulative impacts rulemaking, and we will continue to actively engage on these issues. You invited comment on two questions. First, to what extent could the permitting rules be amended to consider cumulative impacts identified in the legislation? And second, how should the current process evolve? Regarding the first question, I want to begin with the standards that should guide your efforts. The governor said it best in his legislative signing statement, quote, "The inclusion of the word addressable impacts is intended and will be implemented by my administration so as to ensure the commission, when making determinations where and how to avoid, mitigate, or minimize potential impacts, is acting within their statutorily defined role in permitting and overseeing direct impacts from oil and gas locations themselves. This is consistent with the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, which vests you with regulatory authority over oil and gas operations, not other types of development. We also believe that any new regulations should define cumulative impacts in a manner that tracks the legislation, which requires the commission to focus on, quote, addressable impacts to climate, public health, the environment, air quality, water quality, noise, odors, wildlife, biological resources, and to disproportionately impacted communities, close quote, and specifies that impacts to climate means quote, quantification of emissions of greenhouse gases that occur from sources that are controlled or owned by the operator and reasonably foreseeable truck traffic at an oil and gas location, close quote. Based on this legislative direction, we have proposed a definition of cumulative impacts that was set forth in our written statement and that borrows from the legislation and the signing statement. Your second question asks how the current process should evolve to implement the legislation. First, cumulative impacts should include the significant environmental benefits that accrue from plugging existing wells. Chevron has voluntarily plugged thousands of wells since 2016, thereby reducing air emissions and surface disturbance and helping to reduce the carbon intensity of its operations. As Chevron reclaims old well pads and uses smaller footprints for new development, additional and other benefits accrue, including decreased habitat fragmentation, decreased truck traffic, and decreased noise. Second, evaluating cumulative impacts should promote regulatory efficiency and predictability. Certainty regarding regulatory requirements is essential. Oil and gas permitting is already a multifaceted process, which should not be unduly prolonged. The operators must be able to rely on OGDP approvals in scheduling and contracting for drilling operations, so regulatory changes should not undermine approvals or reopen the permitting process. Third, you should build upon your current cumulative impact rules, which include innovative tools like the CIDR database, which aggregates cumulative impacts for consideration at scale, cumulative impact plans, which help ensure that cumulative impacts are mitigated, and comprehensive area plans, which allow consideration of development across the landscape. As the mission change regulatory history acknowledges, cumulative impacts were a critical component of that rulemaking, and the current regulations provide you with a solid framework for further work. Finally, you should avoid unnecessary agency overlap. Some topics that HB 23-1294 directs you to consider are already heavily regulated by other Colorado agencies with significant expertise, including the Air Quality Control Commission. The ECMC has limited capacity and technical expertise to tackle these issues. So thoughtful coordination with other agencies is needed, particularly to avoid regulatory inconsistencies and unintended consequences. Chevron appreciates the opportunity to provide these comments and looks forward to working with your staff and other stakeholders. Mr. Dan and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. The panel is open for questions. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Neslin and Mr. Dan for your written and public comments. So I'm sure you've been listening to some of the conversation today, or maybe you haven't. But if you haven't, I think that we're seeing some differing ideas about how to define cumulative impacts, and one is a very kind of narrow definition, and one is, I think, centered around the conversation, which is there is nothing in language anywhere that prevents the commission from looking at cumulative impacts from a broader set of those that are causing impacts, and then the commission making a decision when there's maybe a capacity or a threshold in a certain community, and then deciding or regulating in a way that is only controlled by the commission. So oil and gas operations. I'm wondering if you've heard that conversation and if you have some thoughts about that.
Certainly, Commissioner. Let me begin, and perhaps Mr. Dan can add to what I have to say. The definition that's been proposed is essentially a NEPA definition that's been mildly edited. And that would require you to consider, as part of cumulative impacts, all past, present, and future impacts, whether associated with the operator who is before you, or with oil and gas operations, or with completely different people and completely different activities. There are several challenges and problems with this approach. First, NEPA is a federal statute, and federal agencies are orders of magnitude larger and have more staff and resources to devote to compiling, analyzing, and reviewing this kind of cumulative impact information than the ECMC has. Let me give you an example. BLM regulates oil and gas development. BLM has 10,000 employees. It has an annual budget of $1.6 billion. It's literally 100 times larger than you are and has substantial resources available to it to administer this broader NEPA definition in looking at cumulative impacts. You unfortunately don't have those resources. Second, the broader NEPA type cumulative impacts definition has been a litigation magnet for years. Many cases filed each year challenging cumulative impact or alleging cumulative impact violations under NEPA, under Republican administrations, under Democratic administrations. It generates lots of legal challenges, lots of litigation. Third, there is an argument that it has forced agencies to devote disproportionate attention to activities that are speculative because they're going to be undertaken by someone else or are future activities that someone is speculating will occur or outside of the agency's jurisdiction and control. Activities not associated with oil and gas development for purposes of this agency. And so this arguably leads to a misallocation of resources. I think your agency is stretched pretty thin given your current regulations, planned rulemakings, expansion of legislative authority into other areas. I think there's a real question whether this kind of broader definition of cumulative impacts is going to prove beneficial for the public or the agency. The second part of your question went to creating carrying capacities or impact thresholds. It's been called different things, different ways. From my standpoint, I think some of the commentators are oversimplifying that process, the process of coming up with these carrying capacities, and underestimating the work that would be required to establish these things. You're going to need scientifically defensible data and analysis. This has proven difficult and time-consuming for EPA, as you know. And I think it will prove difficult and time-consuming for this agency as well. And I think there's also a concern you should keep in mind. You do not want to encourage operators to perpetuate older facilities which have greater carbon intensity because newer facilities with lower or proposed new facilities with lower carbon intensity and reduced impacts in other areas cannot be approved because of these carrying capacity limitations or emission impact limitations. I think the state has benefited, the environment has benefited from the kind of work that Chevron has done over the last 5 years or so, where it's plugged thousands of existing wells, which were older, had more environmental impact and risk, and replaced them with newer facilities, reducing its carbon intensity, reducing impacts to traffic, to wildlife, noise, and so forth. Mr. Dan, you have anything to add?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I'll just come at this from kind of the air perspective. I'm primarily an air lawyer, and that's the world that I live in. And listening today, obviously the air issues come up quite a bit when we're talking about cumulative impacts, and I've heard discussions about modeling and permitting, and it's just the exact types of issues that I frequently talk about with the Air Pollution Control Division or in front of the Air Quality Control Commission. They're issues that are actively being addressed by that agency and that commission, that have dedicated and experienced staff to deal with those types of issues, like modeling. Modeling is going on right now for every new source that's constructed out in the field. And I haven't had time to dig into all the different proposals and exactly what they're proposing in terms of things like modeling, but I wonder of the necessity or utility of that, or the potential for duplication or contradicting requirements, considering just how much is being done on that front at these other agencies.
Thank you. So, let's just take something and distill it and simplify it and I'll give you my elevator speech idea. So the governor in his letter has set a specific target for NOx reductions. There's, I would argue, kind of an allocation that's put together in the ozone SIP. There will be a target number for industry to get to. Could we not say for the non-attainment area, there's a target that industry has to meet by certain dates, and that would be the threshold. And then we could or would tie permit application approvals to whether or not industry is on track for those threshold numbers or allocations.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'll give you my perspective and Dave, jump in. Those are exactly the issues that the Air Pollution Control Division and the Air Quality Control Commission are working on right now, and actually are going to be at issue in the December rulemaking. Those NOx targets in the governor's letter are exactly what industry has been working on with the division for the past year, or more. And that agency is going to develop specific regulatory requirements specifically targeted to meeting those targets. And I certainly understand this commission's desire to ensure that the industry is on track. I don't know that that necessarily means new and different requirements from this commission, as opposed to maybe it's I don't know, some sort of a check-in with to ensure you're on track with the Air Pollution Control Division's regulations and those targets and thresholds. I don't know that it warrants anything new from this commission, considering all the good work that's going on as we speak on those very issues at the Air Division.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think that there are opportunities for collaboration based on work that's happening in both sides of with each sister agency, that I think we could calibrate with each other, I guess is the word I would use. Oh, I had another question. Sorry. I'm wondering if you have looked at Weld County's proposed submittal. We haven't heard from them yet, but I found it an interesting submittal where there's a resource management plan for a defined area, and there's like a threshold for that area. And as long as we're staying within the thresholds, things continue to get permitted, perhaps even on an expedited basis. It's kind of similar to what we've been talking about here, a little bit of a different animal, but I thought it was an interesting proposal. I didn't know if you had looked at it.
I have not dug into that in depth. Just based on your summary, I guess the question that comes to mind is how to develop those thresholds, how we would do that. But I'll leave it at that. I haven't dug into that in detail, and I don't want to kind of speak for Weld County.
Yeah. Thanks for your input today.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Neslin, Mr. Dan, for being here today. So I want to better understand your perspective, I think, around the definition of cumulative impacts. And I understand that you're comparing it to a NEPA analysis, but in order to understand what, and understand that there's different categories that we would be looking at as far as things that we could address, but there's also kind of ambient or current state that's out there that seems only logical to take into consideration. Not that we can change or regulate anything except for the elements that ECMC has statutory authority over regulating, but wouldn't it seem prudent to know that there was some industrial application that was producing significant noise that was perhaps near a permitted activity that we would regulate, that also has the potential to create significant noise, in analyzing cumulative impacts?
Commissioner Messner, thank you for that question. I'll try to begin answering it. If Mr. Dan wants to add to what I have to say, he can do so. Existing impacts should be captured in the baseline. I don't think we're arguing about existing or prior impacts. That's part of the baseline that's going to be looked at. I think the point of disagreement is future development. And
okay,
again,
well, that's good. Okay, so that's fine. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's talk about future development there, because that's my next question. So a comprehensive area plan, provides the opportunity for, an operator to propose, a number of different sites over, what has been approved 10-year timelines. So in my mind, that's reasonably foreseeable. That's a known future that these sites are going to be developed sometime in the next 10 years. Should that not be a consideration in permitting new sites in the vicinity of that?
But those projects, even though they're part of a comprehensive area plan, as I recall, they still have to go through some individualized permitting with you, don't they?
No. So I'm not talking about the locations inside of the cap. And so they do have to do that. But if there's another OGDP that's, in a radius of influence or whatever definition you want to use, adjacent or nearby, and you've got, that these other sites, have already gained preliminary siting associated with that cap, that's a reasonably known, activity that is going to occur sometime in the next 10 years, even if this permit that's being applied for right now is anticipated to start drilling, in 2 or 3 years or 2 years or 1 year or whatever the schedule may be. So as you're evaluating potential cumulative impacts, even addressable cumulative impacts, which are ones that obviously we have statutory authority of, it seems reasonable and logical for me to be able to take those reasonably foreseeable, future activities into consideration and make it a determination on cumulative impacts, whatever the rule may be in the future.
Yeah, Commissioner Messner, I'd want to think about that a little further, your analogy. The concern that I come back to, though, is ultimately that development is speculative, and this operator has no control over whether or when that development will occur. And again, as you move beyond, I'm not saying that it's impossible to consider these kinds of plans or programs or zoning or land ownership as part of your evaluation. But the more you move beyond this operator, this project, what the baseline is today, the more speculative your analysis becomes, the less reliable it becomes. I would argue the more work will be required to administer those requirements. And, at the end of the day, I think this commission will have to decide, is that in the public's interest? Is it in the environment's interest? I've expressed my concerns. We think a better approach to the definition is to track the legislation, as we've done in our proposed legislation, or in our proposed definition, which talks about addressable impacts. And in particular, borrowing the language from the legislation about climate impacts, which refer to impacts from the operator.
Sure. And, I'll go back to what I've said before, which is that, really the analysis here is bifurcated. So you've got the analysis or the evaluation of cumulative impacts that, at least I think is logical to me to be broad in its scope, including reasonably foreseeable. And reasonable is important there. And I'm open to other language, but the idea being is that there's permitted things that are out there that are reasonably known. And so but this is the evaluation, the logical evaluation. And then the addressable piece of cumulative impacts is what are the things that ECMC regulates that potentially, add to or detract to from these current state cumulative impacts or reasonably known future impacts. And so that's still like the framework in which I'm evaluating definitions right now. So you're welcome to comment on that, but that's just kind of where my mind is right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. We greatly value your feedback on these issues. That's helpful to us in representing our clients. The only thing I would add is the reference in Senate Bill 1274 to evaluate and address is the exact same language that was used in House Bill 1181 3 years ago. That's where that language came from. And I wonder if some of the parties aren't maybe overthinking this a little bit in trying to argue or suggest that a bifurcated approach or a new approach was intended by this language. Again, the language comes directly from the existing act where it talks about cumulative impacts.
Mr. Neslin, you meant 1294 and 181?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair Robbins.
I thought there was a new piece of legislation that I was unaware of.
I was getting worried that there was something I missed, but no, thank you.
It's late in the day. My apologies.
Thank you for your responses. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your comments, both written and provided today. I want to build on what Commissioner Messner was talking about a little bit there, and similarly provide some of my concern and kind of where I'm thinking here. When I look at 1294, I think the legislation to me is clear that it's saying the commission shall review, consider, and include addressable impacts, that it needs to be addressable. And what we're hearing a lot today is looking at the signing statement. And I think that's important too, because obviously being within an agency, we have to look at the direction we're given as an agency as well. And admittedly, I think this is where some of the openness comes. And I'm going to build a question into this, but it says, while some impacts may not be addressable, they can still be analyzed to develop a fuller picture. And so it doesn't require us to look at more, but it says that more can be looked at. And so under that guise, I want to look more at exactly what you have proposed as the cumulative impacts definition. And particularly, you say the cumulative impacts means the addressable and quantifiable direct impacts. And so I think my first question is, what do you mean by the direct impacts, and how would the direct impacts differ from, and understanding that this is not NEPA, but under NEPA, there's direct, indirect, and cumulative. And so how are you using direct here in that sense to distinguish what a cumulative impact is?
So an impact that comes from oil and gas operations, not from a nearby industrial activity or a real estate development, or, as we heard from one commentator, existing traffic on a state highway or a public road or something like that.
Okay, and that's helpful. And I guess part of my question is, how does that differ from how we currently look at impacts? Because aren't we already looking at emissions? Aren't we already looking at noise? Aren't we already looking at odor? Aren't we looking at the impacts of the oil and gas operations on wildlife, et cetera? Does that make sense? How is your proposed definition of cumulative impacts different from what we as a commission are already doing?
I think you are already evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. I think, again, this is not a new issue before the commission. many of the speakers today joined with the commissioners as part of the mission change rulemaking and spent significant time on developing those rules. And those rules did develop some innovative tools for this purpose: the CIDR data compilation, the individual cumulative impact plans, encouraging comprehensive area plans is another way of, I would argue, of addressing cumulative impacts. So I acknowledge that our definition would look a lot like what the commission has done for the last couple of years. I think you should, by all means, as part of this rulemaking, take a further look within the scope of the legislation, within the scope of 1274, but take a further look. And, you know, are you adequately capturing and properly capturing air quality impacts? Your current approach, as I understand it, is to require operators to disclose existing oil and gas wells within, I think, a mile. Is that the right distance? Should that be further calibrated or adjusted as part of this process? Those are my initial thoughts to your question, Commissioner.
And I guess similar to what you were talking about there, and I'm not sure if you listened to Adams County proposal earlier today. I'm curious of your thoughts on what Adams County had proposed, as they are specifically looking at a lot of what is addressable, but saying, as Commissioner Messner was alluding to as well, within a certain radius, there may already be oil and gas operations going on. And so as you're evaluating things that we do have control over, oil and gas, but the other oil and gas operations that are going on that are nearby, the existing, the maybe permitted but not yet drilled, et cetera. Now, I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on their proposal.
You know, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cross, I was not able to watch the portion of the hearing where Mr. Dean, I think it was for Adams County, spoke and responded to questions. So that's something I'd have to look at further.
Okay. And I guess without specifically looking at their proposal, would you say that your client is opposed to looking at other oil and gas impacts that already have occurred nearby?
Well, again, I think most of those impacts are captured in the existing baseline that is looked at, right? The Form 2B requires disclosure of oil and gas wells within a mile. So I think a lot of that is being done today. But I'd certainly, and before I purport to speak on their behalf, I should speak to them and clarify their position. I'd be happy to get back to you on that.
Okay. That's completely understandable. And I think pointing out what's already looked at in our baseline analysis is important as well. Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Dan, I would appreciate you thinking through with your air lawyer lens some of the collaboration that we've heard a lot of in terms of if there is additional modeling that's being suggested, what's already happening, how we could use that, how we at ECMC could create a platform that takes advantage of what's happening. I'm not an expert in that, and I'm going to be asked to render some opinions about it. And I'm going to have some of the folks from the other side do the same thing, like Elizabeth Parnos. I'm going to want her to sort of flesh that out as well. So, this is a beginning of a dialogue on these topics. And one of the things that we're trying to do is to flesh out the important issues. And I think that's finding itself as an important issue. So I look forward to your continued work on that for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Absolutely happy to help. And that's certainly something that I've been thinking about and will continue thinking about, and hopefully offer up some good perspectives.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing further questions for the panel, so we will excuse you and move forward with our next panel.
Thank you, commissioners.
So my staff has looked, and it appears that some folks that have signed up are not in the panel. I'm going to yell out their names, and if you happen to be here, raise your hand, and then we can recognize you. But people that we don't see are David Knutson, Patrick McCarney, someone with the first name Sherry, someone with the name of Roae Lou, Julian Flores, and Lucy Molina. I do have 4 or 5 other people that we have identified, and we're going to move toward those people. But if folks that I just raised your name, if you're around, let us know, and we can make sure we can get to you. So is next David Knutson, Ms. Amaro?
Mr. Knudsen cannot be found in the meeting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so he's one of them. Okay,
And-
what about Kevin Ross? And I
He
believe
is,
that's a
he's a
commissioner.
finalist.
Okay, and I think I saw that he wanted Mr. Conroy. There's Mr. Conroy. Go ahead, Mr. Ross and or Mr. Conroy from Weld County. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing Weld County the opportunity to speak today. I'm Kevin Ross, Weld County Commissioner at Large, and I wanted to share with you kind of what we have for the commissioners today in regards to this. We've also submitted written comments, and from the sounds of it, as you guys have addressed it a couple times throughout the day, you received that and may have already had an opportunity to review it. But in highlight, what I want to touch base on is we think the most important idea when thinking about cumulative impacts is that it doesn't make sense to make decisions on a well-by-well basis, but instead the commission will need to think of a broader, comprehensive level. It's only after zooming out, right, getting out of that micro level and getting to more of a macro level that we can actually understand cumulative impacts. Taking a broad look also has benefits in that it allows the ECMC to work in tandem with other state agencies and local governments, which I think is extremely important for issues such as ozone, particulate matter, greenhouse gases. The ECMC, can piggyback off analysis already completed by other state agencies, including the state implementation plans under the Clean Air Act or the greenhouse gas roadmaps. This is also where CIDR could be utilized to help better inform other modeling efforts, including those undertaken by CDPHE for both air and water, as well as modeling efforts of the Regional Air Quality Council, or the RAC. ECMC should not try to reinvent the wheel, but should instead tap into expertise from other state and federal sources to get a handle on what is on its new mandate. Be happy to answer any questions you have, but I really believe that Weld County's plan and recommendations provides consistency and certainty for all operators across the state. It will also streamline the issuance of permits after the initial analysis is done and considers cumulative impacts. And it asks for a transparent, meaningful, robust participation of all stakeholders, non-governmental organizations, local governments, industry, and communities across Colorado. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide you any more detail that you may wish.
Thank you, Commissioner. Questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ross, for being here and providing comments. I do have in my notes that I think I'm pulling my notes up here. They're a little bit all over the place, but I do think that Weld County has an interesting concept. And I'm trying to pull up the concept right now. But anyway, comprehensive resource management plan. I think is one of the things that Weld County had contemplated, and I think you had mentioned. But I think from a local government perspective, I think we're pretty comfortable and used to comprehensive planning. We're used to master planning. We're used to these types of things. And I think there's some value to some of the concepts that you're bringing forward. I'm also have some experience with engaging in federal resource management plans in different areas of the state. And certainly, I think the BLM undertakes a lot of those type of concepts as well, whether that's master plans or resource management plans. But I'm trying to see the process for undertaking that comprehensive resource management plan that's being proposed here by Weld County, understanding that the resources necessary to be able to develop a BLM resource master plan, the resources and time necessary to be able to develop just a countywide comprehensive plan. Those are significant, massive, and super controversial. And I'm just wondering, what kind of timeline you would envision in developing some of that, and whether that creates situations where there's haves and have-nots, in certain parts of the state or certain areas that are being considered for, this is a good place to have development, this is a bad place to have development. How does that affect the local governments that are involved inside those resource management plans? If you've got a rural local government that is designated with lots of oil and gas activity around it, is that a good thing for that local government? Is it a bad thing for that local government? Does it affect their ability to be able to expand their population? These are the type of things that I'm trying to figure out, how we would undertake in trying to implement the concept that you're bringing forward.
Yeah, and I appreciate the questions, Commissioner Messner. As you've alluded to, and I'll let Matthew Conroy jump on here in a second for the exact timeline. I have an idea, but these plans, they're not easy, right? When we go into comprehensive planning at that local level, like you're familiar with being a former county commissioner, they do take time, right? We're talking a significant amount of time to put it together and put it together in a meaningful, in an accurate, and an implementable way, and it really tries to take everything into account. And when you're doing these plans, you're absolutely right. They do take a large amount of time, but when we're talking something to the scope of what we're doing right now, when we're looking at cumulative air impacts, it absolutely deserves that time and consideration to make sure that we get it right. And so, do I believe that you're going to have areas of haves and have-nots? I really don't think that's going to happen, because if we're looking at it from that macro level and we start looking at true air quality, right, and we look at that cumulative impact in that area, and we can truly measure, right, what that impact is, and we're not just using modeling that may not have all factors in it. And I think that's one of the most important things inside of what we're suggesting as Weld County. If we take in true scientific data and measurements from what's going on, we're going to have a much broader perspective and a true realization of what the impact is in that area, right? And so that's why this is so important. And I'll say I would believe this is probably going to take at least 12 months to put this together in a true, thorough manner. Matthew, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Sure. Yeah, I think just a couple of things. In our written comment, we suggested undertaking this process every 3 to 5 years, understanding that it is a significant process. And I think that's also a very important thing, is to really realize that, in our opinion, that this, right, it requires a ton of analysis. It requires a ton of, time on the commission's parts. And I don't know if we got into the details as much about commission time and staff time. And so, yeah, maybe I think 12 months maybe for initial one. Maybe that's optimistic. I don't know, but it's almost more as we're in this informational gathering stage, figuring out, just like how to think about this problem and, expressing how we think about this problem. And then I think this is also a very good opportunity for us, as a local government with local land use authority under Senate Bill 181, we maybe can work together and figure out what cumulative impacts are better addressed at a local level to maybe free up some commission resources for these types of activities as, the state slowly changes its how it does oil and gas permitting and development.
And so I read that, the comments that you provided and the statements you're saying now, that the concept of it is that it would evaluate and address cumulative impacts, through this process. But where I'm trying to understand, in looking at addressing cumulative impacts is, resources are in a certain area, the cumulative impacts associated with not only oil and gas development, but other potential cumulative impacts may lie right on top of where the actual resources is. It seems like, at least in some of the resource management plans that have occurred in other parts of the state, that it pushes that oil and gas development out into the more rural areas or away from the population centers, which is certainly, I think, would be supported by a number of people in the state, but at the same time, may not be supported by operators, as sometimes the resources that are further out are not as prolific as the resources that are closer in. So I'm saying this only to ask, have you talked to operators about this? Have they provided you any feedback on this? How do those considerations play into the concept that you're providing? And I'm only asking questions about this. I'm just trying to better understand how you picture a resource management plan being overlaid on potentially, a more metropolitan area than where resource management plans are typically overlaid.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay. Yeah, I think, we haven't had that many discussions with operators around it. This is really sort of, our own thinking, coming at it from a local land use perspective. And as you mentioned, having comprehensive plans and master plans, and this is how we think about planning. And then also recognizing, with conversations with technical experts about that this is, again, we heard a comment earlier about the NEPA process, and maybe that causes some issues. And so I think, trying, when we're writing our comment, trying to find a line maybe between not a full-blown NEPA analysis, but at least thinking along those lines. And then, I think it's also important to not, you can recognize that this type of process might have certain results, but I think it's important to figure out how you're going to do the analysis to then reach the decision, and not reach a decision and then make up some analysis to support that decision. In general, our opinion is that you need to figure out the right way to do the analysis first, and then sort of figure out how that affects things going forward.
Sure. I mean, I understand that. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm not sure it's very common to see a resource management plan overlaid on, more of a metropolitan area from a resource management perspective versus a comprehensive, more land use planning in general. And so land use planning doesn't always, a lot of times involves, surface uses, versus resource management, is subsurface in a lot of situations. And so anyway, I think it's an interesting idea. I'm still just trying to get my head around it and how it would be applied, which is why I'm asking these questions. And, as Chair Robin indicated, this is really just a, first stage informational brainstorming here. And so I applaud you all for thinking outside the box and proposing something that is making me think about a lot of things, and is also making my head hurt. So thank you for that.
It makes my head hurt too, Commissioner.
That's right.
I think all of our heads may be hurting at this point, but it's been a good day. All right, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today and sharing your idea. I thought it was interesting when I read it. I had a couple questions. I think when I read the proposal, and sorry, there were a lot, and it's the end of the day. The comprehensive plan would only relate to oil and gas operations, the management plan. Is that, did I right? It wouldn't, you're not including all impacts in that management area, just what's happening with oil and gas operations?
Yes, I believe that'd be correct.
Okay. And then how would you determine the boundary for the plan?
I think that's something that we went back and forth on. You know, I think you could either do it at a basin-wide level, you could do it at a statewide level. And that's really also sort of I think maybe the thorny issue with this entire process is that, you know, various, I guess, you know, impacts have different scopes. That's a term we used. And then Mr. Wilson earlier today also talked about a scoping process, right? Whereas like, you know, greenhouse gases, it's really doesn't make sense to think about them on anything other than like a statewide or even, I would argue, you know, nationwide or worldwide basis and how you fit into that broader picture. But then, you know, like noise on maybe the other hand is relatively localized. I mean, there are some things about additive, you know, if you have a bunch of different noise sources in an area and figuring all of those things out. And so I think maybe also a big part of this process is just kind of collating everything that goes on for oil and gas development and all the various levels of regulation. And then, you know, I think that's some place where maybe Weld County could be helpful to this commission is if we could explain some of the stuff we do to regulate things like noise and odor and, you know, traffic and local impacts. And I think, again, trying to not be duplicative as, you know, everybody figures out where all of these different regulatory silos can better talk to each other and work together to make things better for the state.
Thank you. I'm wondering, based on the management plan, then how decisions get made. How do you use the plan to say yes or potentially no to something?
I think it depends on the resource. And so like, you know, again, for, you know, greenhouse gases, you know, there's greenhouse gas roadmaps and various legislatively imposed you know, mandates for reductions. And so you would include it in the plan. And then essentially, I think, especially for like that type of impact, I don't know if there's really any way around a cap and then figuring out what's the best way to, you know, sort of trade underneath that cap and maybe see what, you know, comprehensive plans, like almost it creates in my mind, it creates a guardrail. And then so the commission can watch how close they are getting to that guardrail as you approve individualized permits. And then also, you know, for ozone, the other big air quality issue we talked about today, that it's, you know, again, the APCD, the Air Pollution Control Division and the Air Quality Control Commission, you know, they come up with budgets and various requirements. And then it's kind of like with a guess of, well, as long as total emissions from the sectors stay below this amount, we know there's source apportionment modeling, and then we can actually do total photochemical modeling over the entire Denver Metro North Front Range region to figure out, will all of our monitors be under the health-based standard? And so like, you know, to be honest, I don't know if there's actually that much the commission should do on ozone beyond what the AQCC and the RAC does. But I think at least thinking it through and then becoming comfortable with that's the right way to determine, you know, air quality cumulative impacts would be how you proceed.
Yeah, I agree. I almost envision that, for example, so you could have a comprehensive management plan for greenhouse gases, and the ECMC make sure that it's aligned with the goals that are in legislation and the limits that CDPHE has put on. And then maybe we participate in regular modeling to make sure that oil and gas is staying within its apportionment of that amount. And that's more like a statewide resource management plan. And then for ozone, maybe it's in the non-attainment area. And again, we already know that CDPHE and the RAC are doing some modeling, and we know what that limit is because of the governor's letter, because of the SIP, because of NACS. And again, decisions could be made in a resource management area in an area and in a comprehensive way, and one that creates a feedback loop based on regular modeling and regular checking on whether or not you're near or at those thresholds. And I was appreciative of the thoughtful way that you were thinking about this, so thank you. I have one more question. I'm wondering what you think about how this could be applied for disproportionately impacted communities.
And I think that's also very useful because I think, you know, based on our review of EnviroScreen, sometimes you heard some comments earlier today about maybe it lacks a little bit of context sensitivity. Again, it's a statewide tool, and so, you know, it's not perfect. And I think being able to drill down and see what is actually impacting a community and what is it, and then like allows for more narrowly tailored outcomes or like, you know, outreach. And then instead of just being like, you know, yes, or like, again, using it as a screening tool instead of using it as, you know, yes, development outside of a DIC, no development in a DIC, which, you know, maybe depending on whether or not it's a very urban DIC, and like, again, that, you know, context sensitivity to make sure you're actually making the right decision and not sort of just making a, you know, a split decision based on a tool that has some issues.
Thank you.
Other questions for the panel? Well, we want to thank you very much. It's always great to hear from your community as we work together on some of these really important issues. So thank you both.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity, and we're always happy to discuss things in continuation.
Very good. All right. We now, I think we've identified 3 people that are left of those that signed up. And the first would be Alexis Schwartz, sorry.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alexis Schwartz. I'm the conservation organizer of the Colorado Sierra Club. I'm speaking on my own behalf today as someone who is deeply concerned about the Front Range's abysmal air quality, recurring drought conditions, and the climate crisis, all of which are contributed to and exacerbated by the impacts of oil and gas development. I urge the ECMC to establish criteria for pollution limits that result in denial of oil and gas plans toward meeting our greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets and protecting public health, safety, welfare, and our environment. I urge the ECMC to establish pollution limits that result in the denial of drilling plans that would contribute to the Front Range's designation by the EPA as being in severe non-attainment. I'm a Denver resident, and the Front Range's abysmal air quality has oftentimes interfered with my health routines. Too often, I step outside to go for a run, only to take note of the ominous brown cloud obscuring my view of the skyline, and then pivot in my driveway to go back inside, much like a groundhog who's seen its shadow. The ECMC must establish limits of air pollution emissions that put us into compliance with federal air quality standards and result in healthy air. And then if a permit would cause an increase or exceedance of pollution, that permit must be locally offset or denied. The Front Range has overspent its allowance of air pollution, and that debt is absorbed by the general population in the form of increased healthcare costs incurred and in the form of lost time with loved ones to spend doing the things we enjoy due to ozone days and shorter lifespans resulting from pollution. These debts subsidize oil and gas industry profits. When the general public is taking on such oil and gas industry debts, the state is not meeting its duty per SB 181 to prioritize protections of public health, safety, welfare, and our environment. Also required by SB 181 is for the ECMC to address cumulative impacts. The ECMC has both the power and tools to do this by denying permits, increasing setbacks, and placing stronger restrictions on oil and gas operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It looks like the witness is gone, so we will not do questions. Next, I believe, let me see, looking at my list, we have Patrick McCarney.
Hi, my name is, hi, thank you, Commission, for taking the time to hear some of my concerns. I actually used to live in Denver and wanted to escape that brown cloud, so I moved up to the Western Slope and now live in Paonia in the Delta County. And already I'm dealing with the same issues of air quality with the hydraulic fracturing and the coal mines venting. And so I have a daughter. And so when I think about my daughter and her future, I just really want to have you guys be able to protect the future and not let climate change worsen, and really put in a strong definition of the cumulative effects. Because once you have that definition, then it allows everyone to know, okay, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable. And until then, it seems like permits are just being issued more regularly because, no one knows when to say no. So, and it's really hard being just an individual person, with a full-time job, working all the time, and then trying to stay involved in this stuff when the gas and oil companies are getting paid to constantly push and lobby because it's, their livelihood. But I own a motel in the area, and it's also my livelihood to try to keep the air quality high and keep the quality of life high and keep people healthy in the area. So a couple recommendations would be that if you would not allow new permits in areas that are already experiencing warming more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, which I am in an area like that, and do an equity analysis for disproportionately impacted communities. And if you wouldn't grant permits in Colorado, or should not grant permits if Colorado is not meeting emission reduction goals already. So it's just some like easy kind of standards where it's like, hey, Colorado's not meeting their goals. We can't issue permits just on that fact alone. And then introducing some rules that would prevent cumulative impacts that harm health and worsen climate change. So that's I just wanted to share that. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time to hear from me and other folks.
Thank you very much. And well, I'm going to say it anyway. Thank you for taking time out of your day with a full-time job and kids, et cetera, and finding time to come be with us and provide your perspective. We try to do everything we can to hear from folks like you. Frankly, we've heard a lot more from folks like you and stakeholders than we have from industry, actually. So it makes a difference. So thank you very much. Does any commissioner have a question for Mr. McCarney? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate those words. It means a lot. And I know there's so many other people like me that would like to be here that don't have jobs that would permit it.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that we opened up a docket where people can submit written comments. It's just another way. I mean, we're doing all of the things that we can, and we've heard some ideas today about potentially going to different communities and having people be able to testify that way. We're going to try to do everything we can to get this right.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. All right. I believe we are going to hear from Sherry Bennett next.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sherry Bennett, and I live in the Grand Mesa area, just below the Grand Mesa. I'm very concerned that these new rulings do not take into account the conditions that we are here in, that we mainly, most of us, all of our water comes from the Grand Mesa. And if more oil and gas has opened up, then it's going to definitely affect our watershed here. And my main concern is that in our little community, we have so much going on. We have a huge coal operation going on, as well as oil and gas, that are making their way through our national forest. And I just feel that there needs to be a clear-cut standard for communities like us, and not just stamped with a stamp saying that we are the highest and best place to put more oil and gas, without really evaluating the circumstances for the communities that are involved with these new oil and gas openings. And I would hope that the commissioners would take in consideration the small communities that we have here, Paonia, Hotchkiss, where I live here in Austin, and Cedar Edge. All of these communities are very tied to the mesa and to the watersheds. And this is a situation that I feel like it's not being addressed. And I'm kind of hoping that we can all come to some kind of agreement to safeguard all of the community members, not just oil and gas, because I feel like that they have a more say-so in receiving permits and later dealing with what happens in the recourse. And we have a lot of wells here that have not been capped and that are leaking methane, and that's a big concern as well. And you know, I understand that the ruling is going to have them put more bonding money down, but in the past it has not helped as far as anybody being responsible for coming back and cleaning up after they've left. So I appreciate your time for listening to me, and I'm hoping that you all will hear our concerns here. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bennett, for being with us. We appreciate it greatly and appreciate you taking time out of your day to provide us those comments.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. I think we go to Andrew Kloster next.
Hey, commissioners, is it okay if I share my screen?
Yeah, give us a sec. We've got to take down the timer, and then you should be able to share. And Mr. Kloster, I'll keep track of your time since the timer's not there, and I'll let you know when you're getting close.
All right, thank you. Yeah, as I've been sitting here the last hour, realizing it's near the end of the day, and I'm going to be talking about emissions from existing facilities, I threw together a visual aid just so you didn't have to stare at that timer for 5 more minutes. So let me just get that shared with you all and get to my notes, and then I'll get started. All right. So my name is Andrew Kloster, and as is probably evident from what I'm sharing, I am a certified optical gas imaging thermographer and the Colorado field advocate with Earthworks. And I want to start by thanking the commission for this really long day of hearing all these comments and for offering this additional opportunity for the public to weigh in on how cumulative impact should be considered in permitting. Earth Justice did submit written comments on our behalf to the informational docket, and you already did hear from Mr. Freeman today. So I'm going to focus my comments today on some of our findings from the field. So in my role with Earthworks, I survey oil and gas facilities in Colorado using an OGI camera, and I notify the Air Pollution Control Division and sometimes also the ECMC staff when I identify hydrocarbon emissions that could be attributable to non-compliance with air quality regulations. In the last 2 years, I've conducted 828 surveys of 366 oil and gas facilities in Colorado, and I notified the division of 164 observations from 123 of those facilities. That means roughly a third of the facilities that I surveyed and about a fifth of my overall surveys resulted in me identifying emissions that I shared with division staff. It is important to note here that not all of these observations identified an instance of non-compliance that required the operator and/or the division to take any corrective action, even though a significant number did. For instance, over 60 of those observations in the last 2 years were of hydrocarbon emissions due to what appeared to be incomplete or inefficient combustion in enclosed combustion devices, flares, compressors, or separator burner stacks. In many of those instances, we are constrained by the fact that outside of conducting some routine maintenance, Operators and regulators at the division have little recourse for acting on combustor inefficiency because many combustors have not yet undergone performance testing to determine whether they even actually achieve their required efficiencies. While we wait for performance tests to provide some clarity on this matter over the next couple of years, we meanwhile have dozens and dozens of videos of plumes of hydrocarbons escaping from combustor stacks all across the Front Range non-attainment area and throughout the state, such as in Jackson County, as I have in this example on the slide. Even in potentially more clear-cut cases of observations of, for instance, uncontrolled tank emissions, which account for a little more than half of the observations I've made in the last 2 years and shared with the division, we frequently run up against the fact that permitting thresholds, routine maintenance activities, and upset conditions produce a lot of vented and released emissions that are not considered the result of compliance issues and therefore do not require any sort of regulatory action. A single site with a discrete instance of uncontrolled tank emissions due to an unloading event or maintenance activity may not alone be too much a cause for concern, but if we expand this possibility out to multiple sites within the same geographic area, you might start to understand the argument I'm making by sharing this breakdown of my observations with you all. A lot of the focus today in considering cumulative impacts during permitting has kind of understandably fallen on the contribution that new oil and gas development will have on overall air quality, but an equal amount of attention during the consideration of a permit for a new oil and gas development must also fall on the ongoing contribution of emissions from pre-existing facilities in the landscape, whether those emissions are due to pervasive issues with non-compliance, or they're occurring from sources that may not have been fully accounted for in current regulations, or they're just due to activities or sources where emissions are allowed, such as in the venting tank during this maintenance activity that I have on the slide. All of this adds up, and addressing cumulative impacts means doing this math to the best of our ability. It is also important to mention here that our attempts to understand emissions are still often compromised by the difficulty of collecting accurate data in the field. Just a few months ago, Earthworks released a report that looked into certified natural gas and the efficacy of fence line monitoring programs employed by operators under the pre-production monitoring rules adopted by the Air Quality Control Commission. In this report, we demonstrate that in every instance, 22 instances over a 7-month period last year, where we documented the presence of hydrocarbon emissions at facilities during the pre-production phase, and then followed up by looking into publicly available monitoring data for these facilities, we found that those fence line monitors had not detected the emissions that we had observed. Not a single time, regardless of the operator or the brand of the monitor employed. Presently, what monitoring and measurement of emissions is conducted is not adequate for a full understanding of how individual facilities contribute to regional air quality issues or to climate change. Rather than see this as an obstacle to these rules, though, this should be viewed as an opportunity to work with other agencies such as the Air Pollution Control Division to start to open the lid on some of these impacts for the first time. And it is also an opportunity to exercise sound judgment even where some uncertainty may still prevail. All new permits must make as full an accounting of how a new facility will contribute to existing impacts as far into the future as possible. And the process for reviewing permits must exercise an abundance of caution in weighing what existing impacts can be demonstrated with relative accuracy, as well as what existing impacts may still be difficult to quantify and account for. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time, too. Questions for Mr. Closter? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Klooster?
Closter.
Klooster.
It looks like it should be Klooster, but it's Dutch, so it's Closter.
Thank you. I am curious to know if you've heard any of, it's been a long day. Have you heard anybody else testifying and kind of talking about creating some sort of we're at capacity and then something has to happen if you're at a threshold? I'm wondering what you think about that. And then I'm wondering also if you think that these issues that you're seeing as you're going out into the field over time will decrease because of the intensity rule and verification that has been implemented over at CDPHE.
To your first question, I have been tuning in and out today, so I've caught some of this conversation around, I believe there's been a bunch of different terms thrown around like building in some sort of cap or some sort of level above which, adding a new facility may exceed that. I mean, I think in general, I'm in favor of the concept because I think it, we need to kind of make an accounting of what the sort of present kind of emission levels are. And one of the things I mentioned is, that can be challenging still because I think we have work to do in terms of getting better measurement of current sources and getting kind of better modeling in place. But I do think in general that concept is a sound concept. As to your second question, I hope that, one of our hopes out of the sort of intensity program and the verification sort of protocols that are being developed right now, the guidance, is that it will require more direct measurement of sources than what we really have right now. I mean, most emissions still are sort of calculated rather than directly measured. And so, in order for us to get a better handle on what we may be missing, I mean, a lot of my work is focused on like what potentially is being missed as rules are sort of being applied on the ground. Where are there still gaps? Where are there things that places where we might need to fill in, or where our understanding may still be somewhat lacking? And so, we've been hopeful in that process as we've been engaging with the division on those rules and that protocol, that by requiring more direct measurement of actual sources, sites, will help us to get a better understanding of where we're still potentially having emission sources that we may not be fully accounting for, where, regulatory sort of oversight still may be somewhat lacking.
Thank you.
Other questions? Great. Thank you for sticking around with us for such a long day. We really appreciate it. And thanks for creating the visual for us.
Yeah, no problem. Thought it'd just be better to look at something rather than just watch me drone on for 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right. I believe that our last witness this afternoon is Kate Burke from the Boulder County Attorney's Office. Hi,
Yes.
Kate. Thank you. Thank you too for sticking around for the duration. We really appreciate it.
Yes, of course, and thank you for sticking around. I'll try to make this palatable. So Kim Sanchez, our Deputy Director of Planning, very much wanted to be here, but she's stuck in a land use hearing with the county commissioner. So I'm going to be kind of channeling her. So did I say Kate Burke at the Boulder County Attorney's Office? Okay. So for the sake of time, we are focusing on analytical and procedural comments contained in our written submission, but I want to make clear that we have participated in and fully support the air quality, climate, and environmental justice focused comments from City and County of Broomfield, CC4CA, and several other parties. Our focus is a somewhat more nebulous aspect of this larger discussion, but I hope to make it helpful and clear. Cumulative impacts require a particular analytical mindset with which to review development applications. The purpose of a cumulative impacts analysis is to consider incremental impacts from all sources related to oil and gas, collectively and as a whole, while the current rules largely treat the issue as a set of discrete data points. The new rules need a comprehensive definition of cumulative impacts that properly describes it as a subject of analysis, not a discrete item of its own, focused on the collective burden of a new proposal and the addressable impacts in combination with all existing impacts. So we generally support the definition approach put forward by Conservation Colorado. The current rule's reliance on plans submitted by operators fails to address cumulative impacts. It's the agency's job to determine whether all types of impacts in combination with existing conditions pose undue threats to public health and safety, natural resources. And that analysis should be informed by data and modeling supplied by operators, but plans is simply a misnomer. Staff needs to understand this analytic method and apply it in virtually all of their existing review processes. It's not a separate, discrete, or additional process. The technical expertise in oil and gas operations alone will not meet your duty with respect to cumulative impacts analysis. A planning perspective is what's needed. And I don't know if I emphasized before, one thing that we very much support all the focus on climate and air emissions, but we want to also continue to put forward that we're also talking about traffic noise, odor, light pollutions, vibrations, geological and seismic potential impacts, all of these things, and all of these things in combination with each other. So for example, if the the additional new air impacts might be minor, but the noise and light are significant. Those things need to be measured or weighed in respect to each other. And I just saw that Ms. Sanchez just joined the meeting, so if she could also be promoted, that would be great.
Okay, we'll work on promoting her.
So back to where I was, so staff development, meaning training new staff, et cetera, in this analytic method, for us is the main avenue for practical implementation. We feel that the kind of thorough analysis we're talking about is going to largely be case by case and can't be fully described in rule language. And I did want to point out that HB 23-1294 did identify funds sufficient for 6 new FTEs. So there's at least that resource to be deployed, at least in part in this area. Also, local governments can be a resource for the agency in developing these methods, as many of their land use departments use these methods routinely. So we did make some preliminary rule suggestions in our written comments, but just reiterate that the kinds of improvements we're talking about will be more completely expressed in the statement of basis and purpose and in the staffing decisions going forward, and more easily described there than in specific rule language. So those are our primary points. We'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't know if Ms. Sanchez has made it on.
I'm here.
The panel. Oh,
Hello.
great.
Ms. Sanchez, did you want to add anything? I know you didn't catch everything, but we'd love to hear from you.
No, apologies for being late. We have had a busy day of Board of County Commissioners hearings, so just got out of that and popped onto this. I think Kate and I both looked over our comments, so I think she adequately made those. I'm just happy to offer anything from a planner's perspective, if that would be helpful. I think that the gist of what we want to say is that, you know, looking at cumulative impacts is really an approach that needs to be taken by the agency, rather than, you know, discrete plans that look at each individual impact. It's really an analysis of all the independent and discrete impacts together and how they collectively affect an area. So if that's a point that we can make and try to get across to you, I think that's the main thing that we're trying to communicate.
Ms. Sanchez, from a planner's perspective, having worked with you in a former career, and I know that you've got a tremendous background in planning and county planning, can you provide the commissioners your perspective? Some of the folks that are advocating for a definition of cumulative impacts are seeking that we identify or understand as we move forward future potential permitted development or future development from like a comprehensive plan. How would a local government be able to assist the ECMC if that is a part of the definition, and then we're looking into the future for potential oil and gas, but we want to weigh into account some of the potential county land use development that might exist?
Sure. I mean, I think local governments could be helpful in offering what our land uses allow for in, you know, per zoning or through our comprehensive plans in the area surrounding a proposed oil and gas development. But to me, actually, that's not even really the key. I think you can still take cumulative impacts into effect on an application basis. So when you're looking at approval of a particular oil and gas facility, especially if it's a large scale oil and gas facility, what we're suggesting is that you need to look at, you know, the impacts of the lighting, the traffic, the dust, the you know, the health impacts, the air quality impacts, all of those together for the site, but then also what else is in the area that's existing that this is adding to. So certainly local governments can help with what other uses are in the area, but I guess I was thinking of it specifically in the oil and gas context of what oil and gas facilities are also in the area where one additional oil and gas facility is then contributing to, you know, a further impact on that particular neighborhood or community.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Messner had a question, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, you started answering the question I was going to ask because, um, certainly planning considers cumulative impacts inherently in its process, but it does require standards in a process in order to be able to determine cumulative impacts. So I think, as you were indicating, Ms. Sanchez, this concept of having to contemplate, light impacts, noise impacts, traffic impacts, these other things, and other impacts associated would have some sort of substantially similar standard, or is it compatible with adjacent uses, or there are standards associated with that have to be applied in order to be able to evaluate and address the cumulative impacts associated with that. As you as a Boulder County planner, and does Boulder County's land use process have standards in place to evaluate and address cumulative impacts, or are you basing that analysis on standard land use standards?
I think we do have criteria that look at, proposals and have us analyze the cumulative impacts of a particular proposal. It's not necessarily a standard, like a certain level is acceptable or not. It's more a sort of approach of identifying what all of the impacts are. And I think we could possibly be useful in helping identify, that array of impacts to look at. And then, our criteria, because we have such a vast diversity of lands in unincorporated Boulder County, ranging from the mountains to the plains, our criteria are somewhat subjective in looking at, are these cumulative impacts creating substantially negative impact on the area? So it's more of a subjective finding than it is hitting a particular standard, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand like what you're suggesting and how that's different than, kind of a performance-based process that we go through right now, which is, really based in pretty standard land use practice with the different plans that are submitted and the analysis that's done and the contemplation of these things. I'm not trying to poo-poo the idea, but I'm trying to understand how what you're suggesting is much different than what's being currently done.
Mm-hmm.
Understanding that there's a lot of ideas out there that are pretty different than what we currently do, and so I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I think that what I would maybe offer is that a lot of the information that you're asking for that are in the proposed regs are certainly going to be helpful, but it's a matter of what you do with that information. And I think the emphasis is on the analysis of looking at, not each discrete plan of, how are air quality impacts adding up over time? How is traffic, affecting it over time? It's looking at all of those, but then also how all of those together impact an area. So I'd say that the key is really on the analysis and what you do with all of those data points and the information that's submitted. And maybe that's, I think, what we think could be fleshed out a little bit more clearly.
Okay, thank you.
I will add just a couple words on that. It's hard for us to know precisely what, for example, your OGLA staff is thinking about while they're working through a review. But from our perspective from the outside, given the way the rules are structured and the plans and the forms are submitted, and we don't see the evidence that the larger 360-degree picture is being taken into account, or that, for example, a 1 OGDP or 2A is being considered in light of the one that's happening right next to it. So we're not impugning what staff is already doing. We don't know, but we want to ensure that in all of those analyses, they are using the information available and maybe even seeking more information, but then taking this 360-degree view.
Well, and I think that's my point, is that I think, in like, if you're planning a subdivision as part of a county, you're looking at adjacent land uses, you're determining, applicability of that, you're doing traffic studies, you're doing these other things. And in that, you're doing a lot of these determinations. Currently, they're we don't have some standards inside of our rules that would ask that. I mean, planners do it because it's in your regulations that they have to do that. They have to do that analysis. It's a standard in land use regulations. And in our current regulations, the OGLA staff don't necessarily have a requirement to do that. And so that's why I'm asking specificity on what your ask is, because you're indicating that we need to do certain things, but that there shouldn't be standards or rules associated with it, that it should be in the statement of basis and purpose. I think that's not, I don't know as that does anything, right? Because it still has to be based on a standard.
Yeah, I think that's a tricky thing to walk. So if the rule language that we did propose are simple, but actually, if you think about it, kind of profound. So for example, one of the suggestions was that in all the different provisions where it talks about approval of whether it's an OGDP or a 2A or a CAP, that it's we're just adding the language that the direct and cumulative impacts have been analyzed and reviewed, because that language is not right in there right now for when it can be approved, or that it can be denied based on the existing language plus an, I can't remember how I phrased it, but unacceptable degree of cumulative impacts, just adding that phrase into all the different approval, deny, condition provisions in the rules. So it's a simple change, but it imports this analytical thought into the rules. And this was our first cut at how that might be done. I mean, when we see proposed rule drafts and can respond, we might have some more substantial ideas.
No, I appreciate the thought on that. Just FYI, I will let you know that, seeing the OGLA work behind the scenes, they work and act no different than a planning department does. It's really very similar to that, and they have the same professionalism and approach to the work that they do, and are following the standards that are lined out for them by this commission. And so, so anyway, thanks for the thoughts, and appreciate
Well,
it.
and Commissioner Messner, if I may, I mean, I think what we're trying to do is improve the rules by which the staff are analyzing proposals. It's nothing, I don't think we're speaking to the staff. I mean, everybody has a hard job to do, whether you're on the local government side or at the state agency. So certainly recognize the effort that's put into analyzing these proposals. We're just trying to import the idea that at some point, one more oil and gas facility in a particular area may be too impactful for an area. And that's similar to some of the comments that we've made at the rulemakings, for the mission change.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for the panel? All right, well, thank you both. Appreciate you sticking it out, and appreciate your written testimony as well, which we've all read. Okay, hearings manager Amaro, from my review of the docket, we've covered everybody that signed up and that who also appeared before us. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
We've looked them up and they are still not in the meeting, but if they'd like to raise our hand, we can elevate them.
All right, well, I've got a few closing comments for today, and while I do that,
We do not see anyone raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
someone is in the room that signed up, and raise your hand. To conclude today, okay, so that'll conclude the work we're doing today. We do have additional cumulative impact comments tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m. I believe we have 5 folks signed up, so we will reconvene this matter tomorrow morning at 9 for the final of the initial work that we're doing on this stakeholder input. We want to thank everybody who presented to us today and who are going to present tomorrow. We also want to thank all of the stakeholders who presented written commentary to us. It was very helpful as we go about this cumulative impacts informational docket, and then it's going to roll into a rulemaking. I believe that the order of play that the commissioners have contemplated is that we'll hear tomorrow from the 5 remaining folks that have signed up. We will Our staff has been listening in as well, and our staff is one of the most important stakeholders for us. And I think we want to hear from staff after they've had a time to digest the written and public comment. We'll do that sometime in the near future, and then we'll take a little time amongst ourselves to think critically individually, and then we will schedule a time in which the commissioners will come back together, and with Director Murphy, we'll have some debate and dialogue about direction to staff about cumulative impacts and where the rulemaking ought to go. That's at least my understanding of our procedural next steps. If I missed any of that, commissioners, let me know. If you have anything else to add, now would be the time. Otherwise, we will move to adjourn, and we'll see everybody in the morning. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. Just a question. So I just to make sure I understand what you were saying. So because I'm hearing a little bit of conflicting information. So is there an intent for us to share our deliberative thoughts tomorrow at the conclusion of this hearing, or share what we think may be good ideas, or anything like that, or should? And the reason I'm asking is so I have time to prepare those thoughts.
Yeah.
Or is that at some other time?
Yeah. My idea was to not try to share thoughts, which means we're staying up tonight and trying to gather all that after having a long day ahead of us. My idea instead was to let everybody rest on this, look at their notes, listen to tomorrow, and then take some time. We've got to get this done by April 28th, but I think we're going to be well in a good place to do that. And so my idea was, I also wanted, before we start to crystallize our thoughts, I wanted to hear from staff, frankly. And I want staff to have kind of like unimpeded ability to share their thoughts with us, absent hearing from us. So I was going to take it once, but these are just my ideas. We can do whatever the collective thought is from commissioners. So I was going to wait a few days, let staff get back to us. I don't know if that's going to be Wednesday at our hearing or at some specific scheduled time. And then after we hear from staff, then start doing some sharing amongst ourselves. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd like to hear what staff thinks about everything and where they think there are gaps and improvements to be made to CIDR, or ideas they have about the implementability. I don't know if that's a word, but it sounded good, of some of the suggestions that they've heard today and that we'll hear tomorrow morning. I think that might influence what I am thinking as a commissioner that I'm interested in potentially pursuing. But I also don't want it to be too big of a time frame in between the conversations, and staff might need some time, because then I'm worried we might lose some of the freshness of what we've heard and what we're all thinking. So I don't know.
I've got a meeting with staff right after this, so I think we can get that set up maybe even next week at our hearing. Set aside 10-15 minutes to hear from staff on that front. So I'm in line with those ideas. If someone makes a motion to adjourn, then we're all in line with those ideas.
So moved.
Second.
All right, everybody, all those in favor of the motion to adjourn signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, and we are already calendared for 9 o'clock tomorrow. We look forward to seeing everybody with us. And even if you're not set to testify, you might listen in. If you spent the whole day with us today, that means you know this is an important matter. So we will see everybody tomorrow morning, and have a great evening.